Good morning, council. Please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into agenda item D1, and here to lead us off is Sarah Cleaver. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. This is small sablefish release, the update paper from staff, and joining me this morning on the phone are Dr. Dan Gaethel, Chris Lunsford, and Jane Sullivan from the Marine Ecology and Stock Assessment Program at AFSC, as well as Ms. Jennifer Ferdinand from the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division at AFSC. Attached to your e-agenda, just to orient you, is the update paper that I'll be presenting on today, as well as the action memo. This presentation and the February 2021 analysis is there as a reference for you, since that was the last time the council agenda'd this item. This paper that I'll be presenting on today is intended to assist the council in evaluating how to prioritize preparation of a second initial review analysis of the council's current alternatives for small sablefish release in the IFQ fisheries, given the changing conditions such as environmental uncertainty, stock status, and changes in the fishery and market conditions, as well as potential impacts to monitoring, stock assessment, and fishery participants since the council originally initiated analysis on this topic. Just a second while we get the slides going. Okay, thanks. A little bit on the history of this action, since it's been a while. Currently, full retention of sablefish IFQ is required in the sablefish longline and pot fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Beginning back in 2017, unprecedented numbers of newly recruited sablefish began showing up in catches. And in response to this, in April 2018, IFQ fishermen provided testimony to the council that they were seeing a sudden influx of small, low-value sablefish in their catch, and these fish were becoming an economic burden because regulations require these fish to be retained, and they're worth less per pound than larger fish. IFQ stakeholders at that meeting proposed that the council explore changing regulations to allow discarding of these fish, and the council initiated the first of 3 discussion papers to explore issues related to a potential management response to this inundation of directed fishing catches of small sablefish, particularly from the originally from the 2014 year class. From October 2019 to December 18, the council reviewed those 3 discussion papers, and the update paper includes some bullet points, brief summary of what those papers addressed, as well as includes links to all of those discussion papers. In December of 2019, the council adopted a purpose and need statement and developed alternatives in order to initiate analysis, and the council received that initial review analysis in February of 2021. That was also reviewed by the enforcement committee at that time, and the SSC, when they reviewed it in February of 2021, they did not release the analysis for final action. Instead, they provided recommendations for further analysis, and the council postponed further action until the IFQ committee could review and prioritize this action. And the IFQ committee did so in 2021 and considered this issue a high priority. In October of 2021, the council directed staff to prepare and schedule a second initial review analysis when time and resources allow. And then throughout April and June 2022, the IFQ committee and the council continued to hear support in scheduling that next initial review as staff resources allow. And at one of those meetings, the council noted that discussion about a minimum size limit for sablefish retention should not be considered in the revised analysis. So a minimum size limit whereby everything under that size would be discarded or must be discarded, and everything above that size must be retained. In contrast to that, the action proposed by the council looks at a voluntary release scenario, which allows discards of any size of fish. And the intent behind that was to provide the most flexibility for harvesters to choose what works best for their operation economically. In December of last year, it was noted that council staff could bring back an update for the June meeting, which is where we are now. So moving forward, I guess not forward yet, a little bit back. The purpose and need, I'm not going to read through it, but this was developed back in 2019 and hasn't had any changes to it yet. So it's the same thing that you have been proposing in the past. The alternatives, I will go through briefly. Alternative 1, under the no action alternative, all regulations in FMP language related to a prohibition on discarding sablefish would remain intact. And alternative 2, the action alternative, would be to allow voluntary careful release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. And this has 4 elements to it, the first of which is applying a discard mortality rate, or a DMR, to discarded sablefish of 4 different options: 5%, 12%, 16%, or 20%. And there's a sub option to select different DMRs for pot gear and hook and line gear. The second element is with regard to catch accounting. There's an option to estimate sablefish discards using observer and EM data with a DMR applied annually as part of the specifications process. And a second option to estimate discards pre-season based on the longline surveying counter rates of sub 3 pound sablefish with a DMR applied annually. The third element is discard mortality accounting. So sablefish discard mortality associated with the IFQ fishery would be accounted for in the stock assessment, and the analysis, the council asked that the analysis should describe the potential implications of voluntary discards on the sablefish stock assessment and specifications process. The last element was looking at monitoring and enforcement, and the council asked that the analysis describe potential monitoring and enforcement provisions that could improve estimates of voluntary and regulatory discards. And so all 4 of these elements were analyzed in the 2021 analysis and presented to the council. One of the things that's required for the stock assessment is understanding total removals and tracking the incoming year classes to inform the sablefish assessment model, which is an age structured model. This was fully described in the 2021 analysis, so it will look familiar, but I'm going to summarize this because the central question that is in mostly every section throughout the update paper is what size of fish and how many will be discarded. And this has an impact on our total mortality estimates and the resulting assessment uncertainty. So that's why it's important. Retention selectivity is defined as the size or age-specific probability that a fish is retained. And retention selectivity splits the catch into retained and discarded catch, which is shown here on the slide. It's an important stock assessment variable that can only be estimated if adequate data are available. And right now, because of the full retention requirement, retention selectivity is assumed to be 100%. So all fish are retained regardless of their size. When evaluating a voluntary release scenario, analysts and assessment authors are charged with determining what the retention selectivity would look like. So the 2021 analysis evaluated a range of retention selectivity scenarios, which are shown here on the right in those retention selectivity curves. So the first was a knife-edged, or what's known as a knife-edged selectivity curve, and that's essentially a minimum size limit. A lot of fisheries adopt minimum size limits to reduce the uncertainty that gets introduced from at-sea discards. And if you have a minimum size limit of 3 pounds, for example, retention selectivity is 0% for fish less than or equal to 3 pounds and 100% for fish greater than 3 pounds. So there's no gradient in retention assumed across sizes. And that particular retention selectivity curve is only realistic under a scenario where there's mandatory retention above that minimum size limit and mandatory discarding below that size limit. The other retention selectivity scenarios that were evaluated in the 2021 analysis were a logistic curve based on expert opinion and an exponential curve based on grade pricing data. And I'm not going to delve into those, but they're analyzed in that 2021 paper for your reference. Discard estimates are very sensitive to those different scenarios, those alternatives. And the price-driven retention selectivity results in the highest discard estimates. Like the discard mortality rate, if we assume the wrong retention selectivity in the assessment model, it leads to biased estimates of population size or of fishing mortality. Looks like there's a question.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I'm okay with waiting until you're done with this slide, but you pause there for a minute. So on this point, so currently in the assessments, excuse me, we're assuming 100% selectivity, and because there's no, so my question, Ms. Cleaver, is that under the present scenario with low observer coverage in this fleet for one thing, and a high potential motivation with low prices for these small fish, my guess is that there's discards going on in the fishery now, and so you really are assuming 100% selectivity when we maybe have anecdotal information that we really don't have. That's not what's actually going on in the fishery. So it seems to me that if we were to set some type of a size limit or retention, it might be in the words that caught my attention where you said this could lead to bias, but it seems to me like we've got bias now. We may have less bias if we move to discards, allowing small fish discards. You would actually have, we know that was going on, and we could estimate that, and it might be less bias in the selectivity than what we've got now. Is that I'm guessing, I'm looking for your opinion on that, and to what extent that was covered in the analysis.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's a really good question that we've received a lot. So thank you for bringing that up. So to your first point, not knowing for certain what is going on in the fishery right now does increase uncertainty to some extent. The stock assessment authors can only deal with the data that they're provided, obviously. But it seems that the magnitude of discards right now would likely be a lot smaller, than if it were legal and everyone could just, release what they want. But the data that we do have right now, and Jane Sullivan can speak to it a little bit, but the data that we've looked at, which I don't believe was included in the previous analysis, and we have updated data on it, doesn't support that there's rampant discarding in the fishery. And I guess there is an extent of uncertainty that could be increased, but the assessment authors can really only work with the data that they're given. And right now, the data that we have shows that discarding is not rampant, but I'll leave it open to Dan or Jane if they would like to expand on that any further.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cleaver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify that last statement
of context for the.
That wasn't me. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
Is that me? Just to follow up on Mr. Down's line of questioning regarding that the only way that you would be able to get any information about discards at this point would be from observer data, right? So it would be fair to say that when vessels are unobserved, you do not know what they're doing at all. And what is the rate that these vessels are being observed at now? 18%, 19. So 80% of the time, you really have no way to know what's going on or has been happening, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I mean, that could open us up into a whole discussion of our observer sampling protocols, but I believe, I think maybe what Jane was chiming in about might have been the data that we do have about, or the information that we do have on whether or not there is discarding going on in the fishery right now. And so I don't know if she's able to get her audio working, but maybe we
Does my audio work?
Yes, it does. Good morning, Ms. Sullivan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jane Sullivan. I'm with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And the data that we do have are from the processor size grade database, which is a voluntary data source provided by processors that includes the size grade of fish. So kind of category 1, 2, which would be below a 2 dressed pound fish, all the way up to a 7 up or a 7 dressed pound and up. The observer program, when those data are sent to the region, the observer program helps attach a field that says whether or not that delivery was observed or unobserved. And so we're able to, you know, in a coarse way, split those size grade data between the observed category and the unobserved category. And from that data, we can see that those two groups of landings are very, very similar. There are about, you know, between 2 to 4 or 5% difference in that 1, 2 size grade category, but it doesn't really filter through to the rest of the size grades. And so the kind of the claim, at least, that there is, you know, a lot of, you know, sablefish discarding going on already is not founded by that particular data source, which is fairly comprehensive.
Mr. Mesereau.
That was really helpful. Thanks, Jane, and appreciate it.
Okay, any further questions before we move on? Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we are, let's see, still on this slide a little bit. So in addition to retention selectivity, the other major variable that was looked at in the 2021 analysis was the discard mortality rate. And so on the slide, this is where that would be applied. It's a rate applied to the estimated number of discards to understand estimated mortality. And the 2021 analysis analyzed a range of DMR scenarios, which was part of that element in the alternatives. As far as the 2021 analysis, we tried to provide a summary of the findings from that as a reminder, and the analysis indicated that a continued decline in market prices for smaller sablefish has led to poor economic conditions in the fishery. And the analysis evaluated potential impacts of that range of retention selectivity scenarios and DMRs, and concluded that stock-related and the economic impacts are dependent upon the size of fish discarded and the DMR. And it also concluded that increasing harvest of large sablefish could put increasing pressure on the spawning biomass. The results of the analysis also demonstrated that while a single fishing trip may benefit from from size selective discarding, ABC would likely be lower under a voluntary release program compared to a full retention program. And the variability in results from different DMRs and different retention selectivity scenarios translates into increased uncertainty in the stock assessment unless there is monitoring that can provide data that's necessary to estimate total discard mortality. The analysis also noted that impacts vary based on management area due to the differences in the geographic differences of the stock, or the geographic distribution of the stock. Back in 2021, the SSC concluded that there were 2 unresolved questions that are central to understanding the effects of this proposed action. And these were highlighted in their SSC report. The first is the impact on the age structure and overall productivity of the stock under different rates of discard mortality and for different gear and discard selectivity profiles. And the second was the impact on the uncertainties in the stock assessment and required buffers in setting ABC that arise from these knowledge gaps that are introduced by not knowing gear selectivity or discard selectivity and mortality in a largely unobserved fishery. And the SSC recognized at the time that the analysis provided a basis for what has been a time-sensitive action, but the SSC concluded that the analysis didn't fully address those 2 questions and recommended that the action was not ready for final action at that time. And so as such, that was why a second initial review of the analysis is required. And I want to speak to that these are lengthy recommendations and could first might need a little bit more clarity from the SSC on what they want, and they could take several years to complete this type of analysis or evaluation. And so that could involve reprioritizing other requests from the stock assessment team. The SSC also noted that if alternative 2, a voluntary release scenario, is selected, that monitoring the released catch would be critical. Moving into the actual update paper now. So in the update paper, we highlighted the history of action, summary of findings, which you just heard, and a description of new information since the council last reviewed this analysis in 2021. And that includes updates on changes in the stock status and in the sablefish IFQ fishery and market, as well as considerations for future analysis and decision-making. We included a comparison of the analysis produced by Dr. Ian Nucky to the results of the 2021 analysis, as well as monitoring considerations and assessment-related considerations. The update paper also includes a description of the resources that are required to adequately address those SSC recommendations that I spoke to, and the associated trade-offs in proceeding with that analysis. A lot of the information included in this paper builds on the previous documents, 3 discussion papers in the initial review. Those really provide a comprehensive understanding of the history of the action and analysis of the action. And so there's not a lot new here that you haven't seen since 2021, and it's not a new analysis, but because of the workload involved in addressing the SSC's remaining requests, we're really looking for feedback and direction from the council so that we know how to proceed with this analysis given trade-offs in resources that would be required moving forward. As far as the stock status update, so this is new information since you saw in 2021, but it's not entirely new information as this is what you would have seen from last year's sablefish stock assessment. We're seeing similar increasing population trends as you were in 2021, and spawning stock biomass only increases rapidly if large year classes continue to be abundant at fully mature ages. And because recruitment in the early 2000s had been weak for over a decade, we've seen a population decline in the older, fully mature fish and fully grown fish since 2011. On the right-hand side of this slide is a figure that includes these 4 panels. So the top panel is the proportion of the population that is mature, and all 4 of these panels are looking at the contributions to the 2023 spawning stock biomass by different year classes. The blue panel, second from the top, is the projected 2023 female abundance in millions of fish. The red panel is the projected 2023 spawning stock biomass in kilotons, and the bottom panel is the proportional contribution of that to the 2023 spawning stock biomass for each of the last 30 year classes. I'll note the disproportionate contribution of the recent year classes to sablefish spawning stock biomass, and these fish have not yet reached full maturity. The 2022 assessment noted that the lack of sablefish greater than 10 years of age remains concerning, and there's uncertainty regarding the recent recruitment estimates, so those cohorts need to survive to maturity to ensure long-term productivity of the stock. Since the last time that this action was reviewed, there has been increasing regulatory flexibility to allow the use of pot gear. This was in response to whale depredation in the hook and line fishery, and effort in the pot sector as a result of this has significantly increased. In 2022, over 80% of all sablefish IFQ was harvested using pot gear. That's not what is shown here on the slide. On the slide here is just sablefish IFQ landings from all gear type, or from pot and hook and line gear. But I'll note that the amount of IFQ harvested using pot gear really varies by area. In response to the numerous large year classes of sablefish that have been occurring since 2014, the ABC quota and the catch have all increased quite a lot and continue to increase. The sablefish IFQ landings in 2022 in Alaska exceeded 42 million pounds, and however, the total amount harvested in proportion to the ABC has been lower in recent years. For example, last year, 63% of the quota was harvested compared to 87% in 2016. As more fish are entering the system, prices drop, and as more small fish get caught, prices are going down for those small fish. And so that speaks to the problem that the fleet has been seeing. At the time of the 2021 analysis, what was available were price data through 2020. And so we've updated those values here on the slide, and these still show declines in sablefish IFQ ex-vessel value since 2017, mainly in the Central Gulf, Western Gulf, and West Yakutat. The bottom panel of figure 4, which is here on the left, that includes data through 2022 and indicates an increasing trend over the last few years of the fishery, noting that the pandemic likely influenced ex-vessel value in 2020. Ex-vessel values per trip increased in 2022, but vary significantly by FMP sub area. And so some areas only rebounded ever so slightly. This increasing trend in ex-vessel value in recent years is really a direct result of increased total catches, not increases in prices, which have remained very low in recent years across size grades. And that's shown here on this slide. So these are the Alaska-wide average sablefish processor size grade prices, and this is limited specifically to IFQ. These were weighted by catches within FMP sub areas and are in 2022 dollars. I'll note that data from this year are incomplete, and so those may not be comparable to annual data in previous years. You can see as you look across this that,
Ms. Cleaver, Mr. Witherall has a question before we move on.
yes.
Ms. Cleaver, I was just going to ask if you have any insights on the reduction in price. Is that related to a softening of the sablefish market worldwide, or is it more response to higher volumes of sablefish coming in recent years due to these large year classes on the West Coast and Alaska?
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall. So it's hard to know for sure as far as the market, but the result of the increase in the sablefish stock is certainly plays a huge role in that. So looking at these data, you can see that price per pound is much higher for larger fish, and prices across grades, across all grades, have decreased significantly over time.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cleaver, relative to that latter point, though, isn't it worth pointing out that grades for prices for the grades that are still regarded as fairly desirable have dropped by maybe a third, whereas grades for the relatively undesirable small have dropped by several 100%. And so while the amount in terms of dollars is sort of constant, you know, it's $3 to $4 a pound drop across all of them. When you look at the starting points, they're very different. And the reason I'm asking that is because it seems to me that it sort of gets back in a way to Mr. Witherall's question, that you can look at, we always expected that if sablefish ever rebounded, the overall price for fish in the size categories that meet the current markets would fall some. That's kind of one of the immutable laws of fisheries management. What we didn't expect nearly as much, though, was that the prices for the lower grades, where essentially we're seeing a glut in the market. I mean, it's not just a devaluation, but it's just a beyond satiation, would have that kind of effect, where we would see this just, what I understand is that it's continuing to decline, particularly in the lower, still at rapid rates. So it seems to me that in this table, there's the story of two fairly different effects. And I guess I'm asking you, my question for you is, am I making too much of that? Or is that indeed sort of a real difference when you look at it based on percentage, not on absolute dollars?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yeah, thanks for expanding on that. So I guess one thing that speaks to this is that I've been hearing, and we heard in the AP as well, is that the fleet can't even find a market for these grade 1-2 fish. A lot of processors won't even accept them. And I'm sure that you'll hear about that more in testimony. So it does seem that because there are these really small fish, and there are a lot of them, that indeed the market for that grade is just really saturated.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a note, I think if this analysis continues to go forward and the council is very interested in trying to parse out kind of global market factors versus the biological constraints and the distribution of the size of fish and how that contributes to price, I think the analysts could talk to more shoreside processors to get insight on those facts. So maybe going forward, that's an idea if this moves. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I saw Ms. Sullivan had a hand raised for a minute. Looks like she may have lowered that. So,
yeah, I just through the chair, I just wanted to speak to Mr. Twite's point. prior to 2015, there were almost no size grade 1-2 fish landed. And so that price per pound is sort of misleading because it really didn't get applied to very many fish at all. And so it wasn't until, 2016 when we started seeing these, truly small sablefish enter the fishery. That's when the price started to drop, and that's when we see it continued to drop. And so I guess I completely agree that there's a difference between a drop in the grade 7 prices versus a drop in the grade 1-2. I guess my understanding is that at least for the lower grades, that's due to availability of fish, and that's just kind of what's being brought to the dock.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the other thing that I should point out, and this is not included in the update, this is just through some conversations that I've had, is that internationally there may be more of a market for the smaller fish, but I think that's better spoken to in public testimony probably, but you might hear that. So on this next slide, this is courtesy of Jane Sullivan. So thank you, Jane, for this figure. This shows the % of landed catch by size grade based on management area, and the colors. So the lighter colors, the yellows and the oranges, represent the larger size grades, and the darker the color represents the kind of 1, 2, 2, 3 lower size grades. And note again that the 2023 data are incomplete. As shown in this figure 7, as well as in figure 6, the percentage of landed sablefish IFQ in the 1 to 3 pound processor size grade increased starting in 2017, and it's continued to increase in the Western Gulf and Central Gulf. In contrast, you can see that the % of the larger sablefish processor grades, so 5, 7, and 7 up, those showing up in the catch has consistently declined since 2017, and there just really doesn't seem to be as many very large fish out there. And the rapid increases in quotas, coupled with the availability of predominantly small sablefish, has resulted in these suboptimal economic conditions. We've heard that the council and stakeholders had expressed interest in consideration of the study conducted by Dr. Ian Nucky in 2021. So we've highlighted that in the update, and the authors compared the original yield per recruit analysis or in the 2021 initial review document with that Nucky study. And the 2021 analysis was based on the assumption that a small sablefish was defined as less than or equal to 3 pounds in dressed weight. And that's roughly equivalent to a 4.76 pound fish in whole or round pounds. And that assumes a product recovery rate of 0.63. And at that weight, sablefish are approximately 22.8 inches in fork length. At a processor, this would be a lower bound of a grade 3-4 fish. And the 2021 analysis by staff evaluated the impacts of discarding a 3 pound dressed weight sablefish on stock status and the fishery performance under those 3 retention selectivity scenarios that I mentioned earlier. Those results were reported for a range of DMRs that were bookended between 5 and 100%. And in contrast to that, the Nucky study used 3 whole pounds. So it was less than or equal to 3 pounds, and another option of less than or equal to 3.5 whole pounds. And so 3 whole pounds translates to about a 1.9 pound fish in dressed weight. And the Nucky analysis did functionally assume a minimum size limit by assuming that same knife edge selectivity, meaning that all fish less than or equal to 3 or 3.5 pounds would be discarded, and all fish greater than 3 or 3.5 whole pounds would be retained. And so those knife edge scenarios were evaluated in both of these analyses, and that that is not the same as a voluntary release scenario. The Nucky analysis assumed a DMR of 11.7, and that was based on the Sakura study, which used data from Pacific halibut, and I'll go into those DMRs on a future slide. The different definitions of small in terms of small sablefish in the Nucky analysis and in the 2021 staff analysis highlight the need for clarification on what size constitutes a small sablefish for the purpose of this analysis. And generally speaking, both of these analyses found that under a lower DMR and under a minimum size limit assumption, there's a small increase in yield and fishery value under long-term average conditions. Under more conservative retention scenarios, so the price-driven scenario that was provided in the 2021 analysis, which really represents kind of the upper bound of potential discarding behavior. Under those types of scenarios, yield, fishery value, and fishery efficiency decreased, and this was exacerbated when the DMRs were higher. And so without a regulatory minimum size limit in place, it's unrealistic to assume that knife edge selectivity in the fishery. And so any analysis, either situation in these analyses that did use knife edge selectivity should be interpreted appropriately there. Moving into some of the monitoring considerations that have to do with estimating discards. To reduce waste and account for catch, the council recommended these retention requirements for IFQ when it built the IFQ program, and requiring retention allows for that accurate catch accounting and debiting of IFQ accounts. And if there were a scenario where there's no quota deduction for discarded sablefish, the incentive to retain sablefish, there isn't that same incentive. And so if your quota gets deducted, if your quota gets deducted based on the amount of sablefish that you're discarding or the mortality of those sablefish, you have an incentive to alter behavior in a way that minimizes the amount of discarding that you do.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. My question goes back to the knife edge selectivity that you brought up. So it seems to me like you can have full 100% selectivity, which is what we're assuming now, or you can have this knife edge, which requires that we set a minimum size limit for discarding a sablefish. But it seems to me there's a third option, which you didn't touch on, and that would be the question that I had to Ms. Ferdinand during her observer report, which is there's another option, which is to just use the observer data. In other words, you've got observers on 17 or 19% of these boats, whatever it was the answer you gave to, but you've got a near 20% observer coverage. And those observers on those boats are observing what's actually going on in the fishery, and they are taking basket samples and setting that they have age structure and length frequencies and species composition, all that stuff that we get from having observers on those boats. And you also have observers at shoreside plants that can look at what's being delivered, and the difference between those two would be what was discarded. So there's a third option there that seems very reasonable that hasn't been explored, but would work under a voluntary scenario to estimate each year what the discards have been that wouldn't require a knife edge selectivity. And so I'm just wondering if that had been explored. I'm sure I'm not the first person that's brought this up, but that's my question.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think I'm gonna have Ms. Ferdinand speak to that.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Down. So we do not have shoreside observers at most of the processing plants that accept longline sablefish. So it really would depend on a restructuring of how we're deploying observers. If that was a requirement where we wanted to use information from both shoreside observers and the at-sea observers to get, if you use the at-sea observers to get your total composition information, your total size selectivity, that, which is what we do now. I don't know whether deploying shoreside observers across so many processing facilities that accept fixed gear sablefish would get you any better information than what Ms. Sullivan already talked about in using the plant reported size grading information. So I think we have the 2 points of data that you're recommending we use, even without a change to observer protocols. I think if we wanted to do voluntary discards, really what the stock assessment authors would most likely be seeking, and Dr. Gaithel's on the phones, but would be the a size composition of an independent size composition of retained sablefish and an independent size composition of discarded sablefish. So if the question is, can we do that? The answer is yes, but there would be a significant change to how observers sample. And so a significant change to how we would have to train those observers and deploy them. And then there's the kind of question of how much flexibility that leaves. You know, do you want to train all 375 observers to do this if that's not the fleet that's going to be deployed? And so there's complications in doing that, but yes, we can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. So I appreciate that answer, and I thought I might get in trouble with the chairman for asking you the same question twice because I asked you a similar question. But so I appreciate that you really expanded on that answer and had thought about that, and so that's a great answer. So my next question would be leaving the shoreside observations out of the equation. We should still be able to get to size selectivity and discard estimates just based on the observers that you do have, and you would be able to give that to the assessment authors that they could use. So we could, I mean, is that the big complication and the drastic change would be the shoreside component? Couldn't we just use what we've got now to come up with those estimates and be in a place that might be statistically significant enough with that observer coverage to estimate what discards are taking place in the entire fleet?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Mr. Down. So I'll expand a little bit then. Right now, the way the observer sampling protocols are, what an observer will collect is the size and age composition of sablefish, not sablefish that are retained versus those that are discarded. So if there is discarding of fish, regardless of the species, they're simply reporting a percent of those animals that are retained. But we are assuming that a retained fish looks like a discarded fish. When you have size selectivity for discards, that assumption falls apart. So like we have a correction factor, for example, in the halibut fishery, where an observer will say, like, we are assuming that fish that are retained look exactly like those that are discarded. And we know that that's not true. So we, on the back end, we will apply a correction factor to say, oh, no, only the little fish were discarded in the halibut fishery because it's a minimum retention, a minimum size that needs to be retained, and it's a mandatory requirement. So it's quite easy to make that correction. It is not easy to make that correction when it is a voluntary situation, because you're going to have boats that don't do any discarding while observed. And so you can't make that assumption for that particular segment of the fleet. Or you'll have some that do lots and lots of discarding because they have a different market. You know, so it's more complicated when you have neither a minimum required size nor a mandatory retention or discard rule.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. I wasn't, I'm genuinely interested in the answer to that question. I wasn't trying to advocate for a certain way, but I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. Ferdinand. So with Ms. Ferdinand's expansive answer there, I think that actually covered most of what was on the next slide. But I will just highlight one more thing, especially as we saw our presentation on the Observer program yesterday. So the majority of these data of estimates of catch, which are needed for in-season management and assessment, come from observer data, which are fairly limited specifically in the sablefish IFQ fishery. And so those are included on page 16 of the update paper. And as Ms. Ferdinand mentioned, those current protocols for observers don't allow for the separate estimation of retained and discarded catch, or the size selectivity of those retained and discarded catch. EM data could provide information on the number of fish discarded, but not the size. And increasing the use of EM has, as you know, led to a reduction in observer data. And there's already some increasing uncertainty in the assessment due to that reduction in biological samples from the sablefish fleet. And the program and assessment authors are trying to figure out, and through what you heard yesterday, trying to figure out how to get average weights. And so that's really led to increased uncertainty at the stock assessment level simultaneously. I think we've covered everything else in that slide previously. Moving into the DMRs, so the mortality that's associated with discarding can be estimated using our discard mortality rate and multiplying it by our number of discarded fish in the council alternatives of 5, 12, 16, and 20%. Those are proxy values that were assessed in the 2021 analysis, and that analysis provided some explanations of the different caveats of those proxy values. Some of those are values used by other agencies or regions, and none of them, I will note, account for the post-release depredation by whales, which we hear for the hook and line fleet is an issue, and would be a similar issue for the pot fleet if you were to be releasing sablefish. The DMRs that would need to be in place for this proposed action would need to be chosen by the stock assessment authors, the plan team, and the SSC. And so the DMR that's specific to an Alaska sablefish IFQ fishery would need to be established essentially through a scientific process. And at this time, we don't have a good example of what a DMR specific to sablefish IFQ fishery in Alaska would be.
Ms. Kimball.
I didn't know if you had more on that, or is this your one
Go
slide?
ahead.
Is this your one slide
Yeah.
on this?
Yeah, I touch on it in a little bit as well, but
Okay,
it's a
I
good
guess
time for
I can,
question.
okay, if it's a good time for a question, that just kind of leaves us hanging a bit on where to go. I didn't know if what you meant is that the council was advised not to just choose basically a policy call on something within that range, or whether there are, hesitations for us to move forward in choosing something in that range, given the only study you said was done in Alaska and had a DMR of 12%. I'm not sure where this is heading for us.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. So, and Mr. Witherell can clarify this if I'm incorrect, but the way we do discard mortality rates for our ground fish is through or for halibut, I guess, in our ground fish fleets is through our halibut DMR working group, and that goes through the plan team and the SSC, and they provide input and ultimately recommend those DMRs to the council. And so what we're trying to say with this slide is that it would likely need to occur through, not necessarily through a working group. A proxy value could be chosen for a DMR. However, we would want to get feedback from the authors, plan team, and SSC in choosing an appropriate DMR for this fishery.
Thank you for that. As a follow-up, can you remind me what study or in what state or country determined the 5% as a proxy, the lower end of that? I was just looking at the previous analysis that, like I said, the only study in Alaska from 2012, I think that you cited, had a DMR of about 12%, and that was assuming fixed survival of almost 95% of the fish and didn't account for whale depredation. So I was trying to find where the 5% came from in the range.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I can pull it up, or I know that Jane knows this stuff off the top of her head, so she might be able to speak to that faster than I could.
Ms. Sullivan, if you'd like.
Yes, through the chair. I actually don't have it off the top of my head, but I'm fairly confident it's a West Coast value. But looking at the table, I'm not seeing that. Yeah, sorry. If you'll give me a little bit of time, maybe we can circle back to this question and I can look in the 2021 analysis and see if I can find the answer to that question.
That sounds good, Ms. Sullivan. Okay, so for now we'll proceed. Ms. Cleaver.
Okay, so this kind of speaks a little bit to what we were just talking about with the different regions and what their certain requirements are. So the next two slides have a list of, or a table of, the requirements that are applicable to programs where there's sablefish discarding allowed in other regions or other fisheries. And the top two rows of this table just show where we are at in our IFQ fisheries, both for pot and hook and line here in Alaska. This was pulled together by the West Coast Groundfish Management Team. Again, thanks to Jane Sullivan. So I really appreciate them all working on this. And one thing that I want to highlight over these next two slides, I don't need to go into each of them in detail, but so each of these fisheries either has some type of minimum size limit or a port sampling program that's conducted generally by the states. And they exist in several ports and are really designed to be representative of the landed catch. And those port sampling programs are combined with information from at-sea observers as well. And so specifically, I wanted to highlight the West Coast hook and line and pot fleets. So I'm on the right slide. So discarding is allowed. This is highlighted in yellow. Discards count towards the quota with 100% mortality applied to fish less than 28 centimeters. And those are really, really small fish that I'm not even sure if those are really picked up in the fishery. And then there's 20% mortality applied to fish greater than or equal to 28 centimeters with a port sampling program there as well. And the point of including these, this is in Appendix 2 of the table if you want to look at it more closely, but the point of this is that there isn't a situation across any of these fisheries where there is a voluntary release scenario that isn't combined with some type of additional data collection method, and where there isn't additional data being collected, there is at least minimum size limits in these fisheries. Moving into the stock assessment considerations and effects on uncertainty. So pretty much all of these points have already been touched upon in the presentation, but we do have, this is its own section in the document, and The biological data that are collected by observers are obviously used in the model. They're provided to the stock assessment authors and used in the model. And this model that we have for sablefish is increasingly complex and requires quite a lot of data in order to appropriately inform it. The voluntary release scenario creates several concerns at the stock assessment level, and those are highlighted on page 19 of the paper. So first, there's data from a limited number of observed trips, and that might not be sufficient to provide an accurate estimate of discards in the fishery. The second consideration is that the accurate accounting of size distribution of fish that are discarded is needed to inform that assessment model, and we can't do this unless we have the appropriate monitoring in place. So again, it can be done. We just need to make sure that we have the correct monitoring and sampling protocols in place for that. Many other fisheries, as you saw in the previous slides, mitigate some of these concerns through the use of minimum size limits, and that doesn't help estimate the numbers of fish that are discarded, but it does provide some information on the size distribution. The application of DMRs without knowing what an appropriate one is for sablefish IFQ, that introduces additional uncertainty into the stock assessment. And it's challenging to set an accurate DMR up with the limited research that we have on that. So to reconfigure the stock assessment model to account for discards would require considerable effort with no previous data or time series that we have to help guide those decisions. And the SSC recommendations noted the extensive simulation testing, which would apply different hypothetical assumptions to better understand and quantify effects to the stock that would be required in order to figure that out. Another assessment concern is that the results of this action would shift fishing effort to the larger, older segment of the sablefish population, and this would likely require reductions in ABC to ensure that that segment of the population doesn't get over harvested. The current council process doesn't really provide an avenue for easily acknowledging this concern, nor addressing the ABC reductions other than recommending a reduction in ABC through the use of the risk table. And in response to recent sablefish recruitments that we've seen in the changes in the population structure, research has been initiated to better evaluate the harvest control rules under these different scenarios. So there's just a lot of things happening at one time for this sablefish assessment that are leading to increases in uncertainty.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I was trying to go back to the 2021 analysis and wasn't finding with the reductions, the likely reductions to ABC, if that draft considered impacts to the non-target fisheries, so the bycatch impacts to the other fleets.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I should know the answer to this, and I know that it did acknowledge the reductions in ABC across all fleets, but I don't know as far as the economic analysis portion of that, how in depth it went in analyzing what those reductions would mean to other fleets. And I think part of that was because to analyze that in full depth, we would need to know more about the choices posed in the council motion in order to really get an understanding of how much those reductions would be. We don't have a clear understanding of what the level of those introductions. So it'd be a very qualitative understanding of that, but that's something that we would look for in a next iteration.
Please continue.
So kind of moving into the concluding slides here, page 22 of the update paper lists the uncertainties that would need to be addressed to support further analysis. And those kind of reiterate the update paper, summarize it, as well as this presentation. And those are included here on the slide. So the ability to estimate a retention selectivity curve is really based on our monitoring capabilities and the data that we can collect on discard estimates, and changes to observer sampling would mean that other data collections would be reduced. So there's a trade-off there in terms of our limited observer resources and where you would like to prioritize those needs. We've seen that a minimum size limit could alleviate some of the needs for monitoring changes in other fisheries. That seems to be what one of the solutions that they've used. The expansion of EM could result in further loss of biological and length data. That's important as we continue to expand our EM programs. The different scenarios of monitoring and discarding lead to different levels of uncertainty in the assessment, and it's quite difficult to quantify that uncertainty. I said before that shifting effort to larger fish will require adjustments in the ABC, and the current harvest control rules don't account for this shift in effort. So we really just wanted to provide you with all of this information regarding the trade-off so that you can make an informed decision, and the next steps for council action are here on the slide and highlighted in a more detailed way on page 23. So we've included possible paths forward. The first would be to revise alternative 2. In one way is to require release of sablefish smaller than a minimum size limit, and that limit would need to be specified. I also put a bullet here that alternative 2 could be redirected in other ways, as we've seen, or you will see in the AP motion. So there are different ways that could occur. You could proceed with the current action to evaluate a voluntary release option and direct staff to bring back a second initial review analysis. That's what we would also do in this. The first bullet is bring back a second initial review analysis. But either way that we bring back that analysis, there are several options and decision points that the analytic team would like feedback on in order to move forward in the most efficient way, in a way that you choose. So we need to determine the extent of addressing the SSC recommendations, as some of these recommendations would redirect resources from other stock assessment related work. And there's the question of whether or not you want to make changes to monitoring protocols versus accepting the uncertainty that comes from some of those data gaps from unmonitored discards. And then the third option is, obviously there's a no action alternative to direct staff to stop working on the proposed action. So we just wanted to lay those out for you so you know what the action for you at this time could be. And then I just want to thank all the people who helped pull this update together as well as review it. So thank you. I'll see if there's any remaining questions.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, Ms. Cleaver, a couple of different questions. I find myself getting sort of confused between weight, total body length, and then in some places we've also got head off. And I'm wondering if you can give me a sense of that our 2 weight cutoffs that we've been using, particularly the 3 pounds and below. What do we have, just sort of a good rule of thumb for what that corresponds to in terms of total body length in inches and head off body length in inches?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I've included in these slides, Ms. Sullivan pulled together some of the conversions so we have a conversion table in the appendix, but we wanted to pull out some specific options here that we've been hearing about to help address what those different lengths and weights are. And so remind me, I was just pulling this up. So remind me which weight or length do you have a question about?
I started with 22 total,
Okay,
but also I didn't start with that. I started with 3 pound round. Excuse me, I was getting confused in my notes.
and you're asking, through the chair, you're asking,
I was asking
the
for
total
this
length?
table, yes.
okay, okay, great. So
Um,
3 round pounds would be 21.2 total length.
And in fork length, roughly 20, rounding up to 20. So wait, I'm sorry. That's a smaller difference between, well, and maybe I'm misunderstanding fork length. Is fork length the head off length? Or is,
Through the chair, so fork length. Ooh, goodness.
because I believe the Pacific Council adopted a head off length, am I correct?
Through the chair,
Sarah?
I'm going to let
Sarah.
Jane answer.
Sorry for interrupting, Sarah. Through the chair, so fork length is going to be from the snout to the fork of the tail. So it is head on. And fork length is important here because this is what all of our data uses. So everything we get from our surveys, everything we get from the observer program is all in fork length. So that's why it's a key metric because we use it in the stock assessment. Here we've included total length because we sort of assumed it would be a more natural unit for the fleet to work in. And we actually in 2021, after the initial analysis, collected data to inform the relationship between fork length and total length specific to sablefish. So this update included new data to inform that relationship. I also, while I have my mic open and it's the remote nature of this is so awkward. I did want to respond to that 5% question if that's okay. So on page 15.
This would be a good time.
Fabulous. On page 15 of the 2021 analysis, it describes those alternative DMRs. 5% is a DMR value specific to pot gear and for Pacific halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. So it has no direct relation to sablefish. I will also say that you know the 11.7 or 12% from Stakura it was derived using a combination of longline survey tagged sablefish and a survival rate from a Pacific halibut study from 1960, which assumes that there's a 3.5% mortality rate. The 16% value is also for halibut. That is what they use as their DMR for their size limit in the fishery. And then the 20% value is from the Pacific Council.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite?
Thanks. And appreciated that. That was useful to further clarify that. Back to lengths. Just a question then, in terms of if a motion were to describe one or a range of lengths for consideration of a retention requirement that's centered around lengths, what's sort of from an analytical perspective, what's the best way to do that in order to facilitate the analysis, or does it matter because you've already got this? I think I understood from Ms. Sullivan's point that in terms of that from the fleet perspective, total length is sort of, I think she used the word sort of the natural measurement, and I understand that. I think that's appropriate. Does that also work best for analysis, or should we follow up on Ms. Sullivan's point that fork length is kind of the universally translatable length through all these different categories that she mentioned?
Through the chair, so I think that total length is acceptable. In this case, we do have a conversion. I will note that every time you do one of these conversions, you introduce error into your estimate. And so, in terms of kind of accuracy, I think that, fork length might be, most accurate. However, there's a lot of error when you're measuring sablefish. When we summarize our tag data, we find out that a lot of fish shrink, which we don't actually think is true, but rather that we have measured that fish, or at one point in time measured that fish inaccurately. And so I think that it was very hard putting together these conversion tables, because I want to show some level of precision here. However, we need to bear in mind that when measuring or weighing a fish, there is quite a bit of uncertainty, and that these conversions also include uncertainty around that relationship.
Thank you. That's useful. I'd like to go back to a bit of a discussion around the issue of size selectivity and the impact on ABCs and the harvest control rule curve. And it's, I guess what I'd like to go into in a little bit more depth is what we're really changing from. It's not as if the hook and line fishery for several decades of fairly low abundance, it's not as if that wasn't size selective. And in fact, wasn't it honed by practice, if nothing else, a fairly size selective fishery for quite a while? Isn't that the case? So I understand we may be introducing additional uncertainty in size selectivity, but it's not necessarily that we're actually introducing additional size selectivity in contemplating this, are we?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I think if I'm understanding the question right now, because we have our full retention requirement, yes, there's size selectivity, but we have data to inform that. And so under a voluntary release scenario, we just don't have a way to know which of those fish are being selected. As far as our harvest control rules and how that plays into assessment uncertainty, I think I'm going to let the assessment author speak to that more.
Yeah, this is Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Morning. Yeah, so I think Sarah's answer is pretty spot on, is that, the selectivity is estimated based on the land composition from the fishery. So we have many, many years of land composition data that help us estimate the selectivity. That goes directly into the harvest control rule to determine which fish are being selected in the future, to determine what the ABC should be based on the age-based or length-based mortality due to fishing. So the main uncertainty that comes into play when you have discarding is, one, getting those estimates of the length comps from the discarded fish and the retained fish. And the main issue there is that the selectivity is going to change pretty drastically when you have a voluntary discard. So we have data from the past, but that's really not going to help us moving forward if there's a lot of discarding, between those 1, 2, 2, 3, and if it's voluntary, who knows, what other kind of size classes are going to get discarded. So we do need information on that. And that again goes directly into the harvest control rule. And the main uncertainty there that we've kind of brought up multiple times and is kind of the main issue from the stock assessment standpoint is how that effort's going to redistribute. So if I think the main idea is that you're going to start discarding or releasing the small fish, the really, the small 1, 2 grades, right? So when you do that, that allows you to then retain fish of a different size class or a different grade. And how that effort redistributes from the small fish to the larger fish is really the biggest uncertainty. And there's really no way to predict that from our standpoint. Like, is it going to go from just a 1, 2 to a 2, 3, or is it going to go from, you discard a large number of 1, 2s and then you keep a small number of like 3, 4s? And so that redistribution of effort is really where the uncertainty comes in. It's almost impossible to predict, and it has a really big influence on the harvest control rule because that's based on the spawning stock biomass. So if you start removing, a larger number of those more mature, larger fish, then you're going to have a lower SSB, spawning stock biomass, and that's going to kind of drive the ABC in general. So hopefully that kind of answers the question.
Mr. Dwight?
Well, not well. And here's why, for me at least. As I'm listening to that, I'm thinking, yeah, but we've already taken action that's dramatically changed the size selectivity of the fishery in going from hook and line to pot, which we don't fully understand yet, nor can we predict it well into the future, because as harvesters work with the pots, they'll gain experience in targeting the sizes that work best for them. They may never be as size selective as we were able to get with hook and line. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if over time, through choice of location, adaptation to the gear, choice of bait, whatever, they learn to use pots in a way that best meet the needs of the markets they're trying to supply. We've also heard testimony that while the current world market for small fish is glutted, that there's other reasons for that as well. There's issues with access to certain markets that may have a real appetite for small fish that could change, et cetera, that we can't really know for sure whether this current market is going to stay glutted. And I'm quite willing to bet that as those markets shift, harvesters will find ways of harvesting fish that meet those shifting market demands. So this thought that we somehow have size selectivity nailed pretty well right now, and that this particular action is going to disrupt our current understanding of size selectivity, seems to me to be a little shaky, I guess is one way to put it. And maybe I'm oversimplifying. I'm not disputing what you said. I just think there's another dimension to it as well. And that is that both the shift to pots, but also we can't really predict where how harvesters' use of pots will affect size selectivity in the future, or how global market conditions or local market conditions will select what sizes harvesters are interested in concentrating on.
Okay. I don't know if that was not a question.
Well, it was a little bit of a, okay, where am I wrong on this?
Dr. Gaethel, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, so there's a couple things there. I mean, in terms of the pot gear, there are a number of kind of informal studies going on simultaneously, both state, federal, looking at size selectivity between pot gear and hook and line gear. There are definitely differences. I don't think in general they're that extreme in terms of the kind of limited data that we have so far. And then a key component of that is that, the observer coverage is based on kind of, the percent of catch coming from different fleets and things like that. In terms of, that's a very oversimplified look at it, but when we look at the numbers, the pot fleet has increased. It's about, the catch by pots is about, I don't know, something around 80% in 2022. And so the coverage and the number of samples we're getting from the pot fleet has increased pretty dramatically over that same time period that the catch has increased. So we've gotten, I'd say, 3 solid years of biological data from the pot fleet in terms of length comp and age comp. So we do have a fairly good estimate, I think, and that's included in the assessment model with a time block on selectivity to account for that change. So I think the estimates of selectivity do account for the change to pot gear. Again, because it's full retention, we're getting those length comps to estimate, generally what that selectivity would be. And as was mentioned earlier, with the voluntary discard, trying to get the retention versus the discarding length comp is really problematic. And the reason that is because if you have an observer on one boat and you don't have it on the other, those two boats have completely different economies. One might have be able to sell the small fish and therefore want to keep small fish, and the other one, may have no market for small fish, and so they're discarding all of them. So you have this sort of boat by boat difference in what they want to keep and discard. And so when you sample 18% of the fleet, which of those boats are getting sampled and how that actually represents the entire fleet is going to have a huge impact on what your estimates of retention versus discard are. And that's really where I'd say most of the uncertainty comes into in terms of the size selectivity for this type of motion.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks for that explanation. And maybe I'm behind here, but in the AP motion where they provided a different option to allow release of sablefish under 22 inches, but require retention over it, does that mitigate any of the uncertainty that you mentioned about how to measure or estimate this kind of redistribution of effort from small fish to bigger fish?
Yeah, I think it does to an extent, because if you have that full retention above a certain size, then that definitely helps. You don't necessarily have to worry about trying to figure out discards above that size limit. It still has a fair amount of uncertainty in terms of what percentage of those fish under the size limit are being retained versus just thrown back. But generally, I think that does reduce the uncertainty quite a bit in terms of trying to understand what's being discarded and stuff like that. So I would say generally yes.
Ms. Strebnicka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an unrelated question, so just want to make sure no one else has a question along that lines.
Looks like we're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Cleaver, I just wanted to go to one of your bullets on your last slide here about redirecting resources from other stock assessment related work right now, and just wondering clarification if you wanted explicit discussion if the council moves forward with analysis on relative prioritization of current ongoing work in the context of some of the extensive work that may have to be done on DMRs before implementation, as well as other work. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, thanks for that question. To my understanding, the main thing that I've heard about with regard to that trade-off is the council has prioritized looking at this evaluation of a reevaluation of our harvest control rules. And so that is taking a lot of resources from kind of the sablefish assessment team. They also have several other priorities, and the extent of addressing the SSC recommendations, I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Witherell knows what the what's within the council's purview as far as how we should go about addressing those SSC recommendations to their full extent. As far as understanding specific trade-offs at the sablefish assessment team level from redirecting resources from other stock assessment related work. Mr. Lunsford might be able to speak to the specifics of what's occurring over at the Science Center. So I'll open that up to him or Dan or Jane.
Through the chair, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I think from a stock assessment standpoint, I'm going to back up a little bit and try to help answer Mr. Toit's question, which is, I think the analysts there's a lot of mistrust going on, and that's unfortunate. I think the thing to clarify is the unknowns. And if everything's voluntary, it's really difficult for the analysts to respond. With the minimum size limits, they then have data to work with and can make some assumptions. So I think that helps maybe address the pot issue, along with, we have observers on pot vessels and pot trips. So we're getting data. When we have that voluntary aspect, it makes it difficult to understand. So moving that into the stock assessment perspective, what we are focusing on right now is we're concerned with all these small sablefish coming into the population with our current harvest control rules of B40%. All fish that are considered mature are being exploited equally. So a 3-year-old fish, even if only 10% of the 3-year-old fish are considered mature, they're being exploited just like a 12 or 14-year-old fish. And so that's the research that we really want to focus on for the sablefish fishery going into the long term. We have a postdoc project that we are initiating now, and we hope to provide some results to the council, probably not this fall, but hopefully in the future. And so we think that's our priorities. In terms of trying to address questions and responses that the SSC had the last time around, we don't think, without better bounds on what we're looking at, that we can provide very meaningful results. It's all going to be hypothetical. And so we could launch into a MSE, but we don't really think that's going to be beneficial. And it certainly doesn't address the priority needs in terms of time. So if that's helpful, that's our priorities. I think we will try to figure out how to implement this discard motion, and we can discuss that in the future if we have the bounds on if there's a size limit, if we have different observing going on so that we get better estimates. Again, it's working with the monitoring group to figure out what our estimates are.
Thank you, Mr. Lunsford. Mr. Witherell?
I was just going to add and try to answer Mr. Obnika's question relative to discard mortality rates. I think we have some scientific information to start with a discard mortality rate for both pod gear and longline gear. I think that you start with that and you indicate that you would like to have the research to understand what the discard mortality rate would be for those two gear types in the fishery. And so there is some uncertainty with the initial discard mortality rate that you choose. But if there was ever a time to take action with some uncertainty, now is it, because there's so much buffer between the TAC and the AABC and OFL that we're not going to result in overfishing at all, given that amount of buffer. So even if we're not dead on the money on getting a precise discard mortality rate, I think somewhere in the ballpark is going to get us there without much difficulty and conservation concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Okay. Any further questions? Right. Ms. Cleaver? All good? Okay, well, thanks to you and the folks online and Ms. Ferdinand for the presentation this morning. Really appreciate it. That will move us to our advisory panel report. And after that, we will have public comment. So those wishing to sign up to testify, please do so prior to the end of this report. Looks like we have Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Wilkins here. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Paul Wilkins.
Good morning, Lauren Howard for the record.
I knew that.
Still in transition, it's okay. Okay, we had a motion on D1, small stable fish release. Give it a moment. Purpose and need. Large year classes of sablefish result in significant catches of small sablefish in the IFQ fixed gear fisheries. Small sablefish have low commercial value, and current regulations require IFQ holders to retain all sablefish. Available data suggests that survival rates for carefully released sablefish are high. Limited operational flexibility to carefully release sablefish may increase the value of the commercial harvest and allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Under the no action alternative, all regulations and FMP language related to a prohibition on discarding sablefish would remain intact. Those regulations include 50 CFR 679.7 D4II and 50 CFR 679.7 F11. Additionally, discarding is prohibited in both the BSAI and GOA ground fish FMPs in the fourth provision under the general provisions section 3.7.1.7, prohibiting discarding of sablefish. Alternative 2, allow release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. This alternative would eliminate the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Option 1, eliminate the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Option 2, allow release of sablefish under 22 inches, still require retention of sablefish 22 inches or longer. Element 1, DMRs. Apply a DMR to release sablefish of 5%, 12%, 16%, 20%. Sub-option, select different DMRs for pot gear and hook and line gear. Element 2, catch accounting. Option 1, released sablefish mortality will be estimated using observer and EM data with the DMR applied annually as part of the specifications process. Option 2, released sablefish mortality will be estimated pre-season based on AFSC longline survey encounter rates of sub 3 pound round weight sablefish with the DMR applied annually as part of the specification process. Element 3, release mortality accounting. Sablefish release mortality associated with the IFQ fishery will be accounted for in the stock assessment. The analysis should describe the potential implications of voluntary discards on the sablefish stock assessment and specifications process in the context of other uncertainties. Element 4, monitoring and enforcement. The analysis should describe potential monitoring and enforcement provisions that could improve estimates of voluntary and regulatory discards. Element 5, review process. This amendment will be reviewed following implementation in 3 years or 5 years. And as a note, the strikeouts were friendly amendments that were taken up during deliberation, and this motion did pass as amended 17-1.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Howard. Was there any discussion at the advisory panel on whether it's necessary to define careful release in regulation, and any, I guess if you can just give me an idea of that discussion, that would be helpful.
There was limited discussion. I think it was more that concern was expressed that careful could be taken as arbitrary language. And it was recommended that the council could come up with further criteria or description to determine the definition of careful release.
Further questions, Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Howard and Mr. Wilkins. Couple different questions. One is about the 22 inches. And just a pair of questions there. Was there a reason that the AP singled in just on 22 and didn't suggest a range of, and was that expressed in total length or was?
There was numerous public comment that alluded to 22 inches being the preferred standard, and that was total length. And I think that agreeing with the staff that on vessel operations, total length would be the easiest measurement for release. 22 inches basically, and what was expressed through comment and in discussion was that 22 inches is that category of the 1 to 2 pound fish that we're seeing the decreased economic value for. So that was the preferred size to be analyzed.
Thanks. And then on review process, was there any discussion of maybe just doing a sunset instead of a review?
That was not discussed at the AP.
Further questions, Ms. Drabnika?
Thanks. Mr. Chair, following along with Mr. Toit's question, was there any discussion on indicators that we would be looking for in the review? Any concerns biologically or, concerns expressed by stock assessment authors, or what would we specifically be looking at? Thanks.
I can specifically read from some rationale that was here that kind of addressed that. That said this review could inform future decision-making regarding the continuation, modification, or expansion of this program. And with the intention that this could help allow some of these fish to continue on to maturity and increase the spawning biomass. And that was kind of the extent that was discussed primarily. I don't think that there was further criteria than that was specifically mentioned.
Mr. Wilkins?
Just through the chair, just to add on to what Lauren was saying, I think some of the thought was that we would get some input from the stock assessment folks and managers about how the process is going, and that potentially monitoring data would sort of inform that as well.
Further questions on the AP report? All right. Thank you again. That will bring us to public comment. It's like we have 8 signed up to testify. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes and associations have 6 minutes, and please try to track along with the timer, otherwise I'll let you know when your time is up. First up is Paul Clampett, then Robert Alverson, and then Bernie Burkholder. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Keenan and council members. Thank you. I'm Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine, and I'm the president of the Sablefish Pot and Halibut Association. And I want to share our strong support for allowing the careful release of sablefish. We've carefully reviewed the June 2023 update on small sablefish release, and we're a bit surprised at the hesitancy shown by the management in moving forward with this approach. It seems like one of National Fisheries Service's main concerns is that we're not monitoring the release of fish well enough. Honestly, we think this worry is about monitoring is overblown. We already invest in a lot of observer coverage and the annual survey. So it's hard to understand why letting the fleet release sablefish with a good chance of survival would do anything other than improve the value and sustainability of the fishery. With all the monitoring effort we've already have in place, the National Fisheries Service shouldn't have any trouble managing the fishery while allowing careful release of sablefish. The report brings up some concerns about the survival rate of released fish, but the statutory report by National Fisheries Service scientists provides some useful insights. They analyzed data from over 10,000 tanks sablefish and found that the overall estimated discard mortality rate was 11.71%. It's crucial to consider this information when discussing the survival rate of released fish. Another issue raised by the National Fisheries Service is how we define small sablefish. Honestly, the difference between the National Fisheries Service considering 3-pound dressed as small and the Kaneki report classification of 3-pound round as small is not a big deal. The Kentucky report covers different sizes of survivability, not just 3-pound round. It shows that due to growth rates of small sablefish, any level of discard up to a 50% survival rate actually benefits the spawning biomass and the fishery's value. And I'd like to mention that the economic analysis also supplied by Kentucky, which demonstrates that the worries about excessive high grading are unfounded. It just doesn't make any sense for vessel owners to keep only the largest grades when it's so expensive to reach the fishing grounds in the first place. The report also mentions concerns about harvesting large spawners and the impact on the spawning biomass, but we believe this concern is exaggerated. The size of the spawning biomass doesn't have a significant influence on recruitment. Recruitment is mainly driven by environmental conditions, and we've seen with the current exponential increase, even when the spawning biomass was at an all-time low, fishermen, we had an explosion in the fishery. Fishermen always go after the most valuable fish, and allowing the release of small sablefish won't change that. Plus, by the time this request goes through the regulatory process, and if we're allowed to release these fish voluntarily, 2 more years will have passed, and the smaller fish that make up 80% of this fishery will have grown and reached spawning age. We can expect a substantial increase in biomass during this period. The report argues that allowing sablefish release goes against the original objectives of achieving full retention in the fishery, but when full retention starts hurting the value of the fishery and reducing the spawning biomass, it's time to rethink our approach. Other sablefish fisheries, like the tiered fishery off the Pacific and the Prince William Sound and Clarence Strait and Chatham Strait Alaskan fisheries, have allowed the release of sablefish without a size limit, and they haven't faced any negative effects. In fact, they're experiencing the same significant growth in biomass. In conclusion, we support the AP motion that allows the voluntary release of sablefish under 22 inches and requires the retention of sablefish over 22 inches. I also, our vessel also, we work off the Pacific coast. We're in the tiered fishery down there, and contrary to what was reported earlier, there's no extra observance on ports when we deliver. There isn't any. We carry observers just like up here, and they put in a 20% discard mortality rate, and that fishery is exploding. It's supposed to go up another 40%. So I really appreciate the ability to speak before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Alverson. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, your fellow council members. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We represent about 95, 96 IFQ holders in sablefish, and about 75 vessels that harvest those quotas. All of our vessels participate somewhere off of Alaska in the various areas of sablefish from southeast all the way out to the Aleutians. We support the advisory panel's recommendation. We testified there. We support this 22-inch overall length. It seems to reflect a dressed weight of somewhere between 1.7 to 1.9 pounds. Dressed, which falls in the category economically for us that the processors just don't want. The market's sated with them. We've been told from our markets in Bellingham and Ilwaco that if we bring in a fish and it's 1.5 to 1 pounds, we might get 1 cent or a nickel. And in Alaska, the price is about 45 cents for a 2 to 1.5 pound fish, and your processors are telling us not to bring them in. Mr. Twite asked some question on prices, and our 5.7 prices are $6.35 right now, and 7-ups are $7.25. These are about 20% down from the really good prices we had. The heart and soul of deliveries are 3 4s and 4 5s. 4 5s is a really important delivery amount. those numbers are down 50%. So as you go to the middle numbers, as Mr. Twite was suggesting, there's a higher percentage of falling of the price. And 2 3s are $1.30 now. We used to get $3, so they're over 50% down from what we were getting on the 2 3s. And a lot of that is just volume oriented. You know, we're pushing 100 million pound potential harvest between the lower coast and Alaska and British Columbia. And that's happened in like 3 to 4 years. So some of this is just something the market's going to have to adjust. But 80 to 85% of this resource structure is sub-spawners, according to your stock assessment. 160,000 metric tons spawning and 670,000 total biomass. FVOA did suggest a 5-year allowance to allow release and allow this resource to move through and become spawners. We do support, however, what the AP has recommended. We're not sure if you need a head off size limit. The one in off of when they had one back in pre-2000s or early 2000s in the lower coast, they went from the forward part of the dorsal fin to the fork of the tail. I think it was 15 inches for a head off. But that would have to be further researched. I'm not entirely clear, but they did have a second size limit for a head off. Again, Paul made comments about the Kanucky report being much broader than 11.7%, which was an IMPS analysis on mortality. And the bottom line there, assuming similar assumptions on Kanucky, there was a more smalls, more biomass by releasing the smalls rather than making sure they're dead. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our comments from the association. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Looking for any questions. Mr. Abnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Alverson. I think you briefly mentioned that your original recommendations were for a 5-year action. So I just wanted to make sure I understood the distinction between what you were originally thinking and the AP's motion. Were you thinking that action for 5 years and to sunset after we have passed these large year classes, and the AP was looking for more of a review, or maybe there wasn't a distinction there, but I just wanted to allow you to expand on that a little bit more. Thank you.
So through the chair, initially, some of the discussion within our association was to truncate it after 5 years and allow the 2014 year class and several others to reach 13 years of age. That's when your stock assessment say they're 100% spawners. I think 10 years is 90%. So to move them through, and then, but we also talked on the side about maybe if this could be part of the spec process, and it could either be eliminated or subtracted when you have these unprecedented. This is once in a 50-year situation where we have almost 5 huge year classes in a 7-year period. So I don't think that that's going to continue, but however, Dr. I can't remember his name, economist from the Montlake Lab has announced that we're looking at a humongous 2022 year class off Washington, Oregon, and California. And I believe that will show up in the survey up here as well this summer. So I'm not sure I went beyond your question, but the answer is generally yes.
Further questions? Mr. Seaborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson, for your testimony. I think that size limit was moved somewhere around 03 down the West Coast. And I was trying to recall why that was removed. Do you recall why that happened?
Well, actually, yes. It wasn't a request by industry, though industry was happy to get rid of it. It was law enforcement that came forward. They were tired of getting in the fish hole and measuring all those darn fish. And the presumption was, well, if there's a more probably than not basis that they are going to survive and add to the population down the road, why do we have this size limit? And so actually law enforcement brought the question to the council.
Thank you.
Mr. Misero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Alverson. So the analysis supports the concept that the release of small sablefish would likely have a positive impact on markets. And really, from my perspective, when I saw the market breakdown and the decline in prices, that to me was the thing that piqued my interest, is if you don't have a market for these fish, you don't really have a fishery. But with what the last testifier said regarding the time it takes to make a regulation right now, which is at least 2 years with the backlog of work we have, don't you think the most immediate way to address the market problem between now and the time that a regulation would get made, should the council agree to move forward, would be to lower the TAC so there would be less fish on the market?
Through the chair, I think all of the fixed gear people over the last 3 years have testified to doing that at your December council meetings for a variety of reasons. So we'd probably support that. You know, in the Konecki report, if you're going to kill the smalls based at the rapid growth rate and even including their decay rate, you end up with more down over long term. So I don't see where we'd be losing anything by having a more conservative ABC now or lower TAC, because we'd get them down the road as spawners. So, yeah.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Alverson. Based on that response, it just triggered a question. Are you looking at lowering the TAC and helping the fishery and the conservation of smaller sablefish, or are you thinking it could actually help the markets? And I only ask because we're clear that we're in a global market for sablefish where we're competing with West Coast and we're competing with other countries who are not going to be lowering their tax. So I'm just trying to see in which place you think that's an advantage for Alaska fishermen.
Well, the degree of lowering, I don't think with these harvest limits is going to be all that much of a variance, 5%. I just don't see that being, but it would be better to have 5% less on the market right now for everybody. But I think it would, according to previous analysis from National Marine Fisheries Service, I remember Dr. Lowly Lowe did an analysis on sablefish back in the 70s and 80s. And targeting the larger fish over a longer period of time gave a higher value and a higher production than harvesting them at small size, because they are growing so fast at the smaller size. So I think over a 30-year period, 20-year period, we'd be better off.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning break. We'll come back at 10:15 and resume public comment. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to resume with the public comment, and next up is Bernie Burkholder. Good morning.
Members of the council, my name is Bernie Burkholder. I am here today to represent the Fishing Vessel Southeast, Fishing Vessel Northern Endurance, and the Fishing Vessel Aleutian Endurance. I also sit on the Board of Trustees for Fishing Vessel Owners, and I'm a director and an officer with the Pot Sablefish and Halibut Association. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you today. I'm here today to ask for your support for the careful release of small sablefish. I think I've been for you many, many times over the last 5 years. And it's something that I think we need to everybody sit down and figure out what we need to do to move this thing forward. I realize that, a lot of movement now is toward maybe a full retention, but I think that like most policies are trying to search for the right word, they're misplaced oftentimes in bigger business and bigger government. You find out that, okay, this sounds good on the surface, but in practice, you're in a spot where, hey, this doesn't really work. And I think this is one of those cases. If we can release these small fish, they are highly survivable, and they are going to enhance the biomass, the spawning biomass, and help contribute to the TAC over time, then I think it should be incumbent upon us to figure out a way to do that. And I know that there's always uncertainty in things. I listen to the staff, and I can appreciate where they're coming from. But when you really look at other fisheries, on the West Coast, the tier system, which has no size limit whatsoever. When you look at Chatham and Clarence, which has no size limit, and those fisheries are doing the very same thing that the IFQ system is doing, I don't know that maybe is as big a issue as we would like it to be. We've commented on maybe we could do a 5-year sunset. We can study this, but there is so much information. I don't think, to a large degree, there's a disconnect, in my opinion, on what's really happening on the fishing grounds and what certain people believe is happening on the fishing grounds, the observer program, et cetera. We, over the last 7-8 years.
Mr. Burkholder, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Sorry about that. We have fished bigger and bigger fish, basically by the bottom we go on, by the pots, by the number of escape rings. Used to use 2 escape rings. Now we use 6 to 8. So we're sorting a lot of those fish on the bottom. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. See if there's questions. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Burkholder. I want to pick up on your final comment and kind of relate it back to your thoughts about full retention requirements. Given the continuing adaptation that you're describing in the fishery, in the pot fishery, as well as sort of an uncertain future with what the sablefish population recruitment and population is going to look like, do you think there's a time when we might be able to once again adopt full retention requirements for this fishery, and then what would those conditions look like to you?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I think that over time, that's what at least my vessel is kind of working towards. We see, again, by the type of bottom, the roughness, the hardness, the depth, the amount of bait, the escape rings, the mesh. There's many, many things that factor into it. I think we are moving towards that spot, but I don't think that works right now for the slinky gear. If they set on that type of bottom, they're going to lose their gear. And so it's changing so fast right now. I don't know that we really are at a spot where we can say, okay, from this point, we can see forward. But I do believe it's moving more towards that. Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on Mr. Twite's question, considering the advances in gear in recent years and in your suggestions that we're going to continue to see changes, do you think that if the council moves forward and takes action on this, do you think that that's going to stall out efforts for gear advancements and looking further at trying to, minimize interactions with the smaller fish? And I guess, can you expand on what, if you think that there will be I think a disincentive by taking this action? Thanks.
Through the chair, Strubnica. No, I don't, because nobody wants to bring those fish up if they don't have to. It's time, it's work, it's effort. If you can figure out how to do that on the bottom, and fishermen are pretty innovative. If you give them the tools that they need to do that, I think that is going to continue. And I think the biggest advance is going to be in the slinky gear, but I think there'll be further advances in the larger pot, larger. I mean, we're fishing 140-pound pots, making them bigger right now. We're changing ground line. We're always trying things, and it seems to work. Maybe the major ground is behind us, but yet we stumble on things that have a major impact on leaving those smaller fish on the bottom. But it's a problem right now for a majority of the fleet.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up is Linda Benkin, then Stephen Rhodes, then Chad C. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, members of the council. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. We continue to support this amendment. We would like to see you add some elements and options, revise the analysis, and move ahead to another initial review. I wanted to start by reminding the council that none of us are looking to shake or discard dead fish. Our organization pushed for about 20 years for full retention of rockfish because rockfish are dead when they come up on our hooks. We recognized that was important. We supported that. We're really glad the council has taken that action. What we're looking to do is to be able to release fish that we see coming up on our boat in lively condition and give them a chance to grow larger and grow more valuable. And I wanted to just remind the council that both the Kanucky analysis and the council's look says that as long as there is a reasonable minimum size limit and as long as the survival rates are relatively high, that there is an overall, it's slight, but benefit in yield to the sablefish population. So this is a conservation positive action, as well as indisputably economically a benefit to the fleet and to the fishery. I think other people have spoken to the price, the impact of having all these small fish and how that has brought down the price of the small fish, also brought down to a lesser extent, but brought down the price on the larger fish. We see this as a really significant issue that the whole fleet is facing. We've been asking for some help with this for 4 years. We hope that you'll keep this moving ahead. We have heard loud and clear from the stock assessment team their concerns about uncertainty, and that's why we suggested going into the AP at this meeting that you implement a requirement that everybody has to retain fish above a certain size. We talked to a lot of people in the industry, looked at the tables. Those are in Appendix 1 of this document to suggest the 22-inch size limit so that you have to retain everything above that. You can release or you can retain below that size. That is a 3-pound round weight, 2-pound dress weight. It's the size that some of the processors don't want to see those small fish. You'll hear from the CP sector, they still have markets for those fish. When they're frozen at sea, they retain that value. Great. They can keep them. They have a market. People who don't have a market where they have lively fish coming in gives them an opportunity to release them. I would remind you that the stock assessment currently only takes into consideration fish that are age 2 and above. What we're talking about with this 22 limit is fish age 3 and above. So that's a pretty narrow slice where there's still some uncertainty, those 2 to 3-year-olds where people may or may not be retaining them. And again, since some boats will retain all fish, the stock assessment team will be getting information on the size composition of all the fish that are coming into the population where those are being retained. On some of the concerns that have been raised about catch accounting, uncertainties around monitoring, and how much we know about who is releasing fish, observed versus unobserved. Right now, the pot logbook, I think 80% of the quota is being taken by pots at this point, but the pot logbook does ask people if they have released fish across all species. Right now, everybody's saying no, because you're not allowed to release. People are letting them sort on the bottom, but that's a natural sorting process. If you say it's okay to release under a certain size, people can check that box. It also asks how many fish you estimate you have released, whether in numbers or in pounds of fish. So you can get from boats that they retained everything, which some people will do, and you can get from them that they released some fish and how many they released. We would recommend, that's already in the halibut logbook. It's in the pot logbook where we have a voluntary program for sablefish, the under 60 fleet. We can add that field, or we would certainly support adding that field so you can address that remaining uncertainty. We do support with the release mortality accounting that be taken into account in the stock assessment process. And that we would certainly point out that we don't see a need for individual accounting at this point. I think there's a lot of concerns that go along with saying you have to have individual accountability for how many small sablefish you might release. We're comfortable with that being part of the stock assessment. Or if it comes to the point that both sectors, trawl and fixed gear, would like to see accounting at the sector level, that it comes off the ABC by sector, that estimated release mortality, estimated discard mortality. So I think that's all I wanted to cover, just to say it's been 4 years of trying to move this ahead. We think we've hit on a solution that does address a lot of the concerns and uncertainties we were hearing from the stock assessment team. We feel like the rest can be addressed with some pretty minor changes in the logbook and monitoring program. And we're happy to work with the council and all the people involved in the observer program to address any remaining concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bankin. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bankin. You were moving quickly. And so I just wondered if you could highlight the importance of the part of your testimony about that the stock assessment currently only takes into account age 2 and above. And what we're proposing here then only adds you might have said like a small sliver of new uncertainty. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Appendix 1 lays out what size and age fish are, and what we're looking at with the must retain above 22 inches total length. That's an age 3 fish. So if the stock assessment doesn't look at anything under age 2, it's only age 2 and above. And we are saying you have to retain everything above age 3. If with the 22-inch limit, if you move ahead with that, then it's really there's only some uncertainty that matters in the stock assessment of that age 2 to 3. I'm sure they like to see what's coming in with age 1 and, numbers of fish, but that's not right now, is my understanding, incorporated into the stock assessment.
Further questions? Thank you, Ms. Bankin. Stephen Rhodes. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thanks for allowing me to speak. For the record, my name is Stephen Rhodes. I represent Seafood Producers Cooperative here in Sitka, and this is the unceded land of the Tlingit and Haida people. Thank you. I support moving this analysis forward. We've been talking about it for quite a while, and I believe that it's as valuable today as it is when it was first requested. That one of the original arguments was by the time it gets through the process, it'll be a moot point, and we're still talking about it, and it's still valuable, that these year classes are still coming, and the economic and conservation impacts are still relevant. I can go on and on about the marketplace for small fish, the impact on the vessel value when they come back to the dock and sell their fish is heavily weighted not on the price, but on the size. That I've done the analysis both ways, and it's not, there's a little bit of a move in the price, but the real shift is in the size break on these fish. That when they're 80% small, it takes a huge hit directly on the fishermen. Prior to this 2014 year class on the Great Rainbow graph from staff, you couldn't see the 1-2 on that graph. It was a almost non-existent effect. We didn't have a size grade for anything beyond under 3. We didn't break them between 2 3s, 1 2s, and under 1s because we didn't see enough to have it be an issue. So those new sizes are the big push on the market. While supply and demand is the big piece, when there are cheaper fish on the market, that pulls the other sizes down. That when we go to the marketplace and we go to sell our 2 3s, we're competing against a new product, the under 1s and the 1 2s at much lower prices. So all these sizes and prices have a magnetism to them, that the under 1s are pulling the 1 2s, are pulling the 2 3s all the way up to the 4 5s, and they're just migrating around. So the prevalence of those small fish has an impact on the size grades and prices around them. I brought a slide up. I brought this to the council in my testimony in 2021. So the data points are from 2020, but I want to just show the scale of the impact of the DMRs we're talking about from a safe sablefish release. We have a lot of numbers on the table of what is the DMR and what is the behavior. So I just picked some numbers. I applied 12% DMR to a 22% discard rate on the IFQ fishery, and we get a very small sliver of a green line. You can barely see it there, but that is the estimated 600,000 pounds of DMR that was associated with these rough numbers. And if the uncertainty is in that green line, I think there's a lot bigger of uncertainty in the model. The data points that previous testimony brought up, that there is the discard by species and number of fish required in the logbook. There's no regulation change needed to get that data. And the fish tickets are not required to have size breaks, that we're only required to put in round pounds, but every price for every IFQ fisherman breaks them out by size. We put those sizes on every fish ticket, and the sizes at the plant are available. So you don't have to have an observer at the plant to get the exact size breakdown by boat. That it's quite often we say that there isn't an observer there, but I have thousands of fish tickets that show you exactly what the size breaks are on delivery. Using my phone as a notepad often locks me out. We support the accountability of the DMR by sector, but currently the DMR from trawl discards is taken out of the ABC and affects all sectors. We support that if this DMR is accounted for, it's accounted for in a buffer between the ABC and the TAC. We have requested repeatedly to keep the TAC lower than the ABC. That increased TAC all the way to the ABC has really hit our markets hard. So I think that's all the new stuff I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I'm looking at I pulled up your graph because I couldn't quite see the green line even blown up that large until I had it right in front of me on the screen here. But so you've got the trawl discards and trawl landings and IFQ landings, and which are all known. And then you've got small sablefish release, which is unknown. So I'm curious, I'm assuming this is looking at the 22-inch size limit that is in the AP motion. That's what that green line indicates would be the number of, or is there some other representation of what that green line is? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs. We don't have a DMR number to use, that there's a range of them. So this is a 2-year-old graph that I pulled up out of my emails, and I put in a 12% DMR just because that was the data we had from the first study on what a DMR on hooks was. And I arbitrarily applied a 22% discard rate. But even if we double or triple or quadruple that effect, it is still de minimis on the graph. So those are not numbers. I would love to see some numbers from staff on what they think will happen, but putting it in the scale with the total biomass and the other removals was pretty important for me.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Rhodes. Can you, I know you said you didn't want to go a lot into the economics and market, but can you give me just a sense of what Seafood Producers Co-op is thinking about for expanding the market for these small sablefish, and what you sort of, where you anticipate you'll be concentrating your efforts over the next couple of years?
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. The smallest sablefish, the under ones, they do have a market, but the current market price is a negative margin for us. That if we land them and process them, we go backwards. And our current feedback from our markets in Japan was don't include them in the 1-2 grade. So we have put a no buy price on the under ones. Our biggest problem in adding value is crew around the country and the world. Staff is a really big issue. And when we get a lot of 1-2s and 2-3s, we don't have the crew to fillet the 3-4s and 4-5s. That our biggest push for marketing smaller fish, and for us, a 3-4 and a 2-3 are very small fish traditionally, has been to value add them. But the labor involved in those small fish is really prohibited. And most of the markets for those are block frozen at sea, or they are the 1 penny a pound you see on the West Coast. So we don't have any big marketing campaigns for an under one fish. And traditionally, it's been not on our radar. That we had less than 2% under 3 before this year class. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Second question. Do you by any chance know whether or not the person who cooked the fish Thursday night is going to have a cookbook?
Through the chair. Mr. Twite, Fireweed Dinners, I believe, is on Instagram. And you could probably see pictures of the fish that you ate the other day there and follow the rabbit trail.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know if you spoke to whether you supported the portion of the AP motion that included a review of this action, should it go forward? And similar to a previous question asked, under what conditions would you think we'd be looking for a change if this was put in place?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. For me, the review is important, but the big hurdle is getting over the science and the decision-making to allow this process. That once we have the tools to allow and put it in the analysis, then reviewing whether or not it is to be deployed on an individual year is fairly easy. I think that a 3-year review and a 5-year review would be great. I think the criteria would be first and foremost the biology. That I had a pause moment recently, and I sat down with my friends and said, is this really a biological positive? Because I don't support this motion at all if it is just for money and there's a negative impact on the resource. So those would be the criteria for me on review, would be, is it still an ecological gain, and is it still a need for the economics? Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Chad C. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Chad C. I'm the executive director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I'm testifying today because many of our members hold Sablefish IFQ A shares that are predominantly harvested in the BSEI, but also across the Gulf of Alaska from southeast to the Western Gulf. Members traditionally use hook and line gear, but have largely shifted to longline pots for this fishery. All our Sablefish trips by our fleet are 100% observed trips. FLC supports the AP motion on D1 small sablefish release to allow for voluntary release of small sablefish with the option under alternative 2 for council to maintain full retention of sablefish 22 inches or longer. Importantly, the AP motion does not include language under alternative 2 to require discarding of sablefish smaller than a minimum size limit. FLC opposes action to include a minimum size limit below which vessels must discard. To provide some context, on a recent sablefish trip in the Bering Sea, an FLC member with Sablefish IFQ harvested about 250,000 finished pounds of sablefish. Of this catch, about 210,000 or 84% were 3 pounds and under. The vessel would have needed to release over 1 million pounds of under 3 pound finished, or about 4.7 round pound sablefish, in order to catch another 210,000 pounds of over 3 pound finished sablefish. All else being equal, if a vessel cannot retain 3 pound and under fish, their 20-day trip would have taken over 3 months, and they would have needed to refuel about 3 times to complete their trip. Size composition of this harvest by this vessel is about half 2/3 grade size and about half under 2 pounds. So even the under 2 pound minimum size limit to require discards would still have taken 1.5 months trip length instead of 20 days. Speaking to market considerations, while much has been spoken to about the low market of value of small sablefish, for exported frozen at sea sablefish harvested on our vessels, Japan is the largest market of the product, and they prefer about the 2/3 size grade and the under 2 pound size grades. For our fleet, that presents a problem for requiring the discard of small sablefish. All in all, if a minimum size limit provision is implemented, then the sablefish portion of our members' harvest and business plans would be severely impacted until these fish get a lot larger. Again, we support a voluntary release provision, but would oppose action that includes a mandatory discard provision. If a discard requirement is to be considered, we would ask council consider exempting 100% of observed fleets from the requirement, which should have a minimal impact on uncertainty relative to voluntary discards. If voluntary release isn't ultimately an option for vessels in our fleet, then we recommend maintaining the status quo. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. C. Any questions? Thanks.
Thanks.
Lauren Howard. Good morning again.
Good morning, members of the council. Lauren Howard for the record. I'm testifying today on behalf of myself and my husband, who is out fishing right now on the FE North Fjord. He's unable to join us, as are many fishermen who are currently fishing, and this issue I know is important to many. This has been going on for a number of years, and this season, especially due to the depressed ex-vessel prices, many quota holders and vessels are becoming increasingly unsure about the economic viability of this fishery. Traditionally, the IFQ sablefish fishery was a high-value product with each fish handled individually. The time and care taken with each fish had historically led to higher ex-vessel value. The staff presented the table on both slide 13 and in their present and in the paper on page 11, table 2, and it shows those trends, and I think they speak for themselves. And Mr. Alverson did a good job of breaking them down in terms of the negative revenue or the loss that we're experiencing in this fishery right now. Us personally, we're experiencing about a 40% decrease in revenue. At the current prices, we are not going to be able to make our loan payment on our sablefish IFQ. So obviously we were not initial allocants. We've spent a lot of money investing into this fishery, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to continue on with it. We're fishing an increased number of lease pounds this season in order to make any revenue at all. And I think a lot of vessels are starting to do that. We're seeing a change in the model of this fishery from that high quality and lower volume to more consolidation and a larger volume model. So a lot of vessels are running both pots and hooks. They're just trying to get as many fish on board as they possibly can. Our vessel in particular, it's a smaller boat. We're not set up to do that. We don't have the privilege of fishing the type of pots that Mr. Burkholder or Mr. Clampett fish. They're larger. They don't fit on our deck. And a lot of vessels have these constraints.
We also haven't fished the slinky pots because the economics of making that change isn't an option right now with the prices that we're experiencing. I also work with the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, and we often are trying to encourage and assist fishermen to enter the IFQ sablefish fishery and halibut, as it's one of the few federal fisheries that has an entry-level option. But I don't think I can really look someone in the eye right now and say that it's a good idea. Prices are at historic lows for quota, so you would think it's a good time to enter. But if you can't make your payment based on X vessel, it doesn't make sense. Allowing voluntary release of small sablefish has the potential to benefit many operations. I also previously worked in processing. We were unable to break into those markets for small fish. So the 2021 and 2022 seasons, we were doing everything we could to try and add value. We were filleting the fish, we were smoking them. Everything came at a net loss. So the ability to enter these markets is difficult for smaller processors as we're seeing the increase in these number of fish. Quickly, I'll touch on the element of review. I did mention that in my motion, and in speaking with NIMS staff, they recommended that we include that with the scheduled IFQ review, and that it would make sense on the same timeline to put that in as part of it, so it wouldn't create extra work or a separate issue. And one last point, if you don't mind, a suggestion was made to add a box in the odds program that a fisherman could check if they were going to be participating in this. So it would be, I will be releasing fish or I will not be releasing fish. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Howard. Any questions? Yeah, well done, thanks. Okay, last up is Kirill Basarjan, testifying remotely.
Hello.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning. How are you guys doing, council? Thank you for taking your time. My name is Kirill Basarjan. I represent K-Bay Fisheries. And I'm not sure why the public and the fishermen don't have a concern about the trawl fleet being and the council being very intuitive and implementing about the trawl fleet being catching out our biomass. What happened with halibut is devastating, and to this day, we have a concern and problem with the trawl fleet catching a lot of fish and halibut, sablefish in big, huge quantities. We are asking the council to implement this harder and take a look at the trawl fleet catching out most of our biomass in the ocean. Going forward, the small fish release, we are not opposed to, but it should not be regulated as a federal mandate, is because everything that gets mandated gets pushed into violations. Violations consist into penalties. Penalties consist into having hardships on fishermen. If we do a release of small fish, we should put into not into regulation, but we would suggest a voluntary and educate the public and the fishermen into intuitive programs and word of mouth, and possibly programs or outreach to fishermen to educate what happens when high grading happens. Because if we take out big fish out of the ocean, say sablefish, it happened to halibut, we can see that. We can see high grading halibut. Now the average in the worldwide halibut industry is 14 pounds. We can't even find 100-pound halibut anymore. If we do, it's rare. It's mostly almost extinct now. High grading, we would recommend and suggest that to every single association and council to do that. We're not opposed to releasing small fish. We just want to council to look further into this and not into mandating. What else? I heard a lot of testimony here of the small fish not being profitable. We should not look at profits at this time. That's what we did with halibut. And now look what's happening. We have devastating issues in the halibut industry, and it'll become worse in the halibut. We can't, in the three alpha used to be flush with halibut. Now it's hard, it's devastating. You go out into the gullies or you go out into places where we used to have a lot of fish, we don't anymore. 3 alpha is the most abundant fishery, is worldwide the best fishery in the world. Supposedly, should be, but it's not anymore. Please look into this carefully and let's not destroy us for sable fish. Let's look into this and work together, not work against each other. And the trawl fleet should combine and help us, not fight against each other. Come in together, work with us, work with every single one of us. Not kill our ocean for the future, for money. Forget about money. Let's work for our generation, kids, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to have a fishery. Please, heartfelt, warming. We used to fish, since our grandparents started fishing in the 1970s. Fishing out of Cook Inlet right here, out of Cook Inlet, catching halibut, crab, shrimp. Trawlers came in, killed Kachemak Bay. There's no crab, no shrimp, nothing in Kachemak Bay now. It's destroying. Our king salmon is getting destroyed. Our spawners are gone for king salmon. Same thing will happen to the sablefish. The spawners, the big spawners, the 20-pound, 30-pound sablefish will be gone. We will kill them. There will be no more. Please, let's work on this together. Let's give some outreach and work on this. Quit thinking about money. Council, that's why we vote for you guys, to help fishermen, not for money. Forget the lobbyists. Forget everybody. Let's work on this fisherman to fisherman, peer to peer. Let's fix our fishery, not destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant. We have that taken. Please mute your. Okay, sounds good. See if there's any questions for Mr. Basarjan. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment. Is the council ready for action? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking to staff to see, it'll take another minute or two, I think. I just sent it to him just a couple of minutes ago.
Let's stand down, stay close here.
After Mr. Basarjan's testimony, so.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is as follows. The council adopts the following purpose and need and alternatives for initial analysis. Purpose and need. Beginning with the 2014 age class, a continuing series of large year classes of sablefish are resulting in significant catches of small sablefish in the IFQ fixed gear fisheries, and current regulations require IFQ holders to retain all sablefish. Small sablefish have low commercial value under current market conditions. Although no scientific studies are available to estimate survival rates for Alaska sablefish, information from other areas suggests that survival rates for carefully reduced sablefish may be high enough to warrant consideration of relaxing full retention requirements. Limited operational flexibility to carefully release sablefish may increase the value of the commercial harvest and allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Under the no action alternative, all regulations and FMP language related to a prohibition on discarding sablefish would remain intact. Those regulations include 50 CFR 679 7D4. This is where I need my glasses, II, and 50 CFR 679.7 F11. Additionally, discarding is prohibited in both the BSAI and GOA groundfish FMPs in the fourth provision under general provisions section 3.7.1.7 prohibiting discard of sablefish. Alternative 2, allow release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. This alternative would either eliminate option 1 or modify option 2, the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Option 1, eliminate the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Option 2, require retention of sablefish 22 inches total body length or longer, provides for voluntary release of sablefish under 22 inches total body length. Element 1, DMRs. Apply a DMR to released sablefish of 1, 5%, 2, 12%, 3, 16%, 4, 20%, 5, 25%, or 6 at the recommendation of the SSC through the stock assessment process. With a sub option, select different DMRs for pot gear and hook and line gear. Element 2, catch and release mortality accounting. Sablefish catch and release mortality associated with the IFQ fishery will be accounted for in the stock assessment. The analysis should describe the potential implications of voluntary discards on the sablefish stock assessment, specs process, and catch accounting in the context of other uncertainties. Element 3, pot gear selectivity. Consider requiring escapement mechanism for sablefish pots. Element 4, monitoring and enforcement. The analysis should describe potential monitoring and enforcement provisions that could improve estimates of voluntary and regulatory discards. Element 5, review. Option 1, the ability to release sablefish will be reviewed in A, 3 years, B, 5, or C, 7 years following implementation. Option 2, the ability to release sablefish will sunset after 5 years following implementation. Mr. Chair, that's my motion, and with a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Down. The recent dramatic increases in production of sablefish pose challenges to our management framework, as we knew they would. Part of our response to that was to find flexibility in the framework, in the existing framework, to allow trawl fisheries to cope with this sequence of strong age classes and the resulting surge of small fish in their fishery. The fixed gear harvesters are asking us and have been asking us to find similar flexibility for their fisheries to allow them to cope with the impacts that our full retention requirements have created for them. Full retention requirements are laudable, and I strongly support the council's continued efforts to implement full retention as practicable. Realistically, while it is almost always possible, it isn't always practicable to achieve full retention. Hence, the need for some degree of flexibility in our attempts to achieve our objectives for full retention. At present, the current strong production of sablefish creates negative consequences of full retention requirements at both individual and regional levels in the fixed gear fleet. At the individual level, sablefish harvesting for fixed gear operators often becomes economically challenging as the average prices decline markedly due to the very low and still declining market value of small sablefish, which comprise the great majority of the biomass and of their harvest. Revenue drops as costs increase. Many sablefish IFQ harvesters also depend on halibut. The council needs no reminding that the current level of halibut quotas are also stressing this fishery. At a regional level, there are relatively few markets for small sablefish at present, and the magnitude of the small sablefish coming to the market has severely depressed prices paid to fixed harvesters in Canada and the lower 48, as well as in the North Pacific Council fisheries. This also has made it difficult for trawl sectors to find economically advantageous markets for their products. When this issue was first raised to us 4 years ago, the council viewed it as likely a short-term problem, as it was expected that the 24-14 and 24-16 age classes would grow into more valuable size classes and the problem would be self-correcting. It was not anticipated at that time that the trend of abnormally large age classes would continue almost unabated, generating a steady supply of small fish. Nor did the council anticipate the rapid transition to pot gear and the commensurate change in size selectivity in the harvest. At present, pot gear appears to be somewhat less selective of larger sablefish than hook and line was. While this may change as harvesters refine their use of pot gear, that's expected to take a while. The motion I'm offering today is essentially the AP motion. The primary reason for us as a council to consider the AP motion for initial analysis at this time is that it incorporates a new previously unanalyzed option, which is option 2 under alternative 2. This option offers the promise of addressing the range of stock assessment and industry concerns that have been described to us concerning option 1 under alternative 2, and meeting competing needs reasonably well. It is timely, as both the economic data and the ongoing recruitment information attest. Option 2 arose out of the work to date on this issue with dialogue between industry, stock assessment scientists, and fishery managers, and appears to be precisely the outcome that our process is designed to encourage. It also has the benefit of supporting the widest range of industry business models. My motion differs from the AP motion in a few relatively minor ways. I've reworded one sentence in the purpose and needs statement, still making the same point, but avoiding reliance on the assumption that survival of released fish is high, as that has not been scientifically validated for sablefish in Alaska. I've included an option for DMR that relies on the advice from the SSC instead of setting one now, and also another option that includes 25% in the range of DMRs for consideration at the request of the agency. I've combined the catch accounting and DMR elements and removed any options, as those are really more science questions, not management questions, and have just reframed them to simply provide some direction to the analysts. I've added an element concerning escape mechanisms, as inclusion of this element provides the council the opportunity to consider whether regulations for escapement mechanisms should be considered when we get to final action on this. I expect the analysis to weigh the loss of flexibility to industry for further development and adaptation that comes with adopting a regulation versus potential gains from adopting a regulation in encouraging fleet-wide size selectivity. Finally, I've added a sunset option to element 5 to allow the council to consider the relative merits of adopting a sunset provision in comparison to simply providing for program review. I would expect the analysis to consider potential impacts to future councils if an action is required via sunset provision, potentially resulting in either modifications or removal of the sunset, in contrast to a review which would have the potential that offer a future council the potential to consider if and when to either terminate or modify these provisions. The analysis could suggest points for consideration in a review, building off the AP's initial list of suggestions for review elements as well as public testimony to that effect. Also in public testimony and in written testimony, we've heard some concerns about the impacts of potential reductions in ABC to account for increased uncertainty, which would potentially impact fisheries that do not target sablefish but encounter them as bycatch. It would be useful to have an assessment of this concern in the analysis, even if it has to just be qualitative. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to address any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Twite. And I'll note for members of the public and those online that the motion is posted on our e-agenda. Are there any questions on Mr. Twite's motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. I'm just wondering how the concept of a escape ring fits in with the purpose and need, and how do you justify including that to achieve the objectives of the motion?
The fundamental objective of the motion is to give the fixed gear industry the tools and flexibility to adapt to harvesting sablefish in this time period of when there's large numbers of sablefish present on the grounds that are less economically desirable, and conservation of them may well be to benefit for the resource. It's possible that a requirement for escape mechanisms at this time, based on work that's been done to date on what constitutes workable escape mechanisms that assist with sorting on the bottom before the fish come up, might be ready for implementation. It's equally possible, or in my view, potentially even more likely, that it would simply at this point curtail further adaptation, and so the council might find it undesirable. But final action seems like a good time to assess the current state of development and debate the relative merits of capturing any or all of it in regulation.
Great. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My question was related to Mr. Mesereau's about what is the expectation for the analyst under that new element 3? Is it a description of all of the possible escape mechanisms that we know of, or some assessment of whether some are better than others to meet this objective?
Hopefully it's not exhaustive. Rather, it might be just an assessment based on discussions with industry of the kinds of things that are being worked on, giving the council a flavor of what seems to be working and not, without being exhaustive, but equally also just sort of a more qualitative description of the impacts as we understand them of adopting those kinds of regulations that prescribe, or whether there's an opportunity to adopt regulations that allow continued development. In other words, just a description of whether adoption at this point is likely to stem what appears to be still promising developments of the gear, or whether adoption at this point might actually allow us to capture some developments that seem to be working well across a range of conditions.
Ms. Kimball.
I have a second question on element 4, and I know that mirrors what was in the AP motion, but I guess what is your intent or expectation for that coming forward, given the new alternative to option 2? I guess what I would be more interested in is seeing what potential monitoring and enforcement provisions are necessary to implement alternative 2 option 1 or alternative 2 option 2. And this language leaves it fairly vague and open-ended, and I'm just hesitant to get back the same analysis we saw previously. So I'd like to hear more of your thoughts on that.
Mr. Twite.
Two thoughts. First of, I agree with your point. As I read it, I thought, well, improving estimates means our estimates are better if we understand that the data that we're seeing is based on is coming from relatively enforceable provisions. So I sort of thought that if you look at it a certain way, it also covers enforceability as it's worded now. Obviously, we've got an analysis of option one. Option two presents enough new sort of wrinkles to us. It's worth running option two back through that same sieve that we ran option one through.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Then your expectation would be once we see an initial review draft, we would be honing in and actually specifying what might be necessary in order to implement an alternative two scenario.
Very well stated. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. My question is on element one, discard mortality rates. And I have to admit, on the previous version of this analysis and the discussion papers prior to that, I had been thinking of this particular element being providing direction to staff about potential discard mortality rates for analytical purposes for a range of different DMRs we could look at. But under this element, since you are proposing to move this forward for final action, would the council be contemplating establishing a DMR for this management action that is not gone through our normal process of establishing DMRs? And if so, do we do that anywhere else?
Just a reminder, this is still, I'm proposing this for initial. Although the council could think about an initial / final. So that's precisely why I was glad they to have that number 6 suggested to me, because I think that's probably most appropriate. And I agree with you. I'd been viewing the specified ones as mostly an aid to the analysts. And that's why, but that's also why 25% was suggested, to make sure from that, essentially from the science, from the stock assessment folks, to make sure that the analysts were covering the broadest range that the stock assessment folks thought possible or thought useful for this. But ultimately, I would expect DMRs to follow through the normal process, just as you describe. And 6 could be reworded to even be a little bit more descriptive of that, but
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that discussion. I don't really have a follow-up question, but other than to say, I then think that yes, number 6 under element 1 is, for me, an important option to have to think about supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, going back to Ms. Kimball's first question on element 3, pot gear selectivity, your answer to her question made me wonder whether you were envisioning that staff would look at the economics, the costs associated with escape mechanisms and include that in the analysis. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't. I hadn't been viewing it from that. I was thinking more just about the regulatory end of that in my answer. So
I was just seeking clarification for staff on what the expectations are. So that's the reason I asked the question.
I think it certainly, if council members think it is worth it, I'd encourage that. As I said, I hadn't given it enough thought to think that it is or is not worthwhile. Although I understand when we actually do the regulatory impact review, we do need some information on that. And maybe that's just all that the analysis needs to remind us of, is that if we were to incorporate that at this time, it would then put some additional burden on the regulatory impact review process.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's exactly where I'm coming from, is if this is something potentially the council would want to include at final action, then we would need some information in the analysis to address that.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is my last one for you, Mr. Twite. I just was wondering, we've consistently used the word carefully released, careful release, and is your expectation the staff will expand on ways that that is done in other fisheries, or further define that so that we can make sure that fishermen at the end of the day, if they end up doing this, will know what that means?
Thanks, Mr. Mesro. And I truly doubt this will be your last, but maybe just for this action. Staff has worked it over pretty hard already, and we're not changing the issue around what that wording means by adding this other option. The work we've had to date has explored that fairly well. I do think that as we flesh out element 4, monitoring and enforcement, there will have to be some additional visiting of whether there's any enforceability whatsoever, or if it's more just simply a messaging.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on element 5, option 2. If I was listening to you carefully, Mr. Twite, it sounded like you were looking for a discussion in the analysis about the benefits or potential impacts of implementing a sunset provision. Typically, we've avoided sunset provisions because it commits the council to undertake an analysis of the action at a given time, regardless of the other council priorities or the regulation sunset, whether it's going well or not. And of course, you have the ability to make changes to regulations at any point, or to rescind a program or regulation at any point. And is that what you're looking for, is just a discussion of sunset provisions for this program?
Included it because it's been the preferred approach expressed to us by some of the stock assessment folks and some of the management community, and we've heard a few stakeholders also mention it. I think that from the standpoint of what the analysis would do regarding that, as I was listening to you, it seems to me that you actually probably accomplished about half of what I was thinking the analyst might accomplish just in your spoken words regarding that. And so I would hope that it's not a lot more than what you just outlined. Mostly just a reminder to us of the pros and cons of taking a sunset approach versus taking just simply a program review approach. Mr. Chair, I did not speak to, by the way, the range of years. The APA, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, suggested 3 and 5. I added 7 because the Magnuson Act has suggested 7 as a review time period for allocation reviews following the first one. The agency, excuse me, has suggested 7 years. I think there might be some value in looking at it from that perspective as well. But again, I don't expect a lot of exploration in the analysis. It's more just to ensure that when it comes to final action, the council has any one of those alternatives available to us.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. My question to you is there anything in this motion? You spoke to this just a bit, but just for clarification, is there anything in this motion that would prevent us from doing initial review and final action and one meeting at the next time we see this? And I'm just thinking that from my own perspective of the fact that this update was incredibly helpful. We got a lot of new information. We're going to see a lot of information. So I'm just asking that question, if there was anything in your motion that would preclude us from looking at that.
Thanks, Mr. Dunn. I appreciate that question. I think the answer is no, there's not intended to be. and as I think about how that might work, given what we were hearing in public testimony, given what we've seen so far in the analysis and the updates, we may well find that when this comes back to us, what we understand now is roughly what gets supported by what's supported by the analysis, and we've done a good job of setting ourselves up for final action. And so we could at this point contemplate putting both in the same, if that's the will of the council, at this point, contemplate putting them both in the same because it's a reasonable expectation. And of course, the council always has the option of saying, no, we need a little bit more and delaying final action when it comes back to them. So we don't bind the future council. If we choose now to schedule it for initial/final, we don't bind the council to actually have to take final. They are still at that time able to, but that's done largely when something comes back from the analysis or when additional public review of this uncovers elements that deserve additional consideration. But if when it comes back to us, as we now expect, in a condition where it doesn't need anything additional and we're in a position to take final action, I think that would be something I would certainly support. But again, it's the will of the council. I didn't want to presume.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, I have another question, but to the extent that maybe the executive director would like to, could clarify the comments made by Mr. Twite, just for
Mr.
clarity in the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if you recall at the April meeting, we adopted some changes to our SOP, and we added language to just try to describe when the council might take initial and final action at the same meeting. And I can read the sentence here if you'd like, Mr. Chairman. It says, in rare cases, the council may wish to schedule initial review and final action at the same meeting to speed implementation. Typically, this involves simple actions such as a rollover of existing regulations, a descriptive FMP amendment change with no accompanying regulations, or time-critical simple regulatory changes. From my perspective, I have a hard time believing that this package with a lot of not quite defined pieces to it would be fitting that example.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. I think that's helpful. Mr. Down.
Thank you. And that was very helpful. That was very clear. So I appreciate that, Mr. Witherall, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, on the review, element 5, option 1, we heard in public comment that it may be helpful just to do this review in conjunction with the IFQ program review. And that seemed very reasonable to me that would be the timing on that. We've got a IFQ program review, I think, coming up in I think maybe this year, next year, we'd be looking at that review. So it doesn't totally fall in the window of that 5-year because this wouldn't be implemented and then we'd be maybe a little longer. But is there anything in this that would preclude us at the next, anything in here that would preclude it, or your thoughts on that public comment that maybe the best time to do review? It seemed very efficient to me that would be the time to do the review, would be at the IFQ program review.
Mr. Twite.
So since the motion is currently constructed, contains the full range of 3 to 7 years following implementation, assuming we sort of stick to 7-year and implementation occurs roughly when we get the IFQ review done, then review should fit into the kind of the outer edge of the time range that's in the motion now. So it was part of the reason why I added 7 years, large part of the reason why I added 7 years to it was to offer the council the potential for lining up the review of this with the next IFQ review following the one that's coming up. But again, my understanding of the calendar might be a little off on that too.
Further questions,
As
Mr.
may
Down?
mine. So thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, and sorry to belabor, but I'm still hung up a little bit on element 3. And just wanted or hoping for some more discussion from council members on the necessity of that. And I initially, Mr. Twite, I feel like you answered my question, and I was thinking this would be light treatment in the analysis, but then given Mr. Curlin's also very relevant question about how to then accommodate for costs in the RIR, I just feel like we're going to have a hard time reining this piece in. And because the only alternatives in here are still for a voluntary release, I just question the necessity of including something that then requires escape mechanisms. And because of the ambiguity for staff, just trying to discern from other council members how important this piece is for analysis.
Mr. Twite?
I'd like to look to Mr. Curlin, because actually the suggestion for that this would be a good opportunity to that before we take final action, it would probably be good to review this, came from the agency. So Mr. Curlin, I'm wondering if you want to check with staff on this and see if they want to at this point provide some additional input.
Mr. Curlin?
Certainly fine with me if Ms. Harrington wants to come up, if she's in the room, to address that. But the point I was trying to make was that with the existing language in the motion, it appears that you were looking for enough information for the council to be able to take action on this. But the expectations for staff for the analysis were not clear to me. So that's where I was coming from.
Mr. Twite?
I believe Ms. Harrington is in the room. And so if there's an opportunity to hear from her at this point, that'd be useful.
Miss Harrington? Okay, no. And while she's coming up, Mr. Down may have a follow-up on this.
Yes, while she's coming up, just a very quick comment. Ms. Kimball had asked for relative information she'd like to hear from other council members, and at the time that we get to discussion, I don't have a direct question, but I definitely have some clarity and some thoughts on element 3 things.
Thank you, Mr. Down. And Mr. Twite, you might want to serve up the request, Ms. Harrington, again.
Thanks, Ms. Harrington. The discussion among council members has been about the complexity of adding in element 3 as it's currently worded in the motion, pot gear selectivity, the complexity of adding in to the analysis, a discussion about introducing some regulatory requirements when we take final action, describing escape mechanism requirements for sablefish pots. And I took it about as far as I could in terms of what the analytical value might be. And I'm wondering if you could maybe pick it up from there and add some. Thank you.
Ms. Harrington.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, yeah, I was following that discussion, and I thought what you said, Mr. Twite, was exactly correct. I think this allows us, because that's really the first thought. If we're having an issue with small stable fish in the pot fishery, is there a way to have the gear be more selective so they're not brought on board? And I know we've looked at that, and I think this element would just allow us to kind of tie that up in the document for council consideration at initial review and final action. Is it possible? If not, why not? What are the constraints? And how would it be something that could be done at any point in the future?
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. The second part of that question for me was even just the consistency of having a regulation requiring this escape mechanism when we have a voluntary program on the table.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, well, I think this isn't saying for sure that this would be implemented through regulations. I think this is just looking at selectivity and whether there are escape mechanisms and if it's beneficial to require them or not.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. That triggered a big memory that we maybe had this conversation when we did the package to allow the use of pots. And so it may just be a rehash of that discussion. Does that sound familiar to you?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, I think we do have some information and we'll provide that and then look at where things are at today relative to if they're effective or not, or how they would be designed, things like that.
Mr. Down.
Yes, my question is for Ms. Harrington here. So we just went through this. So this whole idea is fresh in my mind. We just went through this with a turbot in pots, and in that action, the council decided in that case, I'm not saying that has application here directly, but in that case, not to require a size limit on rings or that. And I think that's where this would naturally would be the natural outfall of this is some requirement like that. And the thinking at that time was we leave that up to the fishermen. We've heard testimony here today that they don't want to bring these small fish up because it's a lot of labor and stuff for them. They're going to innovate. They're going to take care of this in the pots. They're going to select ring sizes that are appropriate and what might be appropriate in one area like the Aleutian Islands, where we heard testimony today had 85% small fish. They may not. So I just am curious if in that context, is this element helpful?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I think so. I mean, it's whether or not this is an element in the motion, we can still look at that. I think it's a key question when you think about allowing careful release, whether or not there's also been other ways to try to get at the issue. And this would just allow that to be discussed in the analysis, having this element in the motion. But
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Harrington, I may have led us all down a big rabbit hole, but given that this is in the motion with the language that says consider requiring an escape mechanism, my line of questioning on this was around what does that imply for the analysts in needing to include information in the RIR or elsewhere in the analysis. So that's what I was seeking some clarity on, so the analysts would know what the expectations are to enable the council to have all the information needed to include such a requirement at final action, if that's what the council chooses to do. So I guess I'd be interested in your sort of reality check on that. Is that your interpretation as well, that if that's what the council wants to do by including this in the motion at this time, that level of analysis would need to be included, just so it's clear for staff?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kurland, the more things are required, the more certainty there is. And so I think that's one of the things that could come out in the analysis of what are the benefits of making, what are the potential escape mechanisms and how do they function and how effective are they, and what are the benefits of requiring them versus voluntary. And I think that could come out in the analysis.
Any additional questions for Ms. Harrington or Mr. Twite? Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Okay, we can go to any amendments on the motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll try this. Mr. Chair, my amendment, I don't have it sent to anybody, would be to strike element 3 and to add language at the end of the motion. I'm sorry about this. You'll just have to type. And I'll just read it. The analysis should include a discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meet the objectives of this action. With a second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau.
Wait for her.
What? Yeah.
She needs to.
Sure. The analysis should include a discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meet the objectives of this action. Mr. Chair, I'll just speak briefly. She said she's going to get it posted, or I can wait.
I think it'd be okay to speak to it at this time.
I really appreciate taking the time to go back and forth. From previous questions, there seems to be, a need or an intent of some council members to move this forward quickly, even with the discussion of doing initial and final in one meeting, which I think we heard is probably not likely. But because of that intent and the way that we've been moving this forward slowly, I feel like any additional elements that might slow it down are, without really understanding the value of that, make me hesitant to include. And so I heard Ms. Harrington say this doesn't necessarily mean it's a regulation, but I feel like when we include it under an alternative to regulations, it looks like a regulation to folks. And I feel like we're not really losing much by just asking for a smaller discussion of that if the agency wants to bring that forward in the analysis without going through all of the motions to include that in the EA, the RIR portion with economic costs, all of that until we feel a little bit more certain that this is really something necessary to put this action through. So that's my explanation. I float it for the council to consider. I'm really not that strongly wedded either way, but I would like to move this a little more quickly than we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And the amendment is now posted. Escape needs a C in it. Other than that, I think it reads as Ms. Kimball read it. Mr. Twite.
I was hoping that the state spelling bee champ wasn't going to miss that.
It was finally my time to shine, Mr. Twite. Mr. Twite.
I was going to, in final discussion, just describe my thoughts on a little bit of the issue that the staff presented us with regarding sort of how this fit in with some of the other sablefish priorities, and my hope that as much as possible, this could be streamlined to lessen the impact on some of the other priorities as council's already described. And so from that perspective, particularly, I appreciate Ms. Kimball's amendment at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just in the interest of clarifying expectations here. So Ms. Kimball, I understand your language to mean that the council would not have the option of requiring those mechanisms at final action here unless, based on this information, the council were to then instruct staff to provide that kind of additional analysis in the RIR, et cetera, before taking final action. Am I getting that right?
Yes, Mr. Curlin, I think you are. I think since the original motion was clear that we are seeing this next version is not our public review draft, but another initial review. If that shorter discussion came back and grabbed the attention of council members and they wanted to add a regulated option, we could do that at initial review prior to final action.
Further questions on the amendment? Any amendments to the amendment? Or comments? Is there any opposition? The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further amendments to the main motion? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Mr. Chair, I already provided one of my sets of comments, and that is just hopefully just general instruction to staff. One other regarding layers of complexity and our interest as council in timeliness on this. Another element of that is that there's a variety of recommendations from the SSC, some of which would likely take several years to accomplish, others of which I think could probably be accomplished as part of the initial review. And I don't have a clear listing of what those are, but I think it's useful at this point to provide some general, my thought at least, that as staff works through those, if there's any that staff think are essential that but that are also very time consuming, that just be flagged, but that they not try to tackle those now, that just flag that as part of the analysis for initial review. The ones that can be accomplished though within a reasonable time frame, certainly appreciate whichever of those they can get to within the existing resources. But again, I think there's a balance and a tension here between this priority, which I at this point clearly think is a priority, and moving it along in a timely fashion. But I am cognizant of the impacts that it creates on some other sablefish issues that I also think have priority as well. And so leave it to staff's judgment about how to thread that needle, but also not asking staff to do the impossible at this point either. So.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think that's a good suggestion. Other council members want to weigh in on that point. Otherwise, I think we're good. Mr. Witherell, Ms. Cleaver, is that solid guidance? Okay. All right. Further comments on the motion? Ms. Drobnica?
Just quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. And I would just want to say I really appreciate the public testimony and the I think concerns expressed about the current condition of the fishery. There was some correspondence in our discussion with staff and to Mr. Twite's last point, one of his last points in his rationale about drawing out some more potentially qualitative information about the implications to other sectors. I know that there's a lot of uncertainties with potentially how this could impact ABC, but I think providing a little more context for that, particularly for the, there's CDQ sector is managed a bit differently with sablefish and have allocations that could be constraining. So I think getting some more information highlighting that in the analysis will be important. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drobnica. Mr. Down?
Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to thank Mr. Twite for the motion and for especially for the time that he put into this and working with members of the public and his well thought out rationale for this motion. I really appreciate that very much. And I think it's a good motion, helps to move this along. And I know that everybody that we heard from in public comment was in favor of moving this forward. We haven't heard any opposition for this for quite some time and from the members of the public. And so I really appreciate that. And I'm glad we're taking action here and so support this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any final comments? We are ready to vote. Is there any opposition? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further? Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and break for lunch, take just a little bit of a longer lunch today, come back in an hour and 15 minutes at 1:05.
Testing the back speakers, trying to see if the back speakers are on. Are they on? Are they loud? Can you hear me? Is there a bunch of static? I'm going to step away from the microphone. Now I'm talking farther away from the microphone. Can you still hear me? I'm really close to the microphone. You can hear me. I'm farther away. Maybe we need to turn up the gain on the mics. Perhaps that would help, even though we might blow out some people that are loud talkers. Don't know any other ideas here. Just keep talking. Just keep talking. Okay, sorry, turned it off. Can you hear me, Sarah? It's nothing on.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Can you hear me in the back of the room? If I'm sitting here and I'm talking and I'm talking and I'm talking more, am I being heard in the back of the room at all? It doesn't seem like it. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Can you hear me in the back of the room? Keep talking. Okay, I'm talking. I really hope that the lunch gets here really soon. It's Indian food today, and I'm really excited about that. It's gonna be good. Do I need to keep talking? Looks like oh, we're just turning everything off. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Can you hear me in the back of the room? That's better than nothing. We'll take it. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Sounds loud and clear up here in the front. Yay.
Is that better? Can you hear me? You can hear me? Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll talk from here. Can you hear me still? Perfect, okay.
Council, please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into agenda item C4. We have Sam Cunningham and Mason Smith to tell us what's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the council. Sam Cunningham, council staff, and Dr. Mason Smith from NIMS Sustainable Fisheries. Here on the slide is a picture of what we looked like before lunch. The action before the council today is to consider this initial review document and consider whether and how to move forward with alternatives and future analysis of triggered static area closures in the Eastern Bering Sea and Bristol Bay region. There's been some robust discussion this week about the inherent challenges in creating a cost-benefit analysis for an issue where potential benefits seem easy to understand or envision on their face, but are not as easy to demonstrate or substantiate with conclusions that have been drawn by the people who produce that best available science that comes before the council and analysts. So I suspect we'll continue that discussion today through your questions. And to that end, perhaps another thing on the council's plate for today is to consider what additional information that exists or could reasonably be derived from what exists would provide the most solid possible evidentiary basis for an action recommendation at a future meeting. And consider that in light of some of the pretty expansive suggestions that you've heard from the SSC yesterday or might hear in the AP report today. We will remind the council and the public that this document's built on the foundation of two pretty extensive fact gathering and approach scoping discussion papers that you reviewed in April and October of 2022, and then the emergency rule petition analysis that you reviewed in December 2022 that tied some of that previous information together and then added to it. So this is just an outline of how we're going to organize this presentation. You'll see we've put section 4 of the document at the end of the presentation. It stands out. It is, as we'll cover, in direct fulfillment of the council's direction to evaluate the pelagic trawl gear definition and the trawl gear performance standard. We wanted that to be separated somewhat from the discussion of how we looked at the analysis or the alternatives in terms of a cost benefit analysis. We're fortunate to have two representatives from NOAA OLE who I know you heard from in the B reports, but are also volunteering themselves. If you have questions that might be best directed to them, I know they're here in the room. So I've broken down the council's purpose and need statement into its operative phrases here. And on the slide, you can also see some figures from the document that give a sense of the Bristol Bay red king crab stock status in terms of abundance and the assessment on the top, and then the directed fishery ABC and TAC on the bottom. I've highlighted here some of the purpose and need statements or statements in the purpose and need that or the language that the council uses kind of in the subjunctive voice to consider measures focused on reducing Bristol Bay red king crab mortality from groundfish fishing in areas that may be important to Bristol Bay red king crab or where those crab may be found year round, with the objective of may help increase abundance and promote optimum yield in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery while minimizing impacts on the groundfish fleet and other species. We highlighted in the paper that not only the council's purpose and need statement, but also the rationale that NIMS provided in its denial letter on the emergency rule petition in December, as well as statements from the stock assessment, which is authored primarily by Department of Fish and Game staff and reviewed by the crab plan team in the SSC. And then also citations to a statement from October by the Science Center leadership about the ecosystem data used to evaluate both Bristol Bay red king crab and Bering Sea snow crab declines. So all those various bodies seem to have coalesced around some similarity in describing the stock status by noting the gravity of the circumstances for the stock and also its direct and indirect stakeholders. But in all cases, these statements that we as analysts see from officials are equivocal on how to characterize and weight the role of groundfish fishing as in unobserved or observed bycatch, and also habitat effects of fishing inside and outside the savings area in Area 512. Here, this map appears in section 1 of the document. I just want to highlight it brings together nicely a lot of the areas that are tied to this action and that you've been discussing for a while. Obviously, the red king crab savings area and sub area are focal points of alternative 2, highlighted in red, And then just east of that is Area 512, which lies within the northern Bristol Bay trawl closure area. Important to note that the red king crab saving sub area, in terms of regulatory definition, is a portion of the savings area. It's not a separate area. So that can come into play in minor ways in how we make sure we're correctly interpreting alternative 2 as it pertains to the non-pelagic trawl sector. Some other areas that are highlighted in this map figure are the red king crab bycatch limitation zone 1, the northern Bristol Bay trawl closure area that I referenced earlier. And you'll note that in the legend of this map, there are references to the amendments where some of these closure areas or management areas were established. And you'll notice that the savings area in the northern Bristol Bay trawl closure area came in at the same time under Amendment 37, as well as part of that package modifications to the existing Zone 1 trawl bycatch limits. I believe that were pre-existing from Amendments 10 and 12. So there was a big change that happened all at once in terms of closed areas and potential effects that could have on the crab stock. And then, as I'm sure we might discuss, would be a factor to consider in figuring out how to disentangle the effects of our existing closures and what they may or may not have provided in terms of benefits to the stock up to this point in time. The map also shows in purple the Bristol Bay red king crab stock area, or Area T, which roughly aligns with the survey stations that are drawn from the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey for the stock assessment. And then not shown here, but in section 3.1 of the document, and specifically in reference to the pelagic trawl sector, we've gone through other existing closed areas that are relevant to the pollock fishery, like the sea lion conservation area, herring conservation areas, the catcher vessel operation area, and others. And those sort of form a constellation of area closures that are sometimes in effect just for parts of the year, but nonetheless impact the response options that the pollock fleet has in determining where they can fish at certain times of year, in addition to other factors like where their targets are, fish size, bycatch of non-crab species, and considerations like that. So here are your alternatives as you've established in December. The council may select alternatives 2 and 3 in combination. The trigger options that I've highlighted here must be selected for each selected action alternative. The council could select the same trigger option for both alternatives 2 and 3, or different trigger options if the council provides a rationale for doing so. The alternatives on their face are pretty straightforward. The alternative 2 draws in all the gear types for ground fish that are active in this region of the Bering Sea. There are sub options that could be selected to carve out either the hook and line or Pacific cod pot gear sectors from the effective alternative 2. So if both, for example, both sub options were selected, then the closure would apply only to the pelagic and non-pelagic trawl sectors. You see that there are 2 options, the trigger options you've defined here. The first is, so the closure would be annual in years when it's in effect. The closure would not necessarily be in effect every year. It would be in effect if either of these 2 triggers is met. The first trigger is similar to, or same as the trigger that closes the savings sub area to non-pelagic trawl gear when in years when the previous red king crab fishery was not opened by the state. And then for alternative 3, this is specific to the Pacific cod pot fishery. Again, I mentioned NEMS area 512 lies to the east of the savings area. And so throughout the background section of the document, we provide additional kind of bespoke information to the pot fishery as it relates to this area specifically. How much activity is happening in there, which vessels are involved, how the catch and revenues and community links from the catch in that area compare to pot cod fishing throughout the Bering Sea, and how that has changed in the last roughly 5 years. This slide is a little bit more detail on alternative 2. The first part, just wanted to note that the statement italicized at the top that the existing closure for non-pelagic trawl gear is not changed. That's in the language of the council's alternative. And we just wanted to clarify that we understood that as a point of emphasis that the council was making, that the savings area, if alternative 2 is selected and would obviously include the non-pelagic trawl sector, then that saving sub area is only open when both the existing regulations and whichever trigger option you select for alternative 2 are satisfied. The reason to point this out is it would be imaginable where if the council selected option 2 as the trigger, which is the total area swept abundance of 50,000 metric tons or less than 50,000 metric tons, if that's the trigger, there could be years where that is true. But as you can see in the past, in the figure on the slide, there was a Bristol Bay red king crab directed fishery in the previous year. So we wanted to clarify that existing regulations staying in place means you couldn't have a situation where the area swept number is less than 50,000. So then the savings area is closed to other gear types. But because the crab fishery had been open in the previous year, the non-pelagic trawl could operate in the saving sub area. So we're clarifying that that's not a potential loophole as we understand the alternatives. The total area swept abundance, to clarify, it is not what Fish and Game's harvest policy or the crab FMP uses for opening the fishery or setting an ABC and for determining the bycatch limitation zone 1 red king crab PSC limit. That's the abundance estimate based on the length-based analysis, which has been the methodology used for those management measures since 1994, I believe. The length-based analysis abundance estimates are a different methodology. That's the modeling that you see from the stock assessment authors. It goes through the crab plan team and the SSC. And as you can see in figure 2.1 on the slide, there are years where area swept abundance is less than 50,000 tons, but the fishery was open. The fishery isn't open based on a length-based analysis number above or below a threshold, to my understanding, but those are examples where the length-based analysis is resulting likely in a higher abundance estimate. There's several reasons for that. One would be that total area swept is looking at both males and females, and you could have a different ratio of male to female in a given year coming out of the survey that feeds into the area swept abundance estimate. Other factors that the stock assessments model brings in also could result in it being higher. For instance, that model might not overreact to, say, a spike in surveyed abundance in 1 year if the factors leading to that, if the stock assessment authors and the peer reviewers don't think that those conditions are likely to persist. So those are just some examples of how the trigger option, which is area swept, is different from the abundance that you're used to seeing when setting ABC or determining which of the 3 levels the PSC limit is going to be set at.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Just on the 25% of zone 1, just for clarification. So I do understand the regulations. I'm just curious as to what extent of the overall PSC limit the sector uses. I know that's in the document, but I'm not sure if you'll get to that in this presentation. I just wanted to give you a chance but to what extent is that PSC limit overall used? In other words, to what extent is the 25% inside of the red king crab savings area a limitation for the fleet under the current history bycatch limits?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, that's a good question because I guess it highlights a specific data point that I don't think we directly reported in the paper. We definitely reported what the PSC limits have been by year and then what the PSC usage has been annually by the Amendment 80 sector and other trawl sectors that are subject to a red king crab PSC limit. But and we do report usage in I guess I should back up and say, I think in section 3.2, we are showing PSC estimation in the savings area, but I don't think that I have tied those together with the limit, the 25% of the limit, and the way that we did clearly tie together annual use versus the limit. Like what I thought you were asking was, since 2 years ago with the lower female abundance and spawning biomass, the PSC limit went down to the lowest of 3 levels in the PSC limit control rule. So we went back and showed, like, and since 2010, that would have meant that sector would have retrospectively hit its PSC limit in 10 and all but 3 of those years. But that's not what you were asking. You were asking about use of the 25%. And I think the information to answer that is, you would look at the limits that we show that exist in the paper, and you would look at the use in the red king crab savings area, but I didn't prepare that. I probably should have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Please continue.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just try, for efficiency of time to go over the fishery description information at a high level. This is describing the 4 groundfish fisheries that we've identified that operate in this area by gear, pelagic trawl, non-pelagic, and then for pot and hook and line, looking at the directed cod fisheries. So that's sort of the framework for how we've, in section 3, presented the reader with a brief history of those gear groups and a description of their participation levels, both in the red king crab savings area or for pot, also in 512. So participation trends, catch revenue, and also estimates of not only red king crab PSC, but where relevant, like for the pelagic trawl sector, PSC of Chinook and non-Chinook salmon and herring, and comparing across areas there. I'm obviously open to referring specifically to any of those background tables in this section as you like. But just to point the reader to them and not belabor them individually, the information that we're providing there is not only the catch and bycatch by gear and area that I described, but also seasonality of that catch and bycatch, noting that the red king crab savings area and 512 area closures would be annual. The discussion papers that have kind of gotten us to this point were considering seasonal closures, and also, the understanding of perhaps susceptibility of red king crab during mating and molting periods. We provided all that information with consecutive or concentric breakouts or breakdowns by groupings of months. And for this paper, focusing on simplifying to the level of January to July or June, and then July to December. I think let's see. Go ahead to this slide highlights some of the fishery specific information that we included that might have just been unique to one of these sectors. As I just mentioned, for pelagic trawl, there are certain PSC species that were relevant to that sector, but not as much to others. For the non-pelagic trawl is similar, but not the same as what Mr. Down was alluding to. We've gone through what the zone 1 PSC limits and PSC estimated use are, and the retrospective limitations in the area posed by that cap. We talk about the sort of uniqueness of the zone 1 PSC limit and how it closes non-pelagic trawl gear in the savings area. But because of the gear definition, the pollock fishery, of course, is not allowed to use non-pelagic trawl gear. So while the pollock fishery is part of the zone 1 PSC limit, if that limit were to be reached, it would not actually prevent the pollock fishery from operating in that area. This was well covered in some of our previous discussion papers. And then we have a little bit more specific information for the Pacific cod pot fishery because of alternative 3 being on the table here. Again, some of this is ported over from previous discussion papers. Some of it's new. Some of it's that is new is looking at catch composition. So, for these pretty these directed fisheries that are mostly cod. We looked by area to see if that varied by area and then what other species were making up the catch, and did find some uniqueness of area 512 and also the two areas that are encompassed that encompass the red king crab savings area rank high in terms of both total cod catch, so effort in the area historically, but also the presence of red king crab in the catch composition, which is not entirely surprising because of the location of those areas in Bristol Bay. We demonstrated that the pot cod fishery has generally shifted effort away from the red king crab savings area in recent years. They were never really present to a great extent during the A season, but in the B season, that cod sector has reduced its operation in the savings area, but consequently increased its participation in area 512, which is relevant to alternative 3 as perhaps a tool to stay out of the savings area. So what the net effect of that is on red king crab is one of those issues where we can point to it, but maybe not draw firm conclusions. I know you'll hear about the effects of fishing on predators of red king crab, i.e. cod, among others like salmon. So one thing that's supported this shift eastward in the pot cod fishery is a shift towards delivering to tenders in area 512. And we included a section in this version that shows the amount of deliveries to tenders as opposed to total fishing in that area. And that area 512 really stands out in terms of how dominant the tender operations are, and how that has likely been the reason that this fishery has been able to move farther east since 2019. This is a real brief summary of parts of the background section that cover community ties and also the shoreside processing sector. In the document, not included in the presentation, but there's the sort of extensive sheaf of SIA type data tables, and then some of them get repeated because we wanted to look at specific breakouts of the activity in not just the Bering Sea, but also the savings area in area 512 to understand, if say vessel ownership residence is a metric of interest, and understanding community ties, whether there's, any uniqueness in the vessels that do some of their activity in the savings area or area 512. So we repeated a few tables to get at that level of detail. I guess as a general observation or caveat, we present recent participation within the savings area across all gear types as an adequate reflection of what you might expect in the near future, but acknowledging that if you go back more years, say prior to 2018, you would see some of these fisheries that haven't been operating in the savings area having been there in the past. So, the hook and line CPs that fish Pacific cod tend to be fishing north of the savings area, but that may be a function, or, I'm led to believe is a function of where their target species are now, and also ocean conditions, sea ice, the cold pool, et cetera. That have led to them fishing farther north, but that's not to say that they haven't had a reliance on the savings area in the past. Similarly, the Amendment 80 sector stands out in a lot of ways for how complex its operators, what a complex puzzle they're facing in terms of balancing PSC limits for different species in addition to Zone 1 crab, halibut as well. Amendment 80 companies and vessels vary in their reliance on flatfish. So there's going to be a subset of that sector that has more historical reliance on the areas around the red king crab saving sub area for rock sole at certain parts of the year, or for coming back and fishing yellowfin sole later in the year when other Amendment 80 vessels might be in other parts of the BSAI or Gulf of Alaska. So if you just look at recent years, you don't see every version of that annual fishing plan that you can imagine. And you could go back and we could, perhaps bulk up some of the examples, but in recent years, it may be a reflection of the near future and it may not because of some of the underlying management for that sector that's changing, like the implementation of new halibut PSC limits under ABM. And then, as I mentioned, just in the last 2 years, the red king crab PSC limit was ratcheted down to the lowest level in the control rule. I will go ahead to another high-level overview of the background we did provide on the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery itself. In section 3.5 of the document, we drew largely on the crab economic safe, which included the following statement that the crab industry, dependent communities, and other stakeholders currently face the prospect of a prolonged period of income and employment loss as a result of trends and closures in these and other crab fisheries, and that the scope and scale of structural changes within the crab industry and extended community that may ultimately be precipitated by the immediate crisis are unknown and difficult to anticipate with clarity. So, you know, at a very introductory level, this document tries to just provide the reader with a basic grasp on what the scope and scale of this fishery has been over the years since the crab rationalization program was implemented. Also drawing on some data up through, I think, 2021 from ASEPO, looking at the different connections in this crab fishery to communities in Western Alaska and elsewhere, either through harvesting and also through processing, and then other ways to value this fishery, which would be one element of considering the benefits, if there are any, of closing an area, and if that has a marginal effect on bringing back this fishery. And so some of those that have been publicly available in recent years are the pretty rudimentary, but nonetheless important estimates that went into the federal fishery disaster declarations and the relief funds that have been recently authorized for that. So,
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just, in the description of fisheries section, and I know, you know, we have our SSC report to refer to, but I'm going to ask you directly, Sam, while I have it, that one of their suggestions was to improve the characterization of shore-based and inshore floating processors and describe tendering operations, and also to help tie to the benefits that would potentially accrue to engaged communities and what I assume could be any negative impacts that would accrue to engaged communities. So I didn't know if you had anything specific that you might be adding to the analysis. So I don't need to kind of double back to that later, that you could mention. I see the list of tables. Maybe the first interpretation is they're just looking for some discussion or narrative around those tables. I wasn't able to hear that part of the discussion, but I could get it out of the way if you'd answer now.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball. It took me a little bit of time at the SSC table to understand what the ask was, but I've got it now, so I can share it with you. Discussion around those tables certainly, but I believe what some in the SSC were specifically interested that you mentioned were two things. One was references to inshore floating processors, I think noting specifically that of the Pacific cod pot fishery in area 512 that delivered to tenders, processors designated as inshore floating processors rather than being tied to a community receive the highest percentage of those tender deliveries. And so the question was, are those operations that are being taken to the Eastern Bering Sea and receiving fish there, or are they just the facilities classified as inshore floating processors that are in a community like on Alaska? I talked to ACFEN about this during the course of the meeting, and he confirmed what I thought I knew, but the seed of doubt had been planted. But it's the latter, that there aren't floaters being put in Eastern Bristol Bay. So thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. The other thing that I believe SSC was interested in relating to tenders was what we could tell them about the vessels themselves, whether they were formerly crab vessels, who owns those tenders in a qualitative sense? What else do they do throughout the year? How dependent are they on this relatively new way to spend some of their year? With the implication being if alternative 3 or alternative 3 in combination with alternative 2 were to cause some actual foregone revenue and participation in the Pacific cod pot fishery, then the people who are operating those tenders or owning those tenders, if it's more vertically integrated, would need to be counted in the impacts.
Ms. Kimball. Mr. Cunningham.
Okay. The 3 more slides before I pass this over to Dr. Smith for a moment. And these 3 slides are going to summarize what's in section 6 of the document. This is the section of this style of document that you would equate roughly to the environmental assessment or EA. So at the beginning of it, we identify the environmental components that we're going to look at in this version of the analysis. We didn't receive any feedback on the scope of this analysis, this EA section from the SSC at this meeting, but we looked at selected ground fish that are most primarily targeted in this part of the Bering Sea. In terms of non-target species, we looked at Bristol Bay red king crab itself. And that's the part of this paper that I'll get to on the next slide, where it's some of the fundamental information on what we do and don't know about the stock and the species and its life history. And then again, how that dovetails with our understanding of what potential benefits might be associated with this action. And the other thing I'll highlight in this presentation is habitat, which is another environmental component that can be selected for analysis in an EA. And so that's where we've pulled together the information that we have from the most recent EFH review, as well as fishing effects model specific to Bristol Bay red king crab. And then also the from December 2022, the latest effort from NIM staff, but also and primarily APU staff or APU researchers on estimation of bottom contact by not just mobile and trawl gear, but all gears, and separated out by A and B seasons. And also, and I'll show this 2 slides from now, looking at 2015 to 2020, I believe. So spatial and we also discuss that spatial and temporal changes in effort are constrained by existing annual and seasonal area closures, some of which I referenced earlier, and also by seasonal TAC apportionments, and then fishery specific factors that dictate the timing and location of effort. And some of those may be different for CVs and CPs, sort of the tethering of CVs relatively more closely to shore-based processing. If you're looking at what are the possible response options to an area closure where someone might move. And then in general, it's throughout the document, but this is another area where we discuss that there are already reasons that effort varies from one year to another, the location and the timing of effort. Some of those I mentioned earlier, like the need to balance PSC limits for non-crab species, the need to preserve allocated non-target species that support fishing, say for the Amendment 80 sector at different types of year. And then environmental conditions like the location of the cold pool. If you're a CP and you're looking for a certain size of fish to feed certain factory processes and product mixes. These are things that can complicate retrospective analysis for predicting future effort location, which is, to be expected, and analysts should be expected to handle those within a range of uncertainty. So we will continue to try to describe these fisheries and what their decision factors are, what their response options to an area closure would be. Just noting that what happened in 2022 or 2018 or 2014 may not be a perfect reflection of what would happen and be expected in 2024 or 25, but we can identify what the different moving pieces are. And, if it's the will of the council or it's SSC to come up with some not forecast, but quantification of what future fishing effort looks like in a spatial sense, more so than in a qualitative narrative sense, then those are the kind of things that we're going to have to triangulate, which is guaranteed to provide an incorrect answer, but it would be the best incorrect answer, hopefully. And then just generally speaking, a lot of this we're talking about the possibility that a fishing effort would be redistributed spatially, if not temporally, so that the fishing effects model and central fish habitat maps are a useful way for understanding, are we expecting, if the total amount of effort stays the same, is it moving away from areas that have been identified as core EFH for red king crab? Some of those interpretations could be less obvious if we entertain the idea that the total amount of effort is going to change. Generally, we're not talking about economic impacts in the most simplistic terms of foregone revenue, so taking catch that occurs in an area that would become closed and taking it out of the fishery, but thinking that there will be some recovery of that catch and revenues, but placed in other areas. So does that mean that you're moving a vessel into an area that it's clearly shown in the past it would not optimally choose to fish there? Are you going to make the fishery less efficient? We would tend to assume that. And so is that going to increase the total amount of fishing effort in terms of gear time required to prosecute the fishery within the other limits of the timing of other fisheries a vessel needs to participate in, or markets, or if they're not able to fish in the area where the good roe fish are, maybe they would fish less. But in general, you have potential total amounts of effort and thus environmental impacts in some dimensions could go up in terms of fishing less efficiently, or down if the impacts of closing an area are such that the fishery is less viable to the point that a vessel stops participating. We do, I guess, just a sort of a summary point for later is I think that's probably most likely for these groundfish sectors to occur in the pot cod fishery, as opposed to other the trawl fisheries and the hook and line fisheries, and we can get into reasons why that may be later on. So this slide and the one after it, I wanted to include so that the reader can see some of the existing information that we brought to describing Bristol Bay red king crab and also to relevant habitats. I think I've touched on some of the summary points that are listed down the left, but for the reader or the listener, this is kind of a map to the information that's in section 6.3, I believe, of the document. So here you're seeing the most recent Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey. This is just 1 year of results and for females. And then also the sex and maturity ratios. And both these cases, the analysts, the survey analysts have highlighted the savings area. So you can see at least a snapshot picture of whether or what kind of crab you're seeing in the savings area during this June time period, and then to the east of it. I will not repeat a point that we've discussed many times over the last 12 months on this project about what the knowledge gaps are in our information about where red king crab are throughout the year at their different points of their annual cycle, but also this section of the document is where we give our best understanding of that knowledge. So we have a snapshot from the trawl survey. We have, and many years, snapshots from the fishery when it occurs in October, November, and then logbook efforts to also try to fill in some gaps in there. And then this year, there was the winter spring pot survey conducted by the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation in partnership with NIMS and Alaska Department of Fish and Game. That's included here as figure 6.8. This is just one of the two outputs that they were able to give us before they finished and presented to the CPT recently, so we could include it in this paper. And I guess two things to say about that. One, I think we were pretty heavily cautioned that the principal investigators of that survey don't necessarily want to draw conclusions about what it means, what the thousands of crab they found in the survey mean in terms of seasonal movement or year to year extrapolations without seeing how this winter spring survey compares to the June trawl survey, which is in the field now or will be. So it will probably be more valuable to interpret some of this survey information later in the summer or fall. So we look forward to that. And it's my understanding also that some tags were deployed during the survey that I think they hope to come up when the fishery would be occurring. And since the fishery is not going to be or may not be occurring later this year, I may not be saying that exactly right, but there's a tagging component to this pot survey as well. So the punchline here is this section describes the ongoing efforts to fill in these gaps between the survey, the fishery, and then also the times of year when some of these groundfish sectors are fishing in the area, which would be kind of late winter, and try to fill in the gaps of where these crab are and when in relation to when they're going through their different important life stages. Last slide here before passing to Dr. Smith is just to show some of the information, some examples of the EFH maps, the fishing effects summary map for Bristol Bay red king crab. And then I included 2 examples here of the latest bottom contact estimation projections that we included in this paper. So this is showing pot gear in the bee season, which is when historically that sector had been having the most overlap with the savings area, and then the pelagic trawl, pollock fishery in the A season below. Some of these points about net changes in total effort being ambiguous, I covered, I think, in response to a previous question. So I'm just going to pause here and see if there are questions, or I can let Dr. Smith talk about the next section.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Apnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. There may be an obvious answer to this, but in your previous slide, when you were talking about the kind of the air of caution and drawing any inferences from this year's summer pot survey until the June trawl survey came out, was there any discussion about the value of the previous June survey relative to this winter survey? Or were we, I guess, are we looking at, at the time when molting and mating is presumed to begin to that assumed migration eastward as the best kind of references with one another moving forward? Thanks.
Through the chair, my understanding from speaking to the investigators, and I would presume that at least one of them will be testifying on this issue, was that they were most interested in within year comparisons. I don't want to go too far outside of my base of personal knowledge, but I do know it's challenging. It can be challenging for tagging studies to span molting periods because of the way that the tags are attached to the crab. I think they hope to get enough skip molters, I think, to help fill in some of these gaps, but these are sort of the things that maybe explain why we still don't know some of these answers, because they're hard. And there seems to be an effort or a desire by some, at least, to make this a time series effort of tagging, but that's resource intensive. We know probably all the more important when we're not getting fishery data and logbook data for part of the year. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, other than in my conversations with the investigators, they specifically cautioned us against presenting this, that people could draw conclusions just from looking at figures 6.7 and 6.8 here and now, and that they would be enhanced by the interpretation of the 2023 trawl survey.
Any further questions? Dr. Smith.
Hey, hi, good afternoon. Skip another one. Okay, so I'll be talking about the PSC displacement. This section in the paper is an appendix. It's appendix 2. And it shows how the PSC may change with the displacement under the alternatives by taking a historical look. So in December, last December, staff reported a similar maps for the Pollock A season for 2021. That was based on the timing that would have been affected by the emergency rule request. And so that's kind of where these maps come from, is that the council suggested that staff bring back a version of those maps that would cover a wider range of years and seasons to better fit the current council motion. So in this way, we chose to run annual estimates for simplicity for this and cover a range of recent years. And we ran the similar analysis for the same species that were reported in December. So in this way, we estimated the change by taking the total groundfish catch displaced from the savings area and moving it to these new boxes of equal area and applying the average PSC rates from those areas to the displaced groundfish catch, and then subtracting whatever PSC would have been caught in the savings area from that new estimate. So in the maps, you'll see there are color-coded boxes representing the savings area in red, the adjacent area in orange, and an area of high PSC in the stellar sea lion conservation area in yellow, and a moving box of highest PSC rates in green. And I'll speak to the specific numbers a little bit in a moment, but just to show, to orient you to the graphics, there are two legends you'll see. One is for the PSC rate. That's a continuous scale ranging from a low value of dark blue to a high in yellow. So really, when you're looking at the maps, the greens and yellows are really the high PSC areas when you see those clumping together. And then the other legend shows the boxes that I mentioned where the groundfish catch is moved to, as well as area T, zone 1, and that stellar sea lion conservation area for reference. So for the two examples you see here, you'll note that the pelagic trawl is on the left, and this is an example of pot capture on the right. So you'll notice that for the pelagic fleet, there's generally low PSC rate in the savings area, which is hence the needed flexibility that we hear from the pelagic fleet to use this area to avoid PSC such as this. This is Chinook salmon. And when you go through the years, you'll note too that that's an example of one of these that changes quite a bit year to year. Whereas, and so you'll note the green box there of the highest PSC, that green box moves around each year. So it gets a little bit different. In other fisheries like the pot sector on the right, this is for red king crab PSC. We also reported other crab PSCs as well, but for the topic of the presentation, these areas are a little bit more consistent in terms of the area, but they did range quite substantially in the magnitude of PSC rates each year. So consistently occurring, highest PSC occurring in the area east of the savings area, which is area 512. So that has obvious implications for alternative 3. And this 2022 map does show also in the most recent years quite a bit of high PSC rate throughout zone 1 and area T as well. Okay, so focusing on really those moving green boxes of the highest PSC areas, you can think of those as sort of worst case scenario or maximum PSC estimates. And that's what this table here summarizes, is that the maximum increase. So we looked at the past 3 years. So the ranges you see here are the range from the lowest to the highest PSC estimates that we found in those high or green boxes in the figures. So you can see that for some species like Chinook salmon, the max increase was lower than others and didn't really differ too much year to year, ranging from 964 to about 1,200, more or less 1,000 there. But when you look at some of the other ones, such as the non-Chinook group, you see that variation is much higher. Year to year variation is much higher. And to put those in perspective, they range from around 5%, and that would be the lowest year that we had for Chinook increases, to about 74%, which was the highest year for the non-Chinook group, relative to the PSC that was already caught in area T that year. So that's just to put it in perspective. A few things that were highlighted in the paper in this section, the high PSC rates that I mentioned for some species were consistent, particularly for the non-Chinook group and the red king crab, which is a good thing for PSC avoidance measures, while others like the Chinook salmon were more varied each year. And another thing to note, which I did mention already, was that the movement of pot gear into Area 512 resulted in higher red king crab PSC each year, which has the implication for alternative 3. And to note, this way of looking at the PSC is very simplistic. So we did want to look at the recent time period to get a look at what the recent history looked at like as we were in this sort of low crab scenario. But there are a few considerations where you might have some mismatches in the seasonal groundfish effort and PSC rate. The biggest one that really comes out is the non-Chinook group. That's where we have really a lot of the effort and catch of groundfish is in the A season, where the high PSC rates in the maps are really highly influenced from the B season. So in reality, those numbers that you see there are likely very overestimated, but this again is a sort of a worst case scenario kind of analysis. And there are some outliers as you go further back in time where there were groundfish catches by the pelagic fleet in the B season. So kind of the point there being, it is a worst case scenario. There are things that could change hypothetically in the future. So we wanted to just kind of capture that all in one place. So with that, if there are no questions, I'll hand it back to Sam.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. Just to make sure I'm understanding that for the impacts to Bristol Bay Red King Crab PSC, that's the maximum increase from displacement of both Area 512 and the Red King Crab savings area. So by both the pelagic fleet and the pot fleet combined.
To the Chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you. No, that is only for displacement from the Red King Crab savings area. So those estimates that you see there are, if I can go back to the previous slide just to show that green, it's a little bit difficult to see, apologize for that, but the green box is all the way to on the east side in Area 512. Those increased numbers you see are from the catches displaced from the savings area into that green box in Area 512.
Did I follow up, Mr. Chair? Did I then jump the gun on looking at displacement from Area 512?
Through the Chair, no, that's we only I think that's one thing that we did here was really just look at the displacement from the savings area. There are some ways to look at this where a lot of the effort in the past few years has increased into 512, but I think that's just one area of fault in this that we didn't analyze, because what we did was really take that the analysis that was brought in December and expand it to the years and seasons for the savings area analysis that was conducted. But we'll acknowledge that we should have also run that analysis for 512 for pot gear. But I apologize for missing that.
Follow up. So if this continues to move forward in the next draft, we would see an analysis of PSC impacts under alternative 3 as well.
Through the Chair, absolutely. That would be something we would want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mason. I struggled a bit when I was trying to follow in the document how you made the assumptions that you made about where effort might move. it's really super complicated. There are a lot of factors that go in. And I guess it wasn't until today that I really picked up on that these boxes are based on annual PSC and not seasonal. I saw the bullet in your other slide. And so I guess I'm just looking for some clarification on how you made those assumptions, because when I look at the list of people that were consulted, nobody from the pot cod fleet was consulted what they might do, or the non-pelagic fleet. So if you could just walk me through a bit more on the assumptions that you made where the fleet would move, that might be helpful. Thanks.
Through the chair, yes, this was essentially done data driven, and we did hear very clearly in the AP and through testimony over the past few days that this would very much benefit from input from the fleet. And then so that would be going forward, something we would certainly do to improve this. But for what we did here, this was essentially data driven, using the areas of the highest PSC rates. And, again, it was really an expansion of what was brought in December. So we didn't want to change too much of what the council saw in December, because it really otherwise was asked to expand upon. So we didn't want to change too much about that. So we kept the same boxes as in terms of what would happen if the catch was moved adjacent or in some of these other high areas. And so that the green box of high PSC, it really is a worst case scenario. It's something we had to visually or use the data to pick out the equal area that would be displaced of the highest rates. But we did use some best judgment as we could when there were cases where those high PSC rates, say, were unrealistically far away or something like that. That's something we just use best judgment on. But yes, moving forward, that's we'd really like to lean on the offer that the fleet has offered to help us with that in the future.
Thank you. And so I think the other piece that I'm understanding is that you only looked at the PSC rate, not CPUE and what additional effort might be needed, and therefore how that might increase the number of PSC animals taken, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And that was a recommendation. That's one of the recommendations that the SSC made, that if the council would like to see that, that would just be a different analysis, but something we can absolutely do with our data.
Further questions for Dr. Smith? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So I'm not going to make you repeat yourself here, but just as a council member, when I look at this and I hear your explanation that you've moved effort to estimate the increase that might occur in Chinook, for instance, or non-Chinook, you've taken from the area that would be closed and you've moved that area into the highest bycatch area as a worst case scenario. So looking at that, it seems wholly unreasonable to me that would actually be the occurrence, that the actual the actual increase is somewhat much less than that. And so as a council member, should I ignore this? I mean, I'm just thinking is there some useful factor? Can you recommend that I cut this by 50% or 25%, or you just don't know, or you're just gonna, and I appreciate Ms. Vanderhoven's questions and your answer to that in the next iteration, we'd likely to see something better. But for this what's before me now, should this be ignored?
Through the chair, I wouldn't, I don't think it would be ignored. What I wanted to portray is that as a worst case scenario, these would be the numbers, but it is really important to mention all the hard work that the fleets do to avoid bycatch, and particularly the pelagic trawl fleet with hotspot movements. And so yes, this is a worst case scenario. And we would certainly hope that in reality, the numbers would be much lower than that based on those efforts that the fleet does to avoid PSE. But it's just to get a handle on kind of what the worst case scenario would have been historically if in those years, say those hotspot avoidance measures didn't work as well for whatever reason, and they happen to land in those highest PSE areas. This is an idea of what the worst case would have been.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. But following up on your answer in particular, I'm hoping I didn't hear you suggesting that the next iteration would simply apply some form of a hotspot management approach. Because much of the point of this is that a hotspot management approach relies on viable alternatives to move to. The more closed areas we have, ... And I think that, isn't that an important element to capture in, maybe not in as much in the analysis, but shouldn't we avoid making assumptions that there's always another area for them to move to when we're doing these analyses is I guess my question.
Through the chair, yes, that I think that's a good point, and that's kind of why we decided to present the worst case scenarios. And we did present in the tables, there are some other, the other boxes of what if they did move just adjacent, and we know talking to the fleet, that doesn't seem to be the best area to move to at certain times of the year. So there are those other scenarios, but yes, I think that that's one of the important parts of presenting the worst case scenario. I think it's important to acknowledge the efforts that go into PSE avoidance, but it would also be very difficult to include that into analysis of this type. It might be a possibility, but I do agree that would be it would be, well, I'll go back to just saying that's why I think that the worst case scenarios are important to present, and because that's what we know would have been, or that's what we're estimating would have been the case.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Smith. We'll go back to Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these next three slides are just going to give a high level discussion and also a bit of a recap of some of the points I've made earlier about drawing some of the things we know and things we don't know into a cost benefit analysis, looking at impacts on groundfish, and then vis-a-vis potential benefits to red king crab from these areas. So there's three slides here, and then just for expectation setting, then we'll be moving into discussion of section 4 on the gear, and then that would be the extent of the presentation. So here, like I started off the presentation, this slide, if you kind of read, through the main headings, is outlining this comparison that are weighing that the council's ultimately being asked to make here relative to no action, the adverse impacts on groundfish against potential benefits to crab, where impacts on groundfish are in some ways easier to point to, although for the complications that myself, Dr. Smith, and yourselves as well already pointed out examples of during this presentation, are sometimes lack of ability to look at a past year and say it's going to be how the groundfish fleet operates in a future year, maybe because their halibut PSC limit changed, or because the red king crab saving sub area wasn't open, or the particulars of how pelagic trawl sector utilized the hotspot system to avoid salmon. There are going to be those contingencies that differ from year to year. And then as we have described kind of the last several years and maybe look to make comparisons to years that were more 10 plus years ago, what's been the varying level of importance in terms of engagement and harvest in the savings area and savings sub area, and what are the reasons for why that was maybe one way 10 years ago and not so much in the last several years. So the ways that we discuss some of these impacts at this stage are, like I said, looking at revenue at risk by showing how much revenue is coming out of these areas relative to the region or that fisheries activity as a whole, or on the community or processing side, how much is coming in to that community from these areas versus their total Alaska fishing economy revenues. Qualitatively discussing some of this optionality, the response options that having fewer open areas, how that constrains things like PSC avoidance or following a target species that maybe is pushed back towards the savings area by environmental conditions that might experience a regime shift, move back to this area as they moved out of it, say 10 years ago. We discuss things that you've seen in previous council analyses on closing areas or implementing PSC limits where our PSC management programs that emphasized shifting the location of effort, like Amendment 91 and the Bering Sea, and applied some of those, or that discussion that the council saw in those documents here, looking at how when you through management measures modify somebody's behavior, what are the dimensions along which their efficiency loss is going to be felt. So whether that's taking more time and operating costs to do the same amount of fishing, how that devalues the labor of workers who are paid on a fishing share basis, things like that. So we've folded those into the discussion in section 5. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, on the other side of the ledger is a really fundamental question that we are wanting to weigh some of this qualitative and to some extent quantitative impact in terms of revenue at risk against something. And the benefits of closing areas in Bristol Bay and in Eastern Bristol Bay are easy to envision but difficult to quantify. And making that statement on the basis of what we can find in the stock assessment itself, what we hear from the crab plan team, the fact that there is ongoing research on larval distribution of red king crab, things like that, uncertainty about whether the recruitment bottleneck has to do with predation, and if so, to what extent, or if it has to do with habitat. And if it has to do with habitat, is that habitat that is in the areas that could be affected by these action alternatives, or are we talking about settling habitat that's farther east? And are those, it's been interesting, speaking personally, to learn over the last year and a half, how much that was thought or understood at the time about Bristol Bay red king crab 25, 30 years ago, that is thought of differently now. Areas that were thought in the early 90s when the savings, and before in the 80s when the savings area was not yet established or was newly established, what were the critical areas for females spawning, and how that affected where larval release occurred and settlement, and where certain habitats were important to protect juvenile crabs so that they could grow and recruit into the fishery. Areas that are now much more south and west of the red king crab savings area, and how that leads to additional questions that we, would not have a lot of confidence we'll get solid answers to on the decision-making timeline for these alternatives, but looking at the relocation of groundfish effort, and if it's moving out of the red king crab savings area, and for trawl gear, it can't move east because east of the savings area is part of the trawl closure area, which will remain closed. Or if you're talking about pots in 512, if you presume that area might be closed. Would those pot cod fishermen, many of whom, as we note and demonstrate in the paper, also have vested interest in participation in crab fisheries, have recently opted not to fish in the Red King crab savings area voluntarily. So would the closure of 512 mean that they move back into the savings area? Do they skip all the way west and fish west or southwest of the savings area, where we understand that trawl fishing tends to occur in the first half of the year, and sort of between Dutch Harbor and the savings area? So these are some of the dynamics. I think when it's pointed out, we could do more to talk to fleets and say, where are you going to move? We have tried that to some extent, but also at this meeting, listening, some people either say they're not sure. It depends on the year. I mean, I think testimony will be valuable as always in this case. It depends on the year, or we need maximal areas so that we can fish quickly and efficiently while avoiding salmon and then get off the grounds altogether. Or in the case of pot cod, one of the reasons that we have made at least a relatively stronger statement that the pot cod fleet is more likely to actually forego fishing than just to move it is because it's hard to imagine that fishery moving as far west as it would need to skip all the way from 512 west of the savings area. And there seems to be no, at least historical interest. So we make assumptions on things like they probably won't move farther east into area 508 for several reasons. Probably not any better for crab. There's no history of fishing cod there. I would assume if that was a productive thing to do, we would have seen at least a little bit of it, but also it's even farther from processing. So those are kind of where we're at with some known unknowns. This slide, I'm not going to read through all of these things, but just in terms of organization, since this presentation kind of lives on as a reference for people, is listing pieces of information that throughout the document we've brought to the council as far as information that we have. And where we run out of bullets on this slide is because we have not identified information additional to this that would be, really taking us, if we could just add X, Y, or Z, then we would better be able to quantify and understand the benefits of closing the saved area, the savings area. We haven't found those pieces of information. We didn't hear from the SSC that we had completely whiffed on aspects of EFH or of the information in the stock assessment that should have been in this document. Certainly not stating that the document can't be improved in many ways, but recognizing that I think we're on the timeline of this council action, there's, we're going to need to develop some comfort with things that we're not going to be able to state definitively. And, that's not to say that action can't be taken as long as the SSC, as our peer reviewer, is comfortable that the best available information was brought before the council. So again, these two lists are kind of the sides of the ledger, summarizing quickly what information you could go back and actually find in this document. And one of the things, the only thing on here I'll mention, because I don't think I brought it up earlier, was the last bullet under ground fish that we have tried to, but also will extend on what we often call diversification tables in these documents, where we look at specific sets of vessels and what they do, not just in the fishery that we're analyzing here, but what that vessel might be doing in the Gulf of Alaska or the Aleutian Islands. And that comes to sort of susceptibility or reliance on the fishery that's potentially regulated by these actions. And, uniquely in some cases, some of the vessels we describe in this document are, for instance, codependent or co-reliant on cod and formerly crab. And then, as the council is well aware, the Bristol Bay or the Bering Sea region in Alaska in general has a lot of impediments to replacing a fishery that may be less efficient or uneconomical because of a management action that closes areas. There are a lot of impediments to switching into other fisheries. some of those being the LLP program itself, rationalization programs. So the council is well aware that there are a lot of factors that would be a hurdle to replacing participation in this fishery with participation in a completely different fishery. And then finally, in the alternative section of the paper, this slide, some conclusion gives a sort of a tick through of what, to the extent that we reached conclusions, some of the conclusions that were reached. So that this revenue at risk approach is not equivalent to foregone revenue. It's a maximum impact and it's unlikely, but it's a starting point for discussion on the impacts side of things. Through the fishery information, we clearly show that in recent years, actual activity in the savings area for most of the gears that are involved in this action has decreased in the savings area. But we, throughout this presentation in the paper, have noted some reasons why that might be the case, why that might be a recent phenomenon, or if not just a recent phenomenon, one that couldn't be reversed in the future. So, you know, closing the area, not in every year because it's based on a trigger, but if we think in the near future that these triggers are likely to be met, then there's a presumption that these areas are going to be closed. And we're not saying that, for instance, because the hook and line sector hasn't been in the savings area much in recent years, that they wouldn't return. The third bullet we've addressed recently. One thing I wanted to say in addition about the pot cod sector that we haven't touched on in this discussion yet is that we did look at in previous discussion papers too, whether there would be any potential spillover from the pot cod fishery into state water fisheries. We show through data that most of the pot cod fleet and the affected part of the Bering Sea here is over 60 feet CVs. So those vessels wouldn't be eligible to participate in the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict state fishery. And it wasn't part of this paper, but I think it came up last October. We had coordinated with some of the state fishery managers, and it was our understanding that a possible, if not likely, response to federal closure in Area 512 would be closure of parallel state waters adjacent to that area as well. So just as a sort of standalone note, we're not projecting a direct increase in effort inside 3 miles as a result of alternative 3. And I think I'll just skip to the last bullet here, that when we do talk about these impacts, whether it is, and maybe when we're not thinking about the rarer cases of foregone fishing or exiting the fishery, we're talking mostly about operational impacts, marginal efficiency loss. And most of those impacts, as we're judging, are going to be localized to sort of the microeconomies of the vessels that have these specific dependencies on the savings area, or the option that having the savings area provides. That this is going to be vessel level effects, crew level effects, or company level effects, not looking at the potential impact based on the relative small quantitative reliance on these areas, the relative impact of alternative 2. We're not drawing a line with high degree of likeliness and confidence that would say make a notable and substantial reduction in total fishing revenues in a high volume processing community like Unalaska, Akitan, places like that. And that's kind of borne out and why we don't do a couple exercises that are sometimes standard in documents like this, like look at a tax revenue impact analysis. At this stage, the presumption is that revenues may be at least partially retained, although gained less efficiently. And to the extent that revenues are foregone because of the impacts of the action alternative, it would probably be in an amount that's difficult to disentangle from just the annual variations that we see in fishery outcomes. So, Mr. Chair, I think this is a good chance to pause for questions, and then we'll be taking kind of a hard right turn into section 4. And like I said, that would get us to the end of our prepared slides.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. And I don't see any questions. Okay. Please continue.
Okay, so section 4 covers the part of the council motion asking for an expanded discussion on the pelagic trawl gear definition and performance standard. And to help walk through the background and rationale, I'm going to walk through quite a bit of history, but I think it helps kind of tell the story as it goes along. So the first definition we have starting here in 1987, a trawl in which neither the net nor the trawl doors or other trawl spreading device operates in contact with the seabed, and which does not have attached to it protective devices such as rollers or bobbins that would make it suitable for fishing in contact with the seabed. This definition starts out, at least in writing, very clear about contact with the seabed and protective devices. When you get into starting in about in 1990, we have a pretty hard shift in the definition. This was through an emergency interim rule, and the purpose of this rule was to promote reduced bycatch of halibut and crab. And so this is a shift we see that really carries throughout the history and through the regulations that we have today. The purpose of this, there were closures in bottom trawl fisheries at the time that were intended to reduce halibut PSC, and a few loopholes were, based on that 1987 definition, were allowing things to easily continue non-pelagic fishing by simply removing protective devices. And that was leading to a concern that was leading to higher halibut bycatch than if the protective devices were there to begin with. And so the definition really seek to clarify better the difference between a pelagic and a non-pelagic trawl, so that these two that this regulation, these closures of non-pelagic trawling at the time could be better enforced. So pelagic trawls in general use a much larger mesh size than non-pelagic trawls. This is typically for things like reduced drag, but those large meshes also have a much reduced bycatch rate than the non-pelagic trawls. So that was a part of this redefinition, was that acknowledging the difference between the two gears. It was very much acknowledged at this time that the large pelagic trawls, when fished in that way, when the mesh size was at least 1 meter stretched mesh, looking back in the data sets at the time, had much lower bycatch than smaller mesh sizes. And so that's where this definition really came together, with a stretch mesh of at least 1 meter for 10 meshes and 12-inch webbing spacing at the fishing line. And then there's also this note about parallel line spacing. I want to note you'll see the two images here. There's a mesh configuration on the left and a parallel line trawl on the right. And all indications point to the parallel design on the right is really no longer in use to our knowledge. So for the remainder of the presentation, I'm going to focus on the mesh trawl arrangement. So I mentioned that was an emergency interim rule. In the following year, there were FMP amendments that more permanently defined the definition. And there were a few changes to that as well. The biggest changes you see in the graphic here were increases in mesh size from the 1 meter, just 39.4 inches to 64 inches. And they also increased the knot interval spacing. And so with that increase in mesh size, it also increased the length of that forward section, because the definition defines that length in terms of a number of meshes. So still 10 meshes long, but those meshes are longer. So our estimate is that that went from about 33 to 53 feet. And the EA and the rule documents were very clear that the purpose of the large mesh size was intended to reduce bycatch of halibut and crab at this time. So in the few years after that, there were still a few issues with non-pelagic trawl closures and some modifications to gear that still was occurring that was leading to higher halibut bycatch than intended. And so in 1993, they redefined the definition again. And this objective here, I'll refer to throughout the presentation. This is more or less our current definition. There's been a few minor changes, which I'll talk about as we go along, mostly in terms of the performance standard. But the objective was to reduce halibut and trawl bycatches by discouraging or preventing trawl operations on the seabed when halibut and crab PSC allowances have been reached. And that part about PSC being reached, that refers back to the non-pelagic trawl closures that occurred when those PSC allowances were reached. So the mesh size decreased a little bit to 60 inches, but the length of that forward section, at least in terms of regulation, were increased. So we have what used to be around 53 feet, increasing quite substantially if you look at the new regulation being greater than or equal to half the vessel's length overall. So if you look at certain vessels, the average CP, at least in today's fleet, is 292 feet. So that would be 146 feet for this section at a minimum, and 61 feet for a catcher vessel. But we do know from observations that this is also, a component of this, as well as reducing bycatch, is also to reduce drag. And so we do know also from observations that these sections in current practice also appear to be much longer than that in many cases, sometimes 3 times the vessel length. So the definition also added a few components to prevent non-pelagic operation. One such was no flotation, except for a small allowance for 200-pound buoyancy for net sounder device. No chafing gear on the foot rope or fishing line and no metal components forward of a mesh of 5.5 inches. They also added that no more than 1 fishing line or 1 foot rope for a total of 2 weighted lines on the bottom of the trawl would be used. And they also added the performance standard of no more than 20 crab at any given time. And I will talk about the performance standard in detail, but before I do, this is one component of this review is that we found recent concern whether the cod end is included in the definition of pelagic trawl gear. And this is important because the current definition, as I just mentioned, has a requirement of no flotation except for that small 200-pound buoyancy exception. The issue comes in where the definition, there is a definition of cod end in another location of the federal regulations. And this was added a few years after the 1993 regulation. And so there's a conflict here where that definition, while the NMFS Alaska region doesn't believe the cod end was intended to be included in those definitions, that definition of cod end does define it as the terminal closed end of a trawl net. So when you put those two together, that would tend to apply the no flotation to the cod end, which we know is a quite common practice in the fleet to use flotation. So that's something that the council may wish to clarify, and if so, may also just through our review, may also wish to consider revisions that would allow for gear innovation, such as salmon excluders. Flotation also applies to that as well. And also simplify compliance monitoring by removing outdated or inapplicable portions, such as the parallel line trawling that I mentioned.
Dr. Smith, let's go to a question from Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Smith. My question is on the previous slide. Sorry to be a little late. So I'd like to go back to the point that you highlighted about the pretty much current definition of pelagic trawl gear. I was a little, can you just walk me through that a little bit more in terms of, we're talking about the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl and the text that's highlighted for us in blue and red. And then you talked specifically, which presumably relates to pelagic trawl, but then you highlighted the last part of the sentence and talked about crab and PSC allowances, I believe, in non-pelagic trawl gear. And so I've struggled with this as we've been looking at this. And so can you just walk me through that again, please, so I understand?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you. Yes, I apologize for the confusing history of the way I described it. I did try to color code it a little bit in terms of the parts of the definition that really applied, at least in our assessment, parts of the definition that would apply more towards bycatch, and other parts that would apply more towards really distinguishing pelagic versus non-pelagic gear. And so that portion of the objective about when halibut and crab PSC allowances have been reached, that really comes most in play with the performance standard, which I will talk about in good detail. But essentially what that did was kick in the performance standard to start. So when the PSC allowances were not reached at the time, there was allowed non-pelagic directed pollock, non-pelagic trawl for directed pollock. However, when the PSC was reached, that triggered the non-pelagic directed pollock trawl to close, which then kicked in the performance standard to kick in as a violation of non-pelagic trawling, essentially. And so that's really where we see the link between the performance standard and that last part of the objective about discouraging seafloor operations on the seabed when the PSC allowances were reached. And I will talk about this as well in the performance standard components, but that section is also an important part of the timeline, is that was essentially removed. That part of the objective has really been removed because in 2001, the non-pelagic directed pollock trawl was prohibited as a gear. And so when they did that, the rule also removed the portion that stated when PSC allowances have been reached that kicked in the performance standard. So that essentially made the performance standard apply at all times, as opposed to only when the non-pelagic trawl was closed.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
I just have a quick one on the slide 24. I guess that nudge to the council and wishing to clarify that is your meaning in that is that the council should look at a regulatory change, because that's the only way to ensure we have consistency between what we intended or think is happening with the two conflicting regulations, and a regulatory change in order to ensure that we can legally use salmon excluders with flotation, which I'm looking for. The council may wish to clarify. You mean do more than just this analysis?
Through the chair, yes, because this is a conflict in regulations, we think that a regulatory change may be needed to do this. And so the exact mechanics of how that occurs could be decided by the council, but because it is a regulatory conflict, either clarifying that the cod end is not applied in the pelagic trawl gear definition, or alternatively, there are other aspects of the definition about mesh sizes that we understood historically were intended to exclude areas. So the metal components, for example, there are no metal components forward of 5.5 inches of mesh. And so that in practice, at the time, and I believe is still the case, would exclude caught ends and large portions of intermediate sections that salmon excluders and things like that would be a part of. So the mechanics could be figured out, I think, but that is the nudge, is to help clarify that that would be the case.
Please continue.
Okay, so getting into the performance standard, I did mention quite a bit of this already, so I won't repeat too much of it. But in that same 1993 regulation, the performance standard was introduced and is spelled out as the means to discourage or prevent trawl operations on the seabed, essentially. So the performance standard was, the rationale behind this was through bycatch, that to use bycatch as an indicator of bottom contact. The 1991 observer data you see here was used as the analysis that threshold of 20 crab was made. And what they did was they grouped the observer data and grouped the hauls that caught certain numbers of crabs. And so what you see on the x-axis is Tanner crabs. They found that this was the regulation does apply. This is just one thing to clarify. It does apply to all crabs, but they did use Tanner crabs specifically in their analysis. And so you'll see that when we evaluate to the current time series, we use Tanner crab as well. That's just a thing to note there. But when they group these numbers of hauls with the number of crab that were caught, they correlated that with a measure of halibut bycatch. So the number of halibut compared to the total groundfish metric ton of that haul. And what they decided at the time was where you see that blue arrow, there is a double, essentially a doubling of the halibut bycatch around this when you get above 20 crab. And so at the time, that's where they chose 20 crab is the number that they considered would be considered operating a trawl on the seabed. So this plot shows the same data that you just saw in red, that historical data. And what you see in blue is the current a current snapshot of the past 5 years. And these are averages of the past 5 years, grouped in the same way in terms of the number of Tanner crabs that were caught per haul and compared to the halibut bycatch rates of those hauls. So it's pretty clear here that you can see that the trend essentially falls apart. There's a substantial reduction in halibut bycatch. And really, you don't really see many, where in the historical data set, it's pretty clear, almost a straight line in the earlier part of the trend until you get to the 60, 65 and much higher. There's a pretty strong correlation, and that correlation has essentially fallen apart because we're not seeing those bycatches in the data. And so this is partly why as well. On the denominator side, the Tanner crab per haul is also quite substantially declined. So in that 1991 data set, they had around 78% of hauls that caught 0 crabs. And in the recent snapshot, that is around 99%. So we're really not seeing Tanner crab in the observer data. So are the objectives being met? And this is the question.
Dr. Smith,
yes.
I apologize. Before we move on, Mr. Ebnick has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Smith. Do you have any ideas or impressions on why bycatch has fallen so precipitously if there's presumed to be some level of bottom contact still occurring with pelagic trawl?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, we do, in our assessment, it is difficult to tell exactly. And this is something that would really benefit from further study, but our assessment is that the large mesh size is the reason for that. And so on this slide, you can see here that we have this in regulation, the bycatch, the mesh size increasing in size and length over time. But even today's regulation of greater than or equal to 60 inches of mesh size, we know from the gear researchers and manufacturers that the mesh size is quite commonly around 50 feet and sometimes 100 feet per the manufacturer. And so clearly over time, we don't have a very strong, there was not a strong census at the time to say what percentage of hulls, what percentage of gear in 1991 used X size of mesh versus today's standards. But it does logically follow that there has been a very large increase in mesh size. And so now what we have is a performance standard that's based on crab bycatch, but we've had very substantial increase in mesh size. And that's one of the conclusions that we draw from a logical sense that is the reason for that low bycatch today.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Smith. I have a few questions, but thinking about drawing a conclusion from a logical sense that I'm just curious as to your opinion about this current performance standard, having looked at this, the number of crabs, varies from year to year. And as you know, it's extremely varied right now in a low place. So does that, I mean, in my mind, it doesn't make sense that we would tie that, but maybe that's the best we have. Is that since you use those words, the logical, drawing a conclusion from a logical place, does that make some sense to you?
Through the chair, yes. The numbers that I show here are only the past 5 years, but I do know that when you go back even a little bit further, when we had a little bit higher biomass of crab out there, that the numbers were still quite low in the past, say 10 years or so. So that also logically would make sense that if there are fewer crabs out there, that you would also catch fewer as bycatch. But at the same time, when you look back at those years that had higher biomass, there doesn't seem to be a very large trend there.
My next question, Mr. Chairman, I think you'd mentioned on the previous slide where you'd shown these mesh sizes, and I just had to sit for a minute and try to think about what I heard you say. Did you say something about it? Sometimes the length can be 3 times the vessel length, and how is that possible if we have this performance standard where it's 1 vessel length, half being the smaller mesh and half being but I think you mentioned that it could be up to 3 times that size. So did I miss something there, or is that in fact what you said?
Through the chair, thank you. That is correct. That's what we have heard from observations of law enforcement inspections, is that that sometimes that is the case, that these are up to 3 times the vessel length. And so that may be smaller vessels. But as per the regulation of being half the vessel length overall, yes, from what I understand and from everything that I've heard, that vessels typically go much bigger than that.
Those are minimums, the half. I think that's maybe what you're missing there.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Cunningham. That makes sense to me. So, and then the last question. So if there's no metal components in the performance standard here allowed forward of the small mesh, then my understanding with these nets is they use chain gear for foot rope, and that would be at the beginning of the net. Is there something I'm missing there too? Maybe Mr. Cunningham's going to correct me really quickly too on something. And I appreciate those kind of corrections because I do miss those type of things. So thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you. No, that's a great question. That the chain foot rope is included in that second to last bullet there on this slide about being one of the two weighted lines. It's not included in the no metal components forward of the mesh. That's considered part of the weighted lines.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just, I apologize. I've lost where we are in the document itself, so I can't find it right now, but you mentioned you looked at, incidents of, did you say the continued tanner crab bycatch after the mesh size changed? And is that in the analysis, those years that you looked at previously to see if there was a big difference?
Through the chair, I apologize. That's not in the document. That is something that I have. I was just pulling out of my brain from things that I had seen as I was researching this. But if that's of interest to include a longer time series, that's something we could certainly add.
Thanks. Maybe just for consideration as we move forward, if even just the year after it was implemented and look at the bycatch levels, I think some of those are quite high, even with the change in mesh size in those early years. So I just want to see if we can make some consistent conclusion like you're saying or not. Appreciate that.
Anything further before we continue? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before we go on, I know because I think this is the last slide where we have these, I'm looking at this slide again that has the mesh sizes. But is there anything in the performance standard that I was looking at another council document here that showed that in describing the pelagic trawl nets that the foot rope can be 400 feet wide and there can be 100 feet from the foot rope to the head rope. Is there anything in the performance standards about the size? Because certainly it's not proportionally, this drawing wouldn't indicate that, but it's much larger that way. Is there anything in the performance standard about how wide and high these nets can be?
Through the chair, no, there are no limitations to the size of the in terms of the width and length of that. And one thing that we heard, I'm probably going to get this wrong, but I know that we heard in the, I believe in the AP, one of the reasons for the flexibility in that it was because just the hydrodynamics of pulling the net based on the different horsepower of the vessels and things. There's a lot of flexibility needed in terms of the engineering of how the net goes through the water, but there are no regulations on the length of that is the real answer.
I don't see any additional questions. Please continue.
Okay, so closing closing up here, we make the conclusion in the paper that based on everything we've just talked about, the performance standard does not appear to be meeting the objective as a means of discouraging or preventing trawl operations on the seabed. So we know that bottom contact occurs, and that is part of getting down to the main question is that important? Is seafloor contact important? And that's kind of one of the questions that we raise in the paper, because this applies to the red king crab savings area where when this was established, it prohibited non-pelagic trawling but allowed pelagic trawling. We also have other areas. We have other areas that allow pelagic trawling only on, in certain cases, our habitat of particular concern areas have some language about allowing pelagic trawls when on quote unquote off bottom mode. And so there are a lot of indications for this that expand wider than the topic at hand. And this would certainly have implications. So it would have implications beyond that. But that is one of the questions. And so we also acknowledge that there are a lot of unknowns with C4 contact. So in particular to this topic, there are many unknowns, and particularly to the side of unobserved mortality, which I know was a topic earlier in the meeting, and habitat impacts. There's a lot of unknowns there. So that is important to acknowledge. However, if seafloor contact were to still be considered important, a recommendation and conclusion that we make through this is that through our assessment of the mesh size precluding crab to be caught, if they were making the performance standard not very good at indicating bottom contact, that technologies with proper testing and development may be a potential path forward.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that previous slide, I think I have a couple of questions here. And so I guess my first question under logistical challenges, OLE only learned about performance standard violation from observers. If I recall correctly from our discussion about the OLE under the B reports, there have only been 3 statements written as potential violations of the performance standard in the last 7 years. So I guess in all the work that you've done in looking at this, really how big of an issue is it if we've only had 3 statements and no prosecutions at this point?
The chair, thank you. Well, through the logistical challenges, I apologize, I completely skipped over that section here. A lot of the challenges that are on the side of actually collecting the data by observers, we know anecdotally that there are crabs that are there, and they do catch them, and they do anecdotally appear in the forward section of the net, and it's difficult and challenging for the observer to determine, whether the crab are whole or partial, because that's actually a part of the protocol, not to count a partial crab that was just regurgitated, for example. So that's difficult to see, and there's also dangers of getting on deck and just having a limited view in general. So that is correct in terms of the low number of statements, and But as far as whether or not it is an issue, we do know anecdotally that those crabs do occur there. They just don't always make it to the observer sample, which would really be making it down into the cod end.
Thank you for that. And so the other piece of that we discussed under that report was that the vessels are required to provide reasonable assistance. And if observers aren't getting reasonable assistance, that's a different problem than the performance standard not working. And so if this concept goes forward, I think that's an area where some further discussion might help us quantify how much of an issue this is. And then I guess my second question, moving down into your seafloor contact important, the second bullet there. Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice. I think I'm getting that thing that's going around town. The impacts of seafloor contact on red king crab, relatively unknown and subject to study. Can you elaborate on that bullet a little bit? Because that doesn't sound 100% right to me.
Through the chair, yes, that is referring to the unknown impact of pelagic trawl gear on for red king crab habitat, and then also unobserved mortality. And so there's been research done on the non-pelagic trawl gear side of things in terms of unobserved mortality, but it's not something that's been studied, at least to my knowledge, for the pelagic trawl gear in particular. So there are assumptions that could be made and have been made, even going back through the documents all the way to the red king crab savings area being implemented. Unobserved mortality from gears was a central piece to that story, but even over the past almost 30 years, that hasn't really been studied very heavily.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. And so has there been work done on other gear types with the others we'd be talking about, I guess, would be hook and line and pot and derelict crab gear?
Through the chair, that's a great question. I don't know, to my knowledge. I have not seen anything from those gears outside of a lot of the focus of this section being on the pelagic trawl definition and performance standard. It was where a lot of the focus was, but I think that's a great question and something to find out. But I apologize, I don't know off the top of my head.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mason. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding kind of the main takeaways of this slide, because I think it's pretty important in terms of what the analytical findings are and potential recommendations to the council. And so I think, and I'll ask you to correct me if I have this wrong, if the council determines that it's still an important objective to discourage or prevent trawl operations on the seabed, that the performance standard in terms of what you've been looking at does not appear to be meeting that objective. However, there could be potential alternatives to meeting that objective through technology that could be available. Am I capturing that general recommendation accurately?
Through the chair, yes, that does capture it. And I should clarify that everything that we know from today, that the technology as it stands, to implement this tomorrow does not appear to be there. And that's why it would probably take some development. And I know that there's some research there has been some research, and there's some research ongoing that we learned about at the SSC. So that was the consensus from the SSC's point of view, was that the technology wouldn't be there tomorrow. But that was, yes, you are correct. But that was our general line of thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and tell me if I'm out of order, but to put a finer point on that, it almost seems like when the performance standard was implemented, the information that was used in terms of the number of crab was something of a proxy for bottom contact, if you will. And it seems like now, looking at this again later, this recommendation seems to say that doesn't really appear to be working. There might be better ways to do that, and here's some potential ideas. So again, just really trying to drive that home to make sure I understand, because there's been a lot of discussion about what the recommendations actually meant with respect to the performance standard.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Smith, I realize you've been focused on the red king crab savings area for this analysis. So I don't mean to put you on the spot with this question, but I want to see if you, in the course of taking a look at this, in reference to the third bullet from the bottom on this slide, that areas such as the red king crab savings area prohibit non-pelagic trawling but allow pelagic. As I recall, the council has quite a number of habitat conservation areas, habitat conservation zones, different management areas that similarly prohibit non-pelagic trawling but allow pelagic trawling for bottom contact, mobile bottom contact gear. So do you happen to have a list or something to give us a sense, sort of as we contemplate the geographic implications of this, what other areas are kind of implicated here in thinking about this problem?
Through the chair, yes, thank you. There are quite a few. Sam might actually know off the top of his head better than I, but I do know that there are quite a few that the conservation areas, and there's the Gulf, another Gulf slopes management area, and some others. I don't know if we had those in the document or not, but
not in the way that you're asking for it. I was just maybe gonna helpfully point you and other listeners that a member of the public from Oceana organization has provided some public testimony under staff tasking for this meeting agenda that actually directly depicts what you're asking for. So by coincidence, let me incorporate that by reference here.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on the top two bullets, the sub bullet under the first one, and I may be making too much of a connection, but I couldn't find where you suggested a different performance standard in the document, like changing the number of crabs or anything like that. But are we to make a connection between the sub bullet that we should start thinking about a performance standard in the sense of, a lower percentage of contact as resulting from the fishing effects models? Or is that too much of a stretch?
to the chair, thank you. I was mostly intending there to just supply the evidence of seafloor contact that we have. We have some. There are some minor studies that have been done and some unpublished, but as far as the past few discussion papers, this has been just something that's been discussed in terms of the fishing effects model, which we have the bottom contact numbers that were reported by vessels in the fleet. And so I know those were, they range, the range of 20 to 100% or based differing geographically and by catcher processors and vessels that were different by season.
Please continue.
Okay, and this is the concluding slide. Just a very quick summary of the things that the recommendations, the considerations for the CODN, which we talked about in the gear section, and then this recommendation that if seafloor contact is important, consider revising the performance standard to better integrate technology. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Mr. Cunningham. Any final questions on the presentation? Okay. Thanks again. All right, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. We'll come back right about 3:30 and take our AP report.
Sarah, can you hear me back there? I know, but is the sound coming out of the ceiling? Oh, okay, okay. If you want to turn it up back there, or I think that's fine if you want to, if it's okay. Do you want me to keep talking or it's okay?
Mic check, mic check. Sarah Rhinesmith, can you hear me in the back of the room? If you can, turn around and raise your hand. Sarah Rhinesmith, can you hear me in the back of the room? I'm just checking to make sure that the audio is working in the back. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sarah Rhinesmith, turn around if you can hear me. You're not turning around, so you cannot hear me.
Testing. He's back there. Testing. No.
Council, please get back to order. Okay, we are ready to hear our advisory panel report on this agenda item. And we've got Ms. Howard and Mr. Wilkins here.
Thank you, Mr. Canine. Good afternoon, members of the council. I'll give her a second to. No rush. Okay. Motion 1. The AP recommends the removal of section 4 discussion trawl gear performance standard and pelagic trawl gear definition from the analysis as requested in the council's December 2022 motion. An expanded discussion on the trawl gear performance standard and pelagic gear definition was included in the initial review analysis. However, it does not meet the purpose and need and should be removed. And this motion passed 12-6.
Any questions on the first motion? Motion 2.
Motion 2, the AP recommends that the council initiate a second initial review analysis of the Bristol Bay Red King crab closure areas. Additional considerations should include, but not be limited to, the following. Evaluate and provide evidence that the Red King crab savings area and sub-savings area as currently defined is important and beneficial to the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock. Specifically, that the Red King crab savings area, sub-savings area is the correct area. Elaborate on the relative importance of the NMFS area 512 to the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock. Enhance the use of best available science on Bristol Bay Red King crab stock distribution and habitat, including historical scientific literature, council EFH reviews, annual NMFS EBS bottom trawl surveys, data from 2023 BSFRF winter survey, and potential for additional winter surveys in the future. Enhance the analysis and narrative of trade-offs to bycatch and fishing operations to the groundfish fisheries that would be affected by the potential actions. Improve the information in Appendix 2 and include said information as a primary analytical element of the EARIR. Expand PSC data beyond the last 3 years. Include analysis of trade-offs for halibut bycatch that includes A80 fisheries, historic use of the Red King crab sub-savings area based on years prior to 2020 when cap was reduced to 2 lower rungs of ladder, 99K and 32K. Include engagement with groundfish fishery participants to gain local knowledge. Remove section 4, discussion trawl gear performance standard and pelagic trawl gear definition. Include information from potentially ongoing projects that address gear seafloor interactions for all gear types and Bristol Bay Red King crab distribution. Expand on the council's recommendation to evaluate the potential trade-offs and challenges of establishing dynamic closure areas to promote the Bristol Bay Red King crab stocks. Describe rationale for 50K area swept trigger for access to Red King crab savings area and Red King crab savings sub area. Likelihood Red King crab stock will be above that threshold under prevalent ecosystem conditions in recent years. Discuss trade-offs and merits of 50K area swept trigger compared to current trigger for fisheries currently affected by the Red King crab PSC caps, whether there is a directed Red King crab fishery, and consider the impacts of bottom contact by all gear types in the Bristol Bay Red King crab savings area on the Bristol Bay Red King crab stocks and ecosystem. And this main motion is amended past 12-4 with 1 abstention.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. My first question is back on slide 3 under the motion 2. And I'm particularly looking at the last primary bullet that has the sub-bullets, enhance the use of best available science on Bristol Bay Red King crab stock distribution habitat, and then a number of suggestions under there. I'm just wondering if you can give me a little more context of the AP discussion. That seems really broad. And in terms of, did you have discussion with the analyst about homing in a little bit on specifically what the AP might be looking for there? Can you help me with the discussion?
I'll start here through the chairs, Ms. Baker, Paul Wilkins for the record. Thank you for the question. I don't I think we had a little bit of discussion about the types of information that are available about the red king crab stock. And I think that there was a fair amount of discussion around the table and a public comment about the appropriateness of the box itself, the red king crab savings area.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that. Follow-up is 2 slides later, so that must be slide 5. I can't open it at the moment on my own computer, so let's see. I did have, okay, the bullet related to the recommendation to evaluate the potential trade-offs and challenges of establishing dynamic closure areas to protect the Bristol Bay red king crab stocks. And I assume that AP recommendation was in reference to the appendix one to the analysis document. And there was definitely some discussion included in appendix 1 related to dynamic closure areas generally. Did the AP discuss the other issue in appendix 1 about the framework agreement for the pot cod fishery and whether there was merit to pursuing that further?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, from my recollection, we did not have an expanded discussion on this subject specifically. I think a lot of the focus was in other areas. I think there was a lot more deliberation related to the removal of discussion 4, to be perfectly honest, that by the time we got to this section, there was limited discussion.
Thanks to you both.
Pardon me, I might just add a little bit there through the chair, Ms. Baker. There was a little bit of a discussion with some of the POCOD stakeholders about a framework agreement and whether that was sort of still something that they were interested in. But you might hear more about that in public testimony.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both. I have a question regarding Ms. Baker's first question. There's a number of sub bullets under the bullet that says enhance the use of best available science on the red king crab stock and habitat. And there's a sub bullet with data from the 2023 Foundation's winter survey and potential for additional winter surveys in the future. I do believe that there's a section in the analysis that already includes kind of a description of the winter survey. And wondering if there's anything I'm missing here, any additional information you think needed to be included in that section, or that the AP discussed wasn't already included. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Dubnica, for the question. No, my understanding is that this was just a recommendation of additional information that could be utilized moving forward in the analysis, and there was not expanded discussion around specific data from that survey.
Ms. Van Roven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Howard and Mr. Wilkins. So on that point, did the AP have any discussion about what the utility of that might be if it ends up being a one-off survey, knowing that we're talking about a species that moves around a lot and has some temperature dependence and those kinds of elements? Was that discussion had?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think that sort of goes back to the question that Ms. Baker had about sort of the overall biomass of the red king crab in that area, and whether the size of the box was appropriate and how future research could sort of help with that that question.
Just to add though, but to specifically to that, there was not expanded discussion on that specific question you asked.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 24 members of the public signed up to testify, and just for I guess sketching out what's seeing happening from here is we have, again, as we discussed earlier in the meeting, we basically have until about 5 o'clock tomorrow to wrap up. And so in order to facilitate that, I think we at least need to get through testimony today, and we'll see where we are with timing from there. We don't have any requirement to get out of here, out of this room. So I think we'll buckle in for some testimony and go from there. And with that, I'll invite Mr. John Govan up to kick us off. And following Mr. Govan will be Craig Lowenberg and then John Hendersheet.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the council, John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative and the non-pelagic trawl flatfish fishery. I wanted to give you some perspectives, and I'm going to take a very narrow focus. There's a lot going on in this paper, but I'm really going to just focus on the red king crab savings sub area and how this, as we understand it, alternatives might affect our ability to access that area in the future. Currently, we have a bycatch cap for red king crab that applies to non-pelagic trawl and our sector and TLOS. And there's 3 different rungs in that levels in that cap. And when our access to the area, it depends on whether there's a directed fishery, and then we have a cap that applies overall to zone 1, and then a portion of that cap that can be used in the sub area. And so alternative 2 would add a criterion to that potentially. That would be an area swept biomass of 50,000 animals. And this may change our ability to access that area, and I'll explain my concerns. That area has been very important to our fleet, and not so much in the recent past under the lower rungs of the cap, where we basically haven't had enough bycatch cap to go in there. But in years when the cap's been higher and cod TAC has been higher, we have conducted fisheries in that 10 by 60 nautical mile area that have, in my opinion, been exactly what the council wants, which is low bycatch, high CPUE, flatfish fishing in the winter months. We're able to avoid red king crab when we encounter it, and we are diligent about monitoring our hauls. So if we see it, the boats move, but we may just move a little bit west in that area, and it's generally been a low bycatch area. But again, you're not going to see that in the data they've presented because it's really the last few years, and we either haven't had access to the area or it's been under the lower cap. So I guess our concern with this is, looking at the potential for this to move forward, and with this new trigger, it may actually exclude us from this area. And we're concerned that this 50,000 area swept estimate from the trawl surveys historically has been would have allowed access about half the time, as I understand it. But that's historically, and under the current regime and the productivity of the Bering Sea, that may be really different, and it may actually exclude our access, as well as trigger the closure of the area under the alternatives for everybody a lot more often than we think. And our concern is that I think that flies in the face of our ability to use the area historically. So the current trigger, in my opinion, works really well because if there's a directed fishery, it's not an absolute biomass number from a trawl survey. As we know, trawl surveys can change, and it may affect the probability of being over the trigger. The current one is based on a survey, but it has a process where they look at the data for the female biomass threshold, and there's an ability to incorporate other information in the state's decision, as I understand it, which I think is a really good thing, because there may be reasons the survey's late or something, and they can interpret the data differently. It's not an absolute number, as I understand it. It's not only an absolute. So I think that's a really good criterion also, because it shares the burden of conservation for our sector and the crab fishery. We want them to have a fishery. We want to do all we can to have that happen. And so I think that's the right trigger. And I would recommend that trigger be considered as you move forward, because I think it might be more meaningful for, this kind of incentivization of bycatch. And just in terms of this analysis, I don't really understand all the appendix 2. I listened and I thought I understood it, but when I listened to the details, I didn't understand it all. But my understanding is that the Amendment 80 sector is not really considered in the halibut trade-offs here. And I note that because there don't seem to be a lot of halibut in the actual differences between alternatives. And so I really think we need to take a hard look at that, particularly for our sector looking forward. Our data needs to be in there, looking at the years we actually could access the area, because that's the trade-off. And for our sector under ABM, the ability to access an area that's been a clean area is really important. Just one overarching comment on this. I just feel like we're putting a lot of effort into deciding whether we want to include additional gears and fisheries in a closed area, when I really think the way we can do a better job to promote the Magnuson Act goals and protection of red king crab by looking at dynamic closures that may not look like hotspot in the Bering Sea for the salmon and pollock fishery, but may adjust areas. I think the one winter survey is some indication. I'd like to see if that's the right tool, and maybe get more data before we start locking in areas and other gears. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Govin. Are there questions, Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Govin, for your testimony on your second topic, really, of your testimony in terms of the trade-offs for halibut bycatch in the red king crabs saving sub area. Is the AP recommendation essentially to include that analysis for historic use at the different stair steps of the PSC limits? Is that adequate to address the points you're raising to us?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Baker, for the question. I testified to the AP about the data used in those years, and the maybe not cover when we really used the area, so they couldn't see the trade-offs. I didn't remember the history right, so I actually had our co-op manager go back and look at the years, and it's really you'd have to go back from, say, 2010 forward. And so I'm not sure that was articulated in the motion. I didn't know, but my understanding based on the data I got is, we've been able to harvest around 40% of our winter flatfish from that area. So I'd want to cover those years, and I could probably provide that to the analysts if they want to get some public input from our sector on this. Those years that, or they have the data too, but anyway, our co-op manager's on it. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just briefly on your last point, the gist of it sounded like you don't think we're spending our time wisely. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about how you think we could be better spending our time.
Yep. Thanks. And for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I just have been for a long time seeing this from a different perspective in terms of wanting to collect information that really address where the crab are in the winter. Our captains have been fishing around this area. In fact, interestingly, they gave me some predictions of where this survey in the winter would find the crab, the pot survey this winter, and they spot on nailed it. It would be in the eastern side for those months. I just think we should focus on collecting the information and design closures around knowing where the crab are, and then maybe using some of the tools we didn't have back in 1997, and I was involved back then, where we closed a big area, but the tools available to the fishery that was targeted on our fishery, the rock sole fishery, we didn't have a co-op. We didn't have actually two observers on our boat. A lot of our boats were 30% coverage. We didn't have a data system that produced these, even letting us know when we hit the cap. We weren't tracking it. There was no sharing data. We didn't have a bycatch cap that was by sector, and all these tools we have now. And I just like to collect information and think about what the best tools are for the fishery we have now, not trying to shoehorn other gears into a closure that the world is moved on. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Craig Lowenberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. As I've testified for several years, the pot cod co-op or the pot cod fleet needs a rationalization program to best deal with not only bycatch and sustainability issues, but safety as well. The majority of stakeholders are in favor of a rationalized fishery and have been asking the council to take action for several years now. At the February 2019 meeting, both the AP and council passed motions to consider rationalization of our sector. The analytical process was started at the time, along with the trawl Pacific cod rationalization action. Rationalization of the two sectors were ultimately bifurcated, and consideration of a rationalization program for the pot cod sector was paused in order to focus on the trawl program and gather additional information on the pot cod sector. We've heard extensive discussion about the perceived detrimental effects the pot cod fleet is having on the red king crab. I'd like to direct your attention to our comment letter on this agenda item. It includes a chart that details the annual observed rate of crab bycatch per metric ton of Pacific cod harvested by pots in the BSAI. In looking at the data, it's very apparent that 3 lightning strike years have severely skewed the data. The average annual rate over the time period of 2003 to 2023 is 531 animals. Removing the 3 extreme lightning strikes drops the average to 105 animals. We know from past rationalization programs how effective they can be on bycatch reduction. I believe the freezer longliners saw approximately 80% reduction in bycatch, and Pollock and Amendment 80 fleets had similar results. I'm concerned about the direction it seems the council is moving toward restrictive regulations for our sector. We've heard time and again in multiple agenda items how static closure areas are problematic, yet they're being seriously considered for our sector. Closing area 512 to pot cod will be detrimental to the crab stock recovery. Those predators need to be taken off the grounds. The pot cod fishery has a pretty small impact on habitat, relatively speaking. Our footprint's only approximately a 1/4 square mile per season. Similarly, it's premature to implement gear modification requirements while the fleet continues to research innovative ways to avoid bycatch. We're asking that an equal standard be applied and allow our sector the opportunity, as other sectors have, to continue our research and report the results back to the council. Again, I'll point you to our comment letter for some of our recent examples of innovative gear designs. On a positive note, preliminary bycatch data for our sector in the 2023 A season shows 0 crab bycatch. All that being said, stakeholders in our sector are concerned about crab bycatch and the sustainability of the crab resource. As the analysis points out, the vast majority of Pacific cod pot fishermen also participate in the BSAI crab fisheries. At this point, with all but one small crab fishery closed, we rely on the Pacific cod fishery to keep our crews employed and boats in working order. We have a direct interest in the conservation of the crab resource, and to that end, we've taken voluntary measures for the last several years to reduce our crab bycatch. Some of those measures include hotspot reporting, voluntary stand downs, and again, innovative gear research. I'm encouraged by Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang's recent comments on Alaska's fisheries priorities. One of the recommendations is to consider a rationalization plan for our sector. We couldn't agree more. Slowing the pace of the fishery will reduce the bycatch of crab, and we feel this is the clear path and answer to move forward. In closing, Mr. Chairman, we do not believe adopting alternative 2 into regulation is necessary for our sector, as we have implemented and abide by a voluntary stand down in the red king crab savings area and sub area. And we do believe the issue of red king crab bycatch by our sector is most effectively addressed through the tools of rationalization rather than static closures. Finally, in the absence of a rationalization or cooperative structure, we strongly oppose alternative 3. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lowenberg. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. So my question is on the the option on in area 512 as regards to the pot fishery. So the concern that's outlined in the document is that this area was you recently moved into this area. You're the pot cod fleet I'm talking about moved into that area recently as of 2019. You have had some hide bycatch in that area. And my understanding is that that's a new area and you're delivering there because they're able to put tenders there. So it opened up an area for you. So is your testimony that you suggest that we should deal with that under a pot cod rationalization or I mean, how does the council deal with that particular issue? And do you agree that should be a concern of the council that this recent activity in 512 should be looked at and somehow regulated and reduce bycatch in that area?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down through the chair. Yes, I agree that fishing in Area 512 is a fairly recent activity for us, and that's due to the availability of tenders. Previously, there was product quality concerns. It was too far for our vessels to go away from a shoreside processor. We recognize that there is crab in that area, and which is why we have been doing innovative gear research. But really, you have to slow the pace of that fishery. Even with hotspot reporting and innovative gear, you got to slow the pace of that fishery so that guys have time to move away from that crab. So I think the best way to do that is through the tools of rationalization. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't see any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hendersheet. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, please bear with me. I'm a little bit nervous. I haven't been in this seat for a while. Mr. Chairman, council members, I believe that you've received some very good advice from the advisory panel and from the SSC. And I urge you to take that into careful consideration. I'd like to speak just very briefly about the issue of the pelagic trawl definition. I believe that it should be removed from this analysis because I don't believe that issue as described really has much direct bearing on the problem statement, on the purpose and need of this potential action, and so should be removed from the analysis. It's not clear to me truly that the issue in general rises to a level of priority that would indicate that council's need to use its limited resources on the issue at this time. However, if the council sees that differently, if the council believes that the pelagic trawl definition needs to be addressed or readdressed, I just ask that going forward, you be very thoughtful about that process and about the fact that as described in the presentation, the council has sort of a fraught history of unintended outcomes and consequences with respect to this particular definition. It's important to remember that at the very start, the definition of the pelagic trawl was really an attempt to define what wasn't a bottom trawl. It was developed at a time when there was a lot of use of bottom trawls in the pollock fishery. And so, when I hear this talk about the definition and about whether it's successful or not successful, I think about the fact that this is the tool that we use to catch millions of tons of pollock. And from that pollock making billions of meals. And it is the tool that drives the efficiency, that defines the carbon footprint, that impacts the quality of the products that our companies make, and therefore deserves a great deal of consideration and care to the extent that the council moves forward with any modifications or clarifications of the pelagic trawl definition. So, Mr. Council, Mr. Chairman and council members, thanks for your attention and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendersheet. Mr. White.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Hendersheet. Welcome back to the process as well. First question, is there anything special about today?
It's the first time I've testified to the council in about 20 years.
Okay. Second question goes to the issues of motivations of industry in terms of making changes. As you've noted that relative to how we define pelagic trawl, that regardless of whether or not there might be some problems with the legal definitions, you described a lot of the successes that industry's had in harvesting pollock with that definition in place. One of the issues that we're looking at in the other part of this action that you weren't addressing as much is ensuring that we're minimizing impacts, fishery impacts to Bristol Bay red king crab to the extent practicable. And there's already been discussion that by Mr. Govan, for instance, that there's probably some additional tools that can be developed. You've seen these things develop before. What kinds of motivations drive industry to sort of lead the effort on that? And are those motivations present in this circumstance?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I believe those motivations are always there. There are, as Mr. Govan said, we want to see a healthy crab fishery. I mean, I think we're all at our best when all of our fisheries are healthy. We have, done a lot of work, as you know, to reduce bycatch of other species. And, I think that it's very important to look at the big picture and consider the fact that we're never really trying to accomplish just one thing with one of these tools. We're trying to be efficient. As I said, we're also trying to avoid bycatch and exclude it when when salmon go into a net, try to get it back out. All of these efforts go into operating sustainably, and that's really the foundation of our business. And it's the motivation to ensure that if we can make trawls lighter, we're more efficient. If we can fish in places where we're not dealing with bycatch, we're not only sustainable, we are again more efficient. I think that there's across the fisheries, across the species that we're all targeting, there's a natural economic driver to be efficient, to reduce bycatch and to reduce impacts. And so yes, I believe that there are always those incentives to get better. And I think that continuous improvement is really sort of the hallmark of what this council has accomplished in many fisheries. And one of the reasons why the council needs to be so thoughtful about these definitions, because the last thing you would want to do is make everything static and eliminate the opportunity to get better and to design better, as we have over the last few decades when it comes to pelagic trawl design.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hendershot. Okay, next up is Alexis Kwachka, then Corey Lesher, and then Edward Polson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Alexis Kwachka. 31 years this fall since I fished in the Bering Sea for crab. 10 years prior to that, we lost the king crab fishery. We don't have room to blow it here on crab. I disagree with John. You do need a definition of pelagic trawl. My perception and the public's perception of pelagic trawl is that it's not making contact with the bottom. Industry has touted it through MSA certification and many other things that they're not making contact with the bottom. So you're either making contact with the bottom and you aren't, or you aren't. And my perception is pelagics, you are not. State waters, we don't allow non-pelagic trawling, but we allow pelagic trawling. I think we don't allow non-pelagic trawling because we don't want bottom contact. And if we can't identify if a boat is on the bottom or not, we need to define that. I'm going to bookend this thing on both ends. The king crab fishery, the Opilio fishery, these are iconic Alaskan fisheries. We're not prosecuting them. On the other end of that, we have chum salmon and we have king salmon and the Kuskokwim and the Yukon that are not performing well. So I've been thinking about this. Those are iconic and very valuable for subsistence users, and I don't think we're doing a good job of taking care of them. I'm not going to bash trawl fishing. I've sat here and I made an observation, and my observation is sea lion mitigation 2003. 2008, we saw a decline in king salmon. It's been a steady decline in king salmon. Between 2003 and where we are today, the trawl industry has done an incredible job of avoidance of salmon. And I think that that should be applied to the king crab savings area. When Kurt Cochran and I were on the AP together, we talked about geofencing. We have come light years in technology. The technology is astounding. And we can get really precise and put in meaningful buffers around these known crab stocks that are moving and getting off and do a much better job than we're doing. But if you're prosecuting a fishery on molting biomasses or biomasses of crab and you're making contact, I don't care if your mesh is 6 inches or 600 feet, you are modifying that bottom. And crab stocks cannot afford to have that. I think that it's applicable to the Gulf of Alaska. I think it's applicable to the state and the nation and what defining pelagic trawl is. I'm going to end, I can poke eyes, I can do a lot of things. I'm going to end by saying that as a taxpayer, I am frustrated with rationalized fisheries. We now have a collapse of a fishery that I advocated against not putting it in a silo. We put it in a silo, it's collapsed. And as a taxpayer, I get to bail it out through disaster relief money. It's a fishery that I can't even prosecute. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. Let's see if there's questions. All right, don't see any. Thank you. Corey Lesher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Before I get started, I just want to acknowledge your work as chairman and just know that you've been a great service to this council and very appreciated and sad to see you leave. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're a trade association representing harvesters that fish in the Bering Sea for king, snow, and barred-eye crab in the crab rationalization program. And I'll be speaking to our comment letter under this agenda item. I'd like to commend council staff once again for preparing the initial review document and the draft environmental assessment as it pertains to groundfish closures within the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Stock Assessment Area. And furthermore, the detailed presentations that we've heard throughout the council process at the SSC, AP, and then again here today. This work took a large amount of time and effort, and it's also appreciated. The Bristol Bay Red King Crab directed fishery has been closed for 2 consecutive years now. We've seen a decreasing trend in biomass in recent years, and a lot of questions remain unanswered. So what I'm trying to say is that the situation that we're in right now is not new to us. We've been here for some years now, and it's troubling that we don't know how to turn the situation around. It's certainly not an easy fix. So that's really what becomes the crux of this management council. How can we use science and the tools that are available to us to collectively and collaboratively find ways to help red king crab? And I believe that this initial review analysis has been a good start, but there's more work that can be done. So before I get any further, I'd just like to reiterate and emphasize my organization's top priority on this issue and what all our crab stocks are facing. We're committed to using the best available science, erring on the side of conservation, and rebuilding crab stocks while finding ways to keep all sectors fishing and catching their allocations. Our primary goal, though, is to help red king crab stocks rebuild to levels of higher abundance, while other sectors continue to remove crab predators with minimal impact to habitat and minimal bycatch. To that end, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers encourages the council to take a holistic ecosystem-based approach to conservation of Bristol Bay red king crab and habitat management, especially now while we're in the midst of these historic lows. We encourage the council to revise the purpose and needs statement of this action item and alternatives to encompass an ecosystem-based approach. For example, with your direction, the SSC and crab plan team could weigh in on habitat protections alongside crab protections, the importance for protecting crab through sensitive periods of life history, especially during times of mating and molding, protecting egg-bearing females or broodstock, newly settled juveniles, etc. Other fish and predators should be considered in a holistic ecosystem-based approach, so we should encourage the maximum sustainable removal of predators like Pacific cod and pollock with minimal impacts to habitat and the crab stock. I think you get the picture, but the list goes on, and please feel free to reference our comment letter for more ideas or specifics that we've laid out. Lastly, I'd like to echo the sentiments that we heard at the SSC from Dr. Cruz and Scott Goodman with the Research Foundation under this agenda item, particularly to encourage the council to support NIMP's recommendation to consider regulatory revisions to the definition of pelagic trawl gear, and that the council consider a revised gear performance standard that includes modern technology. We support the use of bottom contact sensors or other enforceable technologies in the pelagic trawl fleet to ensure mobile fishing gear remains off the sea floor within the red king crab savings area, aligning with the original intent of the savings area. So to wrap it up, what we're asking from the council, building off of this initial review, is a revised purpose and needs statement that incorporates habitat and conservation measures for crab, and to explore a more broad spectrum of alternatives to include in the next version of an initial review analysis. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lesher. Let's see if there are questions. Mr. Amnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher. You referenced your letter, and I didn't hear you speak about a new option under alternative 3 that you're recommending for area 512, which would be to require monitoring to fish in area 512 and incentivize gear use and continued gear research of pot cod. Wondering if you could expand a little bit on that. In the paper, there's reference to a framework agreement. I know that you've probably been involved in framework agreements in the crab sector before. This is shaped something a little differently in the paper, being that it seems like it's all under a voluntary structure. Wondering if that's what you were recommending or if it's some other process. Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Amnika, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think what we're trying to get at and encouraging is prosecution of cod fishery through pot gear in area 512 with the use of gear revisions or bycatch devices for red king crab. A number of those have been tested in recent research projects. And also other implementations of hotspot reporting and ways to avoid red king crab while continuing to have a minimal impact on the habitat and remove predators from an area that's important to red king crab. So as far as the framework, I don't know that I'm necessarily qualified to talk about the framework that I think the pot cod sector is working on, but Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers and would not like to see the closure of that area to the pot sector. But having incentives for reducing bycatch of red king crab, and maybe that's in framework agreements and other ways. But we would like to see cod continue to be removed off of some of those important grounds for crab.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to ask about your recommendation to expand the purpose and need to include habitat protection. And my recollection is we heard in the staff presentation today, although Amendment 37 that established the red king crab savings area did reference protection of habitat as an intent, it sounded to me like since that time, there's really been no evaluation as to what types of habitat, if there are certain habitat features in the red king crab savings area that would have helped us evaluate if habitat protection was an outcome of the closure. In your recommendation for expanding the purpose and need and including that information in the next version of the analysis, what information were you referencing specifically? I think you said that the SSC could contribute in terms of potential habitat protections of the regulatory actions that we're looking at. What kind of things were you thinking of that could be included?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. And this is one that I think is really important. I think if our council were to ask our crab plan team and perhaps the SSC to identify, that's crab plan team is a body of a lot of crab experts and scientists, and if they were tasked to identify areas that are important for all stages of crab life history, through females releasing their eggs, larval advection, settlement, molting and mating, up until adults, and important areas throughout Bristol Bay and Eastern Bering Sea. I think the SSC could weigh in on it, and that's an avenue where we could start looking at those areas. I could sit up here and give a presentation to areas that I think might be important, but I don't know that I'm necessarily as qualified as the crab plan team body. And so I could solicit feedback from the public, but what I've been hearing through the council process is that it really needs to start with our crab plan team and the SSC and be vetted by the scientists that are in place for this management process. So that's why I've used that as a recommendation in my testimony. But really doesn't have to start or stop there.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. And so in terms of how that recommendation to expand our purpose and need to include habitat works with a regulatory action that we're looking at that was directly in response to a request for an emergency rule that has since flowed on here in the interest of somewhat expedited response to the current situation with Bristol Bay red king crab. You think the added benefit, I guess I'm asking you this question, the added benefit of expanding the purpose and need to include habitat protection, seeking that advice through the scientific process, maybe for some of those specific items that you mentioned, would be worthwhile to include in this action to help make it a better action. That's what I'm reading from your letter, and I just wanted to confirm that I've got that accurately.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. And yeah, for clarification, I think with a revised or maybe expanded purpose and need statement that can include conservation measures or protections for habitat and crab, I think then you have the opportunity to expand your range of alternatives. And then with that range of alternatives, again, through the public process and this council process, to really to use the management framework that's set out here to select those best alternatives that still allow for all sectors continue fishing and harvesting their allocations, but also the same time providing necessary protections for crab and crab habitat.
Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Corey. So my question is a bit of an overarching question, but and feel free to think about this between now and the next time we see this coming back. But the real, in my mind, one of the biggest overarching questions is that and I'm asking this because of your testifying as Alaska Bering Sea crabbers. The issue that one of the issues that we're faced with in this is that there's a desire by the pollock fleet to fish in this area because that's where the pollock are and it's where the salmon are not. So, and there's a desire by your organization to stick to the original intent, which was a theme that ran throughout your letter, was what's the original intent to keep bottom contact out of this area where we know that crab are. So if we were to accept one of these options and move the pollock fleet out of that area into an area that might result in higher salmon bycatch, I mean, what's your thoughts on how we're going to balance those two things in a way that can still benefit Alaska Bering Sea crabbers?
To the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. I think that the pollock fleet has done extraordinary measures to find and explore salmon excluders to help offset or mitigate the amount of salmon that they're retaining in their nets. And I think that there's still work that can be done to continue increasing the efficiencies of those salmon excluders. So we understand that the area where the red king crab savings area is important to pollock fishing because it has less salmon bycatch. And I think that there's a lot of tools that we can continue to refine, like bottom contact sensors. We don't mean to kick the pollock fleet out of the savings area. We just want their nets to be off the bottom to protect crab and habitat. And if there's tools that are available to us to minimize the impact on salmon, minimize the impact on crab, I believe that we can get there. And I know it might be, not 1 or 2 years down the road, but I hope that we can work collaboratively to find solutions that work for all sectors.
Further, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to sort through, I should have asked you earlier this, Mr. Lesher, but the additions that you're asking for and the purpose and need and in the new options, is the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers really shifting the priority to habitat? And I ask just because the original action, I thought, for establishing this area was to reduce bycatch of female red king crab. It was not a habitat action. It was a reduce red king crab PSC. But it seems like you stated that you're less interested in closing Area 512, even though that shows higher PSC coming out of that area and a higher distribution of female red king crab in that area. So is that consistent that you're really less interested in reducing PSC impacts and more interested on conserving habitat?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think overall we're trying to find ways to protect crab. And when I think of the red king crab savings area, I think of that as a designation to be void of bottom trawling, and habitat is tied to that. There are other places where crab are living and bottom trawling is allowed, and the habitat might not be protected, but crab that are there, crab continue to be there even though trawling is happening. Red king crab savings area, my understanding is, yes, to reduce crab bycatch, but also by removing a gear type that trawls across the sea floor. I think that habitat is therefore being protected. Now we're understanding that the pelagic trawl components of the gear at times are on the sea floor. And so therefore that habitat doesn't have the same protections as, say, the habitat in the near shore trawl closure area. On the other side of it, we're encouraging the removal of fish species that continue to eat small juvenile crab and molting soft shell crab with minimal impact to habitat and minimal bycatch. And we understand that the pot cod sector has had some lightning strike events of bycatch of red king crab in recent years. And we're hoping that fleet is continuing to work with their gear innovations and hotspot reporting and other measures to avoid that in the future. But trying to balance, habitat protections from crab, but also minimizing PSC, I think is one of our main goals. But we've also heard that, pelagic trawl vessels don't retain very many red king crab, and that's not to say that the habitat's not impacted and the potential for unobserved mortality.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Edward Polson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you very softly. Let's see if staff can fix that.
Okay.
Try again, Mr. Polson.
All right, you got me better now?
That's still too quiet. Okay, try again.
Okay, yeah. How's it now? You hear me any better? Not working?
Try one more time.
Okay, can you hear me any better now, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, there you are.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Edward Polson, and I'm a third generation crab industry participant and a part owner in 2 Bering Sea crab vessels. With the limited amount of time, I wanted to refer you to my more extensive comments in your notebook. And I'd like to focus today on a potential path forward found in the analysis in Appendix 1 in the section titled Framework Approach to Area-Based Pot Cod Fishing Access. The approach is applied to the pot cod sector, but could be applied to the trawl sector as well. In essence, this framework approach will allow the pot cod fleet to fish anywhere they want if they commit to certain practices defined in a framework agreement. I would argue that if vessels choose not to sign on to the agreement, they must fish west of 164, which is a western border of the red king crab savings area. NMFS would enforce who is a party to the agreement and where these vessels are fishing. Industry, in conjunction with the Research Foundation, would define the type of gear that is necessary to qualify to fish east of 164. I want to flag a couple of key points with this approach. First, there needs to be a long enough runway to allow the pot cod sector to not only identify appropriate gear, but also be able to roll it out throughout the fleet. New gear is expensive, and I understand this will take some time, but we must be on the same page with the longer-term goal of protecting king crab. Second, it's important that the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation be involved, which they already are with pot cod. They have the resources, both financial and scientific, as well as the trust to be partners on this. And they should be part of the framework agreement. This approach should also be applied to the trawl sectors, both Pollock and Amendment 80. The big difference here is that with trawl, unobserved mortality could be meaningful. The council needs to incentivize the trawl sectors to work with the foundation and determine if there is even an issue with crab through field work, particularly during times when red crab are molting. If we find there is insignificant impact, I personally don't have an issue with relaxing closures. However, if there is an issue, we must give the trawl sectors time to find a fix through gear modification. In the meantime, current closure areas need to be maintained, and we need to continue with the winter pot survey, which should occur prior to A season. And the expectation is that this should inform the pot and trawl sectors as to areas not to fish. Once we feel comfortable that groundfish gear is not impacting crab, it would no longer be necessary to continue with the survey. Again, if sectors don't want to participate in the framework approach, there will be larger area closures for that sector in the future. If the sectors participate, but particular vessels don't, just those vessels will be closed out of important crab areas, which I see as east of 164. I know there's a lot going on here and this is complicated, but I hope you can see a path that can properly incentivize the groundfish sectors to pursue gear modification in the case of pot cod and pursue field work first to determine if there is a problem in the trawl sectors and take action if there is meaningful crab impacts. There's a lot of details, obviously, that need to get fleshed out, but I request the council specifically add options for a framework agreement approach for all groundfish sectors. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Polson. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Polson. I thought I heard you start your testimony that the framework approach could somehow apply or incorporate trawl. And I'm not following how that might work. It's my understanding from the analysis, the majority of the pot cod bycatch comes during their fall seasons, which is not when the trawl fleets are in the area. And the non-pelagic trawl fleet is not in the same area at the same time. So I'm not quite following how that would inform that hotspot closure, or if there are other elements of that framework that you were referring to.
So, yeah, through the chair, I guess in terms of a pot survey, that would happen prior to A season when the trawl sectors are out there, and that would inform closure, potentially areas to stay away from for crab. Yeah, it wouldn't help. Yeah, no, that, and you would want to have that serve, you'd want that to inform A season groundfish. In terms of the framework agreement, and maybe I'm just trying to understand your question a little bit here. And are you talking about the pot survey that could help inform areas where crab are for groundfish vessels to stay away from? That's for trawl and pot cod. Or is your question specifically about the framework approach, which I'm saying in the analysis, it is applying it to pot cod, but I believe it should also be applied to trawl as well. You want me to talk about that more, or just maybe be a little more specific on your question?
Sure. The latter was what I thought you were talking about.
Sorry, what was that? I missed that, Anne. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the latter, the pot cod framework in Appendix 1 was what I thought you were trying to apply to trawl.
Yes. So the way I see it is with pot cod, it's we know with pot cod, they have crab bycatch. Pots are meant to catch crab, and they catch cod and cod as well, but crab is bycatch in cod pots. We know that. There's modification that can be made to the pots that I think could cut their bycatch dramatically. A framework agreement can help determine, if you have the vessels that are signing onto it along with the research foundation, you can define the types of gear that could be used to be able to minimize the bycatch. And similarly, you can do that with trawl. If the council basically incentivizes the trawl industry and says, the first step is incentivizing the trawl industry to work with the Crab Foundation to determine, is there even an issue, right? So if pollock gear or amendment 80 gear is actually not problematic, specifically when red crab are molting during A season, that's the best news any of us could hear, right? That's what we want to hear, but we have to have for trust, I think we got to have the Bering Sea Research Foundation involved as well. Having said that, if we find that there are impacts, then you do need to have a framework agreement that basically says you have to find some gear modifications that are used. And if you want to fish in these areas, you have to apply that gear, and these vessels are using it and they can fish there. It's pretty similar to what we're talking about with the pot cod side of things. Sorry, that was a little long-winded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think we're getting quite where I was looking to go, but I can talk to Mr. Polson offline.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have the same similar questions on the framework agreement. And Edward, Mr. Polson, you mentioned including an option for that, and that's your request of the council. And I just want to make sure I'm clear that the framework approach in Appendix 1 is is clearly it's stated as a non-regulatory best practices to minimize impacts to red king crab. So I just want to confirm that you're still looking at a non-regulatory arrangement that can be more dynamic in response to, like you said, some annual survey data that shows higher numbers of crab in certain areas. Did that make sense?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure I'm following. I think that what I'm really worried about here is that with the trawl sectors, you have observed bycatch, which we still have to be concerned with, and you still are going to have PSC and monitor that and regulate that. But I think what crabbers are more concerned with is the unobserved mortality, the potential of unobserved mortality. And right now that's unquantified. We don't know if it's a problem or if it is, what's the magnitude. What we're trying to do is we need to figure out if it is a problem. And I do agree that, this framework approach, although it's not regulated, I think that a lot of times these live in they live in a world where if you're not getting the right results, or if I'm not saying you get rid of PSC, you can potentially get rid of closure areas if you find that the gear is not impacting crab. Or if people aren't willing to go along with implementing the gear changes, then yeah, they're kicked out of certain areas. I don't know. Is that answering your question, Nicole?
I think it is. And maybe I'll ask it in a more straightforward way, just in case, so I don't miss this, that you are looking for when you said option, that made it sound like an option in a set of alternatives that would look at changes to regulations. But that's not what I heard you speak to. You're looking for a non-regulated, some sort of vehicle for the council to push the issue of determining whether the gear is on the bottom, whether that's a problem, and if there are gear solutions, if the problem's determined. So that's kind of a yes or no question. Does that work?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, through the chair, I think, yes, that's right.
Thanks.
Further questions for Mr. Polson? All right. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you. Okay, next up is Kristen Stahl Johnson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the council. And before I start, I want to say it has been also 20 years since I have made a testimony to the council, so I'm a little nervous as well. As I said, my name is Kristen Stahl Johnson, and I began my career as a fisheries biologist with National Marine Fisheries Service over 45 years ago on bottom trawl surveys throughout the Alaska region, and have engaged in many fishery research, fishing, and fisheries conservation activities. Today, my testimony comes from the perspective of my technical training and on-deck experience in trawl gear technology. Given that the SSC has recommended, as far as I know, that the draft EA-RIR on the groundfish closures go back for further revision, I believe it is imperative that improving the definition of pelagic trawl gear and the performance standards and trawl impacts on habitat be included in the purpose and needs statement to direct the future work on this document. Not including those definitions in this analysis would be a significant omission and undermine the adequacy and the scope of the EA-RIR. I've had to modify my expected comments because of things people previously said I don't want to repeat. But when we look at those diagrams of all this enormous gear, these drawings never depict the catenary and the cables that between the vessels and the gear. And as noted earlier, the council documents tell us that these nets are typically built with 400-foot ropes and 100-foot rise in the head rope. And as we heard, they can be as much as twice as wide and maybe more, and a lot larger than is depicted in typically when we discuss these things. But when you deploy a net that large, you need to put enough scope into the warps of those 1.5 inch or larger cables to spread the doors or the hydroplanes wide enough to open the mouth of a net, which is attached to another length of maybe 40 to 80 fathoms of bridles between the doors and the net. So you've got this huge net with a need to spread the doors with enough cable out to open the mouth of that net. Most of these vessels are towing at, let's see. Okay, first off, then there's all of these lengths are, of course, dependent on where and how the vessel is fishing, but there is still a great amount of catenary in the warps and the bridles. And there's a significant amount of catenary in those large foot ropes with heavy cable or chain that is generally about 3.5 inches in diameter or larger. It used to be only 3.5 inches. Most of these vessels now tow it at 3.5, 4 knots, and significantly less than the 8 knots that tugs tow barges through the water with 1,200 feet of cable out. And it's pretty known that the catenary of that 1/4 mile cable is still on the bottom at over 100 feet from the surface. And I have this information from my brother who retired as a tugger. What's the catenary in that rope, on that cable? Yes, they're different, but it's still, we're talking catenary. The deepest part of the Eastern Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska continental shelves are 50 fathoms or 300 feet before that slope drops off. The majority of the shelf, which is what red king crab habitat, is 30 fathoms or 180 feet. The FAST lab data has already revealed that these pelagic nets are fishing hard on the bottom most of the time. And in my mind, I don't see how it's possible for even a typical 400, quote unquote, 400 foot rope not to be partially or totally on the bottom in water depths that are equal to or less than half the length of the foot rope. So it's not possible for these nets not to be on the bottom all the time. The obvious and rather rhetorical question in this conversation is, why do we allow this gear to fish in areas where bottom trawling is prohibited? Unobserved mortality has been set at 0 for all these years, assuming that all the animals and the living habitat that gets sifted through those very large forward meshes, and they're getting bigger as we go, survive, that molting crab are unaffected and the habitat remains unaltered. It is time that we stop ignoring this and address the obvious accumulative effects of pelagic trawling repeatedly on soft, highly productive bottom habitat for more than 30 years. I have other things I want to say too, that it's disingenuous to evaluate the cost benefit analysis of this whole thing as based on the discussion at the SSC that pits the identifiable costs for the industrial trawl sector against what has been labeled as uncertain and hopeful prospects for the crab stock's recovery. Habitat is everything. Habitat is bycatch. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Stahl Johnson. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jim Armstrong. Following Mr. Armstrong will be Scott Hansen and then Frank Kelty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jim Armstrong for the Freezer Longline Coalition. Our members support the council search for a management solution that would help restore the red king crab fishery in Bristol Bay. The staff analysis highlights the uncertain outlook for doing that through alternatives 2 and 3. So it seems pretty reasonable at this point that the council could start looking beyond the scope of these alternatives for more effective options. Whatever approach is taken, the central message I would like to get across is that FLC's fishing operations have not been part of the problem, but we would like to be part of the solution. And we think we can best do that by continuing to have access to the savings area and other areas where cod and crab overlap. In the current action, that would mean adopting sub-option 1 if alternative 2 is chosen. Since the alternatives could get changed, we urge the council to maintain options for exempting low-impact fisheries such as ours from potential area closures. Crab bycatch has been a major focus for this action. For us, several tables in the analysis make it clear that red king crab bycatch rates from hook and line gear are extremely low. I'll add that during our fishing, most of the crab that are counted by observers as bycatch aren't really caught. The crab are really just sort of really committed to not letting go of the bait on the hooks. And then they eventually let go when they're lifted out of the water. They just drop off and then go back down to the bottom. So for these crab anyway, they don't even get touched by human hands or spend any time on deck. So they're in great shape, and the bycatch mortality rate that is used for them, that's used for all fixed gear, is 50%. And we think that's way too high for what we've seen. We speak to the insignificance of our crab bycatch in our comment letter, along with some figures that show the hook and line and other groundfish bycatch in the context of total crab biomass. In the figures, even if hook and line bycatch mortality was 100%, it would still only be 1/100th of 1% of the crab biomass on average. So for context, the directed fishery takes about 6.6% of total crab biomass annually. So how can we help? We believe our fishing actually reduces natural mortality indirectly from predation, especially for juvenile crab. Cod stomachs are a market product for us. So we deal with them a lot, and we see 10 or so juvenile crab inside pretty regularly. Our records show that when we were in the savings area in 2013 to 2018, we caught about 675,000 Pacific cod in each year. Zooming out to area T, which is the total scope of the Bristol Bay red king crab stock, the number was 9.7 million cod per year. So if we're conservative about the number of cod that have crab in them, in their stomachs, and so say like 1 out of 4 cod, and then for those ones that do have crab, how many crab are in the stomachs? Juvenile crab, say 3, and those are really low, kind of trying to be as conservative as possible. But if we do that, then the number of crab in the stomachs of those of those harvested cod scales to about 500,000 in the savings area and 12.6 million in area T. So those are the crab that were in the stomachs. Compare that to an average PSC of about 3,250 crab for hook and line from table 3-5, most of which are drop-offs. Obviously, there's a lot of steps involved in trying to go from those numbers to how many crab survive that otherwise wouldn't have, and how many of those then contribute to the adult crab population. We hope we can work with the scientific community on that issue, or at least that there's interest. But we feel pretty confident that the number of juvenile red king crab that our fishing saves greatly outnumbers the limited amounts of adult crab that are incidentally killed from our fishing. We think the cod crab connection is important enough so that if cod stomach sampling by observers was prioritized on our vessels, we could help provide useful data on juvenile crab abundance. We haven't been in the savings area in the last couple of years, as the analysis points out. Our boats follow concentrations of Pacific cod. When those concentrations move into the savings area and we're unable to follow them, they're going to go after the juvenile and soft shell crab there, and we won't be able to slow that down if we're prohibited from going in there. So again, we recognize this is a complicated issue. We don't have all the answers, but we know we're not part of the problem. Sub-option 1, or a general exemption under a revised action, would allow us to be a part of the solution and would help focus a revised analysis on measures that may actually do something to help red king crab. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Are there questions? Okay, thank you. Scott Hansen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members, council. My name's Scott Hansen. I'm the owner operator of a freezer longliner, and I fish for cod in the Bering Sea. And I started out fishing crab as a young man, and I'm just kind of following up what Jim was speaking to. You know, the amount of crab that we find in the cod that's what they're really after. We see it in the stomachs. Closing any area out to hook and line is going to just exasperate the amount of crab that are eaten by cod. When we're fishing up north, it's snow crab. In the southeast, it's king crab in the stomachs. You know, they go after the small crab, but we see, you know, I've seen 6-inch female king crab in a large cod alive when I've hauled that, when the cod have come up over the rail. So that cod ate that crab and then went after our bait. So I mean, they're on full eat all the time. My boat, you know, I mean, we just need to be able to go where the cod are, and tends to be where the crab are. That's kind of the basis of my reason for being here. I just would hate to see us be excluded from the king crab savings area. I think that fixed gear is a good way to remove cod and help bring back the crab that have been impacted from other forces. You know, fishing gear, all gear has an effect on the bottom, but I think our gear is probably the minimally invasive means of fishing. So I would like to see us not excluded from that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. And my question for you is one, just to clarify the picture that we're looking at. That's the bin that you put the cod stomachs in, and I can see obviously there's a king crab leg and a lot of snow crab in there, it looks like. But so is that the what I'm looking at? That's the first question I have. And then the second question is I want to thank you because I happen to know it's important, I think, for the other council members recognize this too, that Captain Hansen's been taking pictures of these cod stomachs and providing those to National Marine Fisheries Service, to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center now for years, and doing that on a regular basis in categories and that. So thank you for that. But the question is, previously, the only thing we knew about cod stomachs were in the wintertime when they took cod stomach samples or summertime in the survey. But is it your observation now that this, you see this year round? In other words, the cod are eating crab year round?
Yep, Mr. Chair. Kenny, thanks for the question. Yeah, most definitely. They're eating crab year round. The only times, I mean, when the currents are really strong, crab dig in, then the cod are digging for whatever they can get. But that, you know, that's, I would say, you know, probably 80% of the time they're consuming crab, you know, so yes, year round.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Hanson? Thank you. Right, next up is Frank Kelty. And I'll ask council members to try to keep your questions fairly direct. Not just with Mr. Kelty. Just through the throughout this process. You're out of order, Mr. Kelty. All right. Mr. Kelty, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that's right. It's been years of talking over hydraulics, 40 years. Anyway, for the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm a contractor with the city of Unalaska, and Mayor Tudikoff told me to come by and make some comments. Boy, this is a tough issue. You know, Unalaska, we work with all sectors, all gear types. And so this is really a tough one. Basically, I'm going to keep my comments really short. I think we are in support of what the SSC comments were, that they felt at this time the document's not sufficient for the council to move forward for final action. The SSC is recommending additional information be incorporated to allow the council to better understand the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery and policy impacts of the alternatives before the document moves forward for public review. Like I said, this is a tough issue. In Alaska, we're involved with all the various sectors, and you know, we don't want to see fisheries closed down, and we don't want to see people moved out of their traditional areas unless it really has to happen. We're concerned that you're going to have areas of high bycatch if their fleets are moved around, and it's just it's not going to be a good situation. You know, the crab situation breaks my heart. I made my bones in the crab industry for 35 years, and to see an industry that I grew up in be in such tough shape. On Alaska, when my last time as mayor, we were involved in joining up with the Bering Sea Research Fisheries Foundation when it was formed. We were a charter member of that group and support all the work they're doing. I'm really interested to see when the tags that were put out in March on their survey work, they put out 100 tags that are scheduled to pop up in the fall when we traditionally fish king crab in October to get some more information. And hopefully we can continue to work with those type of things and to get better information. But I think at this time, this document's not ready to go out. I have a hard time with alternative 2 and alternative 3. So I would like to see the council get another shot at this and see what we can find out. I think we need to have the best science we have and the best information before we take final action that could be significant to various fishing sectors. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Let's see if there's any questions. Director or otherwise. All right, thank you, Mr. Kelty. Thank you. Okay, Ruth Christensen. Following Ms. Christensen will be Nikolai Siebert-Stoll and then Heather McCarty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boats. UCB has 2 asks or 2 requests to the council this afternoon regarding this agenda item. The first one is we would like to see this document come back for a second initial review analysis. Along the lines similar to that of the SSC, we feel that the cost component side of each of the alternatives really needs to be enhanced. One of the ways that from the catcher vessel, pollock catcher vessel perspective to do that is to reach out to the representatives of our sector and talk to the captains, talk to the co-op managers. The Red King crab savings area is a really important area for our fishery, primarily for salmon avoidance. It gives us tremendous flexibility to avoid salmon. And while I think, that Appendix 2 in the document kind of gets at those trade-offs, really there's a tremendous qualitative component that is missing from the analysis. And the only way that you're going to get that is by talking to representatives of that fleet, So from our perspective, that is one of the main reasons why we would like to see this analysis come back for a second initial review. So moving on to our second request, that would be to have Section 4 removed from the analysis. We do not feel that, while informative, and it has clearly sparked a lot of conversation, it doesn't flow into the alternatives that we are discussing. The alternatives that we are discussing are static closures related to gear types. They're not closures based on performance of that gear type. So we don't feel that that section going forward is really needed, given the alternatives that we have in front of us. So we would like to see that removed. And just to tack on to that very briefly, UCB understands the concern, I guess, that members of the public and, council members, SSC members, everybody seems to be having with pelagic gear. And we understand that and we appreciate that. And from our perspective, we are absolutely willing to dig in and get at the answers and get at the concerns that some, that individuals are expressing. We understand that there's gear contact, bottom contact with gear, and then there's impacts from that gear. So there's two questions, actually three, and then there's the magnitude of the impacts from that contact. And so UCB, along with APA, we are initiating a research project in conjunction with Alaska Pacific University to get answers to each of those three questions. And so I just want everybody to know that we understand and we hear the concerns that people are expressing. And so we are in the process of getting at those answers. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Kurland has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, if I heard you correctly, you indicated a qualitative component is missing from the effects analysis. I wonder if you could just clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kurland, through the chair. Maybe qualitative isn't quite the right word. The point I was trying to make is, and this is not a bash on the analysts at all, but we were not consulted as part of this analysis, and I think to truly understand the importance of this area for catcher vessel operations, you need to talk to the people on the water and the co-op managers that are managing our fisheries, especially as it relates to salmon. And as a reminder, our salmon management goes down to an individual level. So it's really hard to paint, broad strokes of what this area means until you actually are talking to the people on the water, making those decisions every day. So that is what I meant by that.
Further questions? Thank you. Nikolai Sievertstol. Good afternoon. Can you get your mic button, please? Thank you.
Does that help? Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Nikolai Sievertstol. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Krabi District of Ice. Talking to you on the agenda item C4 on your agenda. First of all, we support ABSC's written and oral testimony on these matters, on the the document itself and what the process should be going forward on that. I think I heard during earlier testimony that we questioned the importance of bottom contact by trawl gear on habitat and on crab stock. I think I heard you. I think I heard that was questioned. And then at the same time, I see that we have the bottom trawl sectors. There are restrictions on where they need to operate. So we think that the trawl sector hasn't really an impact on the bottom. Then I guess the logical consequence of that would be that we should allow the bottom trawl guys to be inside all of the areas where they are not allowed that to be at the moment. Is that what you're considering? I don't think so. So it's hard to sit back there and listen to that you're questioning something that is so obvious and that you're not willing to act on it. That's really hard. That's very difficult. And now, if you seriously have questions about what kind of impact this might have on the habitat and on the crab, I think what you should do is that you should listen to Christine Stahl-Johnson's testimony that she just submitted here a little bit ago. And if you still have problems with understanding what kind of problems this causes, I think you should play it over and over and over again. Maybe it will sink in. I sometimes feel that feel like I'm watching some sort of a organizational neuropathy going on here, where the, so to speak, the brain is not noticing what's happening, but what our sensory organs are reporting back. And that we might get away with that in a environment where there is no change, because then we can just go on automatic. We can do our bureaucratic calculations, and we say that okay, A happens, so then B, we can continue to do our modeling, and we get the results out that we expect. The problem is that this environment is changing. And in a changing environment, you can't, it's not good to have this neuropathy going on in any situation, but you cannot live with it in a situation where things are changing. Things are changing on the bottom. How are you going to fix that? How are you, what you need, one of the things that you need to do is one of the best fishermen, crab fishermen that I've ever known. He said that in order to be a good fisherman, crab fisherman, you need to think like a crab. And I believe that you do. But you know, not only do you, the fishermen need to think like a crab, you do too. And it's extremely important that you do that now. Because the future of this resource hangs in the balance. And I am hearing you not being willing to take the decisions to make the decisions that you need to make. Of course, it's hard. Well, I have news for you. If you do not take this seriously, if you do not act, it's going to be much harder. And it's going to be sad for the resource, but you're going to look really, really bad. I hope that one of the things that I think that we could we could do going forward is that you need to start with think like a crab. All of you. You need to imagine, what does it look like down there? What happens when the trawl net comes across? Is it destroying the food for the crab? Is that the problem? Is it rendering them houseless? How important is that? That's the kind of stuff, that's the kind of questions we need to address going forward and get to the bottom of if we want to help this resource being healthy going forward.
Mr. Sievert-Stoll, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment, please?
Yes. Look at the crab fishermen as a resource. Interview our crab whispering guys. They have a lot of knowledge. Reach out to them and build alliances. Find ways where we can use the resource that the crab fishermen are and present to you to collect more data that we desperately need going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Heather McCarty. Good afternoon or good evening.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group in St. Paul, and referring to the comment letter from CBSFA that's in your packet. But right now we're going to focus on some of the suggestions that have been made by your SSC and other needed elements, assuming that the council is planning to move forward with additional analysis. As we say in our letter, we believe that the council should continue to analyze the impacts, the costs and benefits of additional closures in the red king crab savings area. The council has recognized the conservation concern surrounding the status of the red king crab stock in the Bering Sea, which warrants full consideration of every conservation measure, which includes habitat protection. As discussed by the SSE and the AP, we agree that the council needs an additional initial review analysis before moving forward, and that further analysis should include suggestions made by the SSE. Some have taken the current analysis to mean that we know the costs of displacing groundfish effort, but we can't prove the benefits to the red king crab stock of protecting them from habitat disturbance, physical damage, unobserved mortality, etc. I don't think we actually yet know the costs of displacement, but a careful reading of the SSC minutes provides multiple suggestions about how to better determine costs, especially how to anticipate the potential changes in fishing behavior, location, and timing that might result from displacement from the RKC savings area. These start on page 21 of the SSC minutes and could provide a more rational approach to determining potential costs, along with, as others have suggested, interviewing members of the industry. The benefits of reducing impacts on red king crab are not as easily quantified for certain, as folks have pointed out. The SSC suggestions on that start on page 22 of their minutes. They suggest a discussion of the types of benefits that could potentially accrue to engaged and dependent communities if there were to be a conservation benefit to the proposed action. And we agree that further efforts should be made to quantify these potential positive effects of a recovering Bristol Bay red king crab stock to crab stakeholders and dependent communities, and request that the council ask that the next analysis include that kind of information. The SSC also extensively discussed ways to better characterize the likelihood that there would be a meaningful improvement in either stock levels or the likely reopening of the fishery as a result of the proposed action. They suggested the analysts consult with stock assessment authors to better summarize the biological consequences of different levels of PSC at current levels of abundance, which may be reflected in already available analyses. Another science-based question associated with this issue is the effects of trawl gear. Regardless of whether the question of revising the definition of pelagic gear remains part of this action, the effects of pelagic trawl gear that makes bottom contact will remain a relevant part of the analysis. Longtime SSC member Dr. Gordon Cruz provided the SSC with a comment letter that discussed the possible effects, as well as numerous references to the substantial body of peer-reviewed literature examining impacts of bottom trawl gear on the benthos. And hopefully, more of that information can be incorporated into the next analysis. From our perspective, we do know where the centers of abundance of Bristol Bay red king crab are. There's been no suggestion by scientists that the red king crab savings area is not important, in combination with the closed area to the east of the savings area. We believe the savings area needs to be further protected in order to preserve what crab is left and what hopefully might come from future recruitment events. We agree with the comments from ABSC. The purpose and need statement needs to be strengthened by more explicit reference to the importance of protecting crab habitat, along with added alternatives and options focused on that goal. And finally, as members of the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, we hope that the council will benefit from the results of the crab survey, pot survey conducted this spring, winter and spring by NIMS, ADF&G, and the foundation, and provided to the CPT. There are interesting correlations there, for example, between temperature and other factors and the presence of crab and fish. And as Frank said, the 100 tags placed during that survey will begin popping up in the next few weeks and will provide important information about the movement of crab since the survey and how that relates to crab distribution information from the NIMS trawl survey. We think the council can be armed with more and better information the next time this issue comes before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up, testifying remotely is Scott Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. And my name is Scott Goodman, and I'm the Executive Director for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And I'm happy to have a brief opportunity to chime in on a couple of important research issues within the context of the C4 BBRKC agenda item. Importantly, I would say that the council staff and SAM should be commended for a great deal of work through some very complicated issues so far. BSFRF also submitted a written comment to the SSC, which I spoke to briefly there, and I also presented some further preliminary details to the CPT recently, which is posted at their e-agenda. So I would just draw the attention to both of those for some additional info. The two primary research questions that we're working on are: where are the crabs seasonally, and what happens to them when they interact with fishing gear? The first of these questions we have in part tackled with the CPS-1 project, which is effectively the first look at a winter-spring red king crab distribution in Bristol Bay. And just to run over some of those very quickly, some quick takes from this work for you as we get further into our results. More than 10,000 crab were caught, which is about 14 times more than the 2022 NIMF survey. You've heard a couple references to this. 100 tags were put out over the whole area, and those have actually popped up in the last several days, coinciding with leg one of this year's NIMF survey through the same area, which is nearly complete right now. About 75% of CPS-1 red king crab were males, which is different than typical from summer surveys. And shell condition has been mentioned during this meeting in a couple of the different topics. So I wanted to make an important clarifying couple points here. About 70% of the red king crab were shell 2 crab, which is new firm or new hard from the coding descriptions, but it doesn't capture the fact that March, April shell 2s are different than June, July shell 2s, which is the leg one when we would normally see these. And also that's different than the October, November shell 2s, which would be the ones observed during the fishery. The point being that public testimony about 70% soft shell crab was not the whole story. And that seeing shell twos in data summaries would miss the fact that crab fishermen observing red king crab that are new, clean, and normal enough to enter a pot to eat, but which are far earlier in the season and appear soft in contrast to crab that they would be typically observing in the fall. So while the shell two code is accurate in the data, the nuance of much less firm shells was a reality during CPS1 sampling. So I wanted to mention these 2 points of sex ratio and shell condition together, as they reflect that the timing and temperature of sampling may be a very key factor as we proceed into what's next. The second research question, what happens to crab when they interact with fishing gear, is just as important as improved understanding of seasonal distribution, and there has not been enough done to address this one to date so far. Not because we think that unobserved mortality is a primary driver of Bristol Bay red king crab status, but with the stock at its current levels, it could be something that is constraining recovery. We simply need to understand more specifics about this topic for all gears, not as a penalty to any particular sector, but as a more complete way of figuring out what to do. And so we would suggest that some immediate efforts need to be prioritized now or very soon. And it could be that a private working group is the best way to go to collaborate with the capable people and to not get bogged down or slowed down in process requirements. As a final note, the context for crab closures and status should be driving more research and management decisions and momentum. Static closures and existing measures are based on information that needs to be updated. I think we all know that. The path forward for whatever options are considered should be based more on flexibility and more current information. And new options should be temporary until there is adequate information to update more dynamic options, which we all know also is going to be quite difficult. A key part of this through the most difficult period could be industry-led agreements that could be a variety of ideas, some of which we've heard of, that minimize gear area conflicts to reduce total crab impacts. So in closing, as we consider and plan for research that's tagging and movement related and survey research that's likely going to include CPS2 and CPS3, the current stocks need some flexible and informed potential options that could help now. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Ms. Drobnik has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Canine. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goodman. Can you remind me what the plans are for another winter survey, whether or not there's funding and for how long? And I guess the second part of my question would be, you did mention that until, that I appreciated your testimony on the need to kind of strive for flexible management as opposed to static closures, but we need the adequacy of information. So I guess how far are we out from being able to use this new survey for management purposes and informing more flexible spatial management? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Ms. Drobnika, that's kind of the key parts of this. So I would take your first one. We're currently planning to have this not be a one-off, to make sure that we can observe a second season and likely a third season. Funding for it, the first go around was quite unique, and it was a lot of extra hustling to come up with the funds because research support for the foundation was more uncertain. I think our expectations at this point still need flushing out, but it's our intentions here, most likely that CPS2, which would be the next one, would be funded by the foundation with funds that may come and be part of CDS support and or disaster relief money. And then if we find that we need to do a CPS3, which would be a third season, we would hope that some of the disaster relief money could be available at that point. I think a hopeful reality would be that there's fisheries coming back online. So potentially some of the more normal or typical research funds that come to the foundation could be used to support that as well. Your second question is much more difficult, much more important. I think the reality is that a few months ago, we didn't know anything of what we were going to see, and we didn't know if a winter spring survey would even work. There was some concern about the timing being a little later than we wanted. So I would say that we have a lot more information than we did prior. The reality of catching 10,000 crabs and having them not line up exactly with the boundaries that are evident is not a surprise. We knew that we wouldn't see all crabs inside the box and no crabs outside the box. So it's not necessarily a head scratcher in that context. I think it deserves a very close look, especially in the context of what did we really see here, because the shell condition and the timing of this could be very fundamentally important in considering, what to do with this information and data. Could we even get to a place where dynamic closures would be dependent on a seasonal sampling? But I think that there's hope here, and I think that there's information here now that could potentially be considered under a flexible alternative. It's not complete. I wouldn't prescribe to say this is what you use to redraw lines or redraw boxes. But it is a very important first year and first look. And I think it was a success on a number of different fronts. Just quickly, I would note that the 100 tags, I think I heard you specifically ask a question about it earlier, and I think I heard another testifier mention the timing of those tags. These were put out during March, April this year, and to my understanding, most, if not all of them, have already popped up, and that was a part of our plan, was to try to connect this winter spring distribution and movement to the summer survey leg 1 distribution and movement. And the NOAA scientists and ADF&G scientists that are out currently on the NIMF survey have also been placing additional tags on the crabs that they are sampling to continue with that connectivity of the different seasons and the different movements. So the 100 tags have been a unknown at this point because we don't have those pieces processed here. But some of that data is hitting satellites and hitting review and data processing experts right now. So that is going to be another new piece that we have in the coming weeks to continue to put the pieces together. So a rounded answer to your second question, but I think we're learning as we go here, and there's going to be more information with these tags even added in here in the next coming weeks.
Thank you very much.
Miss Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Goodman, for your testimony. I have a question about your second topic in terms of gear impacts on a crab. And you mentioned that perhaps a good path forward on that was a private working group. And so my question is that something that you think is going to happen? Or is there something that council could help do to facilitate that? Because, anything within the council process is within our public process. So I was just asking for a little clarification on that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. Yes, important one. I guess I would just be really honest here and say that listening through CPT, SSC, AP, and to here, and knowing where things are in the whole context of the status for the stocks, I think something now or very soon is super important. And there was a fair amount of dialogue that was kind of pausing and contemplating and maybe getting slowed down with objective and goal clarification and who could be in, who could be out. Is it a workshop? Is it a working group? Is it public, not public? So my suggestion here would be to kind of cut through that. And if there's a way to potentially do something here, and it's not to exclude council body or council process at all, it's just to kind of take it and have it be a little bit more prioritized and efficient, if that were appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Mr. Goodman? Okay. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Gretar Goodmanson, and then after Mr. Goodmanson, we'll take a quick break and then come back and wrap up testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Quietly, staff's working on it. Try again.
How about now? Is this any better?
Yes, it is. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Greta Goodmanson. I just want to try and touch on a few high points, make it easy. I concur with Mr. Lowenberg on his testimony regarding Area 512, and as bad as that, should that be closed down for us, as bad as that is for us, I think it's equally or more so for Port Moller. So I think that's a consideration that needs to go into that fact. Also concur with Corey and ABSC, their letter and testimony. And I would like to say it's very obvious. I don't know that it's anywhere in the written record or the regulation, but it's very obvious the intent of the king crab savings area is to keep gear off the bottom. And I think at that time it was assumed by 90% of the world in the industry that pelagic gear was off the bottom, and we now know that is not true. So that there was a little bit of talk about original intent earlier on in this meeting. So that is very obvious to anybody in this room, I think. And I might be wrong on this, but I thought reading through all this material that OLE also wanted definitions for that gear. And I think the current technology that we have today can tell them when they have bottom contact. I know they have those sensors on the net for the survey. And I understand it's a different trawl. It's not a pelagic trawl, but I think the current technology we have can be adapted real easy with a little bit of will and effort. And as far as some of the technology that we have, just take a walk through the fish show next time they come to town. There were cameras there that are just unbelievable. You saw the foot rope, you saw the head rope, you saw the fish going in, and they were selling those cameras for the purpose of telling the captain if he's catching the right kind of fish and the right size fish. That's how clear and accurate these cameras were. So the technology is there. It might need a little bit of adapting. As far as being on the bottom to avoid the salmon, I don't know. I can only go by what I hear. Trawlers tell me they have to be on the bottom to avoid it. You talk to the seiners, and when they go out, they say they get a shallower net to stay off the bottom to avoid the Chinook. And you go sport fishing, you hit the bottom to jig and you lift it up a foot to catch the Chinook. So I get mixed messages, but I don't know myself. So thank you much. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. Are there questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, let's take a
congratulations.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and just take a quick little half break, come back at 5:45, and we'll conclude with public comment. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we're ready to continue with public comment. Mateo Pasadon. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasadon, and I'm speaking on behalf of the city of St. Paul, mostly Unangan Elliott community of approximately 400 residents, whose economy is largely dependent on crab, on the revenues generated by crab processing and harvesting. First of all, I wanted to thank the council, as well as the state of Alaska, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the congressional offices for the time that is being devoted to respond to the crab fishery closures. The support that has been provided in requesting the crab fishery disasters and accelerating crab spend plans by the state, expediting crab disaster determinations last December by NIMFs, and then in making improvements to the fishery disaster provisions and setting aside funding to respond to these disasters by Congress has been remarkable compared to what has been the case in the recent past. From the perspective of the residents of St. Paul, this is government at its best, working expeditiously to try to respond to the needs of the people. And the folks out in the Pribilofs and St. Paul appreciate it. Back to the immediate topic, we also appreciate the effort that staff has put into the draft EA-RAR. It's a good start. Going forward, we agree with many of the recommendations that the SSC made, and that future iterations of this document should hopefully contain, and some of the additional items that the document would benefit from, including the types of benefits that would potentially accrue to engaged and dependent communities such as St. Paul, if there were to be a conservation benefit from the proposed action, obtaining additional information as suggested by the SSC on the topics of gear performance and technology. And finally, to the extent that gear types are impacting RKC habitat, continue exploring what improvements could be made here in terms of habitat protections, seasonal protections, or dynamic closures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadon. Any questions? Thanks. Next up is Austin Estabrooks and Stephanie Madsen.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? This is Stephanie.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I must have gotten the Sitka bug and I didn't want to bring it downtown. So Austin is there, but I'll go ahead and start, Mr. Chairman. Stephanie Matson, At-Sea Processors Association, and with me is Austin Estabrooks, also with At-Sea Processors. Mr. Chairman, we wanted to just highlight our comment letter that was in your packet. That outlines our concerns and suggestions to this analysis. If the council chooses to move forward, we think it definitely, we concur with others that there's a need for another initial review. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, I think that we're not starting from scratch about habitat and unobserved mortality. For habitat for the last 15 years, we've been doing essential fish habitat required by federal law, that the stock assessment authors identify that critical habitat. And then the fishing effects model is applied to that habitat without triggering the requirements for mitigation. I think it sounds like people think we have no information, but we've had quite a bit of information on that habitat. And that is the best available information, Mr. Chairman. Additionally, unobserved mortality for all gears was discussed earlier this week. We support that work. I would note, though, that the stock assessment author for crab, the CPT, upped 100-fold unobserved mortality in the model, and it made no difference to the stock status. But we're willing to work with the workshop and learn more. Mr. Chairman, last October, we reported to the council about the investigation we had done in response to your request to look at dynamic closures. And you'll recall that was near impossible to our low PSC. But we continue to look, and especially when it comes to trade-offs, we do a lot of work looking at trade-offs, especially when we're also looking at chum. So we do work with C-State to understand those trade-offs and movements. Also, last October, we came and reported to you, Mr. Chairman, about the gear research that we've undertaken with APU. And Austin's going to use the rest of the time to give you a brief update on that research.
Yeah, Chairman, members of the council, I'm Austin Estabrooks, and just here to provide you a brief update with our ongoing gear research. We are still in the catalog of our gear phase of the research, and as part of this, we do have a grad student on board. We finally have some data sharing agreements in place. We have had the research team itself has had meetings with the expertise that from Memorial University that has primarily all of the knowledge with regard to the trawl simulation software that we plan to use. And so we have, they've brought on someone from Memorial University to the team to help with this research as well. And they have probably some of the premier expertise in the world on the dynamic trawl software that we plan to use for simulations after we complete the gear cataloging phase. Then we can move into the simulation phase. But good news is we are meeting with gear manufacturers in 10 days from now, and we're going to begin the process of documenting all of the different gears that are there. I've been told there are only 4 or 5 different nets that are used across our fleet, but then after we get that information, we are then going to move into assessing how those gears are fished with regard to how they're rigged and different fishing behaviors and practices. And so I plan to, again, provide the council with another update in December, if that's the wish of the council, to just keep you apprised of our progress with this research on pelagic trawl gear. And so I'm happy to take any questions.
And then finally, Mr. Chairman, we'd just like to thank you for your leadership all these years. We're going to be missing you, but we wish you the best in your new path, old but new path. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manson and Mr. Estabrooks. Mr. Mesro has a question.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Estabrook. Do you think that when you do this, it's going to be more about modifying gear or just understanding the geometry of what's going on under certain conditions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll start and then see what Austin has to say. But, just to review the history, we had EFH fishing effects model. We interviewed the captains. They estimated the bottom contact, and then we had the Brianna King information that kind of startled us that the captains didn't really know if they were on the bottom. So I think our first goal is to be more precise for the fishing effects model. We believe we've overestimated that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this research has a lot of applications, and yeah, one of those is to inform fishing effects. But yeah, we're just trying to get an understanding of how the gear is operating, and if that leads to gear modifications down the road, or ways that we feel we can improve how the gear fishes and reduces habitat impacts. That I think those are all pathways for the use of this research. But
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Estabrooks. I think it's for you, but just to be clear, when you talk about the simulation phase and testing how the gear is operating, does that mean how often the gear is on the having contact with the bottom? What does that mean exactly?
So through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we have seen just preliminary renderings of what the software can produce. And yes, those they give you sort of a picture of what the net looks like in relation to the bottom. And yeah, it can just give you a sense of what the opening looks like. But I mean, it can't give you a sense of what your percent bottom contact is. I mean, just based on the drawings, if that's the question. Those have to be done then in the field.
Further questions? All right, thanks again. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Doug Wells. So, okay. Mr. Wells, I think you need to unmute yourself.
How about now? Can you?
Yes, we can hear you with an echo.
It sounds like, can you hear me okay?
Yep, there it is. Whenever you're ready.
Hang on one second. How about now? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. It took a minute. Thank you, Chairman Canine and council members. My name is Doug Wells. I'm speaking today on behalf of the owners and crew of the CP Spare and Often Courageous. Crab revenues are critical to the ability of our vessels and crews to continue to stay in business. The Bristol Bay Bristol Bay red king crab stock is at critically a low level and needs as much protection as possible. In particular, it's important to protect female crab to preserve future recruitment. I have 3 requests for refinement of the C4 action today. First, we ask the council to keep this action open while new research into crab movement, seasonal pot surveys, pelagic trawl performance, and pot cod gear modifications are conducted. This work may well inform your decisions on future changes to the red king crab savings area and the potential for more effective seasonal dynamic closures. For instance, it appears that the area north of the current box may need additional protection. And there may be areas in the south of the box that have far fewer red king crab present during the A season. Wise management choices will be aided by further information from the above research projects. Second, it's important that the council prioritize understanding unobserved crab mortality in the pelagic trawl fishery. The SSC was asked to form a working group in the fall of 22, and there's been no progress to date. This is really important information to inform policy decisions needed to protect the Bristol Bay crab stocks. We know the pelagic gear is at times, and maybe most of the time, fished on the bottom. Given this, it is certain that when pelagic nets went on bottom encounter molting crab, there will be very heavy high mortality events. We know from tagging studies and winter pot surveys that there are male and female crab inside the red king crab savings area in winter months. We know that pelagic fishing effort is occurring in the same time and space. And this has the potential to cause a high mortality, again, of red king crab. It's important for managers, policymakers, and industry to better understand the potential magnitude of this crab mortality. Lastly, if the analysis is expanded to look at the costs to the pollock sector to move fishing effort, out of the savings area as recommended by the SSC, I would hope the analysis would also look at estimating the cost of unobserved mortality to the crab sector. This mortality is probably at least contributing to the 2-year closure of the red crab fisheries due to additional mortality of female red crab. That concludes my comments. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Wells. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wells. I don't actually have a question, but I just want to ensure you saw the council's action under C1, since most of your testimony was on unobserved mortality. And that council motion went forward with the working group and to deal with trying to estimate unobserved mortality in both a stock assessment sense and a management action sense. And so apologize for taking the time, Mr. Chair, but it seemed like that might be a good place to point him to, is try to mitigate some disappointment if that particular item isn't addressed under this C4 agenda.
Oh, yes. Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for enlightening me. I was not aware of that. I've been busy and didn't quite catch that action. So thanks. That's great news. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Wells? Thank you. Okay, next up is John Warrenchuk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. Members of the council, Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is John Warrenchuk. I'm Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Testifying today on something you've been talking about for the afternoon here, the Red King Crab Savings Area Analysis. I attached to my public comment after reading the materials and listening to all the discussions, the EA from your original implementation of this king crab savings area back in, what was it, 95, 96. Many people in this room probably worked on that EA, and I think even Dr. Witherall there wrote some key papers that informed it. But I do want to point out that if you do read that original EA, there is lots of language in there about the intent or purpose of many of these actions, which was to protect the habitat of the crab. In fact, it's right here on the cover page that was sent to the director of the, well, who was it sent to? I don't know. It's right there on the cover page. Anyhow, I just bring that up to remind the council that protecting the habitat in this area is still, should be part of your action here. That providing an unaffected habitat will provide benefits to red king crab, and there's a couple reasons why. The biology of red king crab, you know, we do know that they settle on biogenic habitats, and that's when they're real little. They go from that larval stage to the bottom stage, but that's in shallower water generally than the red king crab savings area. And then from years 0 to 2 to 3, they start to move into a little deeper water, but they still use biogenic habitat, stuff that sticks up off the seafloor for protection and for camouflage from predators. And then when they start to get a little bigger, they rely on their spikiness, but not just that. They also rely on podding behaviors. There needs to be enough of their cohort around to pod up into these large schools or large pods to avoid predation from predators. And so there's a bit of a transition zone going from age 2 to 3 to 4, and then into the larger sizes where they could actually say defend themselves from a cod that's intent on predation. And if there's not enough crab to pod up into these amounts that would deter predation, as Alaskans, a lot of people who've ever, faced off with a bear or a moose, you put yourself between your car and the moose, you put yourself between a tree and a bear. This is how animals avoid predation. And you can try to go down a route of modeling or whatnot to see how these individual interactions can add up into an increase in recruitment. But this is just biology, folks. If you mow down the habitat, it's going to be harder for crab to escape predation, and you're seeing some of those impacts, I think, already. while I do raise that, I do also want to mention that I have heard discussion at the council here and some public comments, and I'm sure their observations are true that their cod eat crab and they've always eaten crab. But I would caution in any sort of rationale for opening and closing areas or increasing catch of one species over another, trying to manipulate predation into an outcome that you think you want. Because at minimum, I think you need to do some modeling efforts, maybe get some of the population stock assessment scientists involved. And because I did note, I looked at all the groundfish diet data that's been collected all the way through 2019. And it seemed, at least in that observer stomach sample data of cod, that red king crab weren't all that common in that diet data. Yet we are hearing observations of stomachs packed with crabs. So I would like you to look into that a little more before you went down a route of rationale of, say, trying to localize, deplete cod in an area to bring crab back. And that might work, or it might cause something else. Finally, I just want to note in the discussions around the gear definitions, I think this is, and the impacts of pelagic trawling and how to describe and regulate that activity on the seafloor. I think we are long overdue to look into that more. If you refer back to that original environmental assessment for this action, this issue was raised a little bit, but there hasn't been much more activity along those lines. I do want to note that after this council voted to implement Amendment 37 to prohibit non-pelagic trawling in this area in 95, it was followed by 2 in-season actions from January to March and March through June to prohibit all trawling, which leads me to believe there was some discussion or confusion on how to discern the 2 types of trawls and to accomplish the objective of what this council is trying to do. And so if you were also looking for maybe some past history or what kind of behavior might have happened when the fleet was moved out of an area, I would look at that 96 season to see what happened to the pollock fleet once they were closed out of that area, and what kind of effects that had. So it wasn't unprecedented to move that type of gear out of this area. I just want to flag that, and maybe that takes a little bit of history digging to figure that out. With that, I'll close and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. See any questions? Thank you. Next up is Marissa Wilson. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Canine, members of the council. Thanks for your patience here this evening. For the record, my name is Marissa Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. I want to dedicate some of the space that I hold here with your time to offering gratitude for our hosts, the Tlingit and Haida people, the community of Sitka, and all the life and life-giving powers outside these windows that greets us in really delightful birdsong. It's incumbent upon us to honor the environment that holds us. Every conversation about healing, and I do trust that this is one, must make room for meaningful acknowledgement of stress and trauma, or it won't be effective. I had a difficult start to this meeting for personal reasons and was naturally pulled to Totem Park over there. It's rich with old growth and prospering understory, and decorated through place-based reverent culture. And that pocket of forest is undeniably healthful, with many saying they feel the sense of spirit there. The latest in neuroscience explains what happens when we have that kind of immersion. Connection with something deeply imbued with the force of life balances our neurochemistry and reduces stress. I doubt this is a human experience alone. Habitat is about more than physical structure, although that's certainly important. It's about relationships. I've come before this body describing habitat features I'm concerned about and which are severely underrepresented in their significance, sophistication, and sensitivity, such as slow-growing sea whips and modiolus beds, which are analogous to old-growth forests and prairie soils. Their functions are relational, Some provide food and medicine, including the products of their reproductive events, which last much longer than a one-time eating. Some, like the sublethal predation of sea anemones by nudibranchs, are for protection beyond shelter. The toxins consumed from just 1 or 2 stingers are enough to keep them from being tasty for predators. The ability for sea anemones to grow beyond the reach of this sublethal predation, which can be cumulatively lethal, is important. In the last decade, substantiated research has shown that there are bacteria in the seafloor sediments around the globe that organize as electrical networks. Crab are the groundskeepers of the benthos. We must recognize the need to let the most sophisticated engineer among us, this living earth, do her work to heal. I've combed through the technical guidance to better understand how ecosystems fit into cost-benefit analyses. How can the value of any fishery be greater than the habitat that creates it? Habitat may appear to be less valuable when disturbed to a point that biodiversity is unable to take root, or it hosts only opportunistic or transient species. But the ability for the seafloor to heal itself when provided respite must be recognized by a body that is tasked with managing fisheries in a time such as this. The letter we submitted on this agenda item draws from a white paper that is attached to my testimony sign-up. We remain alarmed about the unmitigated contact from pelagic trawl gear on the seafloor and the footprints resulting unobserved mortality of crab, which is included in the definition of bycatch per National Standard 9, but is currently and undoubtedly inaccurately estimated to be 0. In order to assess actions to help Bristol Bay red king crab recover under this action item, this contact must be thoroughly understood. And in the absence of understanding how to differentiate pelagic trawl impacts from non-pelagic trawl gear, the pelagic trawl fleet should not be allowed in the red king crab savings area. Exclusion should help incentivize timely innovation to ensure the technology exists to determine and enforce bottom contact. AMCC supports the addition of new objectives and alternatives clarified to deter seafloor contact, protect habitat, and reduce unobserved mortality of Bristol Bay red king crab, and clarify the purpose and needs statement to reference those needs. We support the testimony provided by the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers in this regard. We see value in maintaining the red king crab savings area as a focus for protections, considering it is substantiated by historic protected areas for crab, may remain a temperature refugia, and remains in the top 25% of red king crab EFH. The purpose and need statement references the variability of ocean conditions as a contributing factor to crab declines. It is important to recognize that there are anthropogenic sources of variable ocean conditions, including habitat disturbance, and to name that explicitly in the purpose and need for effective analysis moving forward. And with that, I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Are there questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Chad Lowenberg, although I believe he's not joining us. Okay. Shannon Carroll. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll. Linda Benkin. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'll be brief, testifying just for myself tonight, only because this is an issue I did not have time to discuss with my members, but I believe they would agree with anything I would have to say here. Excuse me. I have a history with this issue because when I was on the council in the 90s, we struggled quite a bit with the paraplegic trawl definitions and also a performance standard, and trying to define at one time that if a rock was in a trawl, it was certainly on bottom. Dave probably remembers this. And we had a number of members of the industry who objected to that and said they were not comfortable with saying that a pelagic trawl was not a pelagic trawl if it picked up a rock, which I remember led to Dave Benton proposing an FMP for pelagic rocks. Which was another one of those good ideas that didn't go anywhere. But Nevertheless, we did drop out the rock as a performance standard, but only after hearing from the trawl industry that there was occasional, but very occasional contact from a pelagic net with the bottom. It was sort of explained that in setting the depth of the net, that sometimes happened. But it was very clear in those conversations behind the council table that the goal was to keep that pelagic nets should not be on the bottom, that the goal was to recognize that the benthos is critical for crab, that crab are part of the benthos, and that we were not protecting crab if the nets were on bottom and at times and in places where crab were sensitive. So I would just say to remember that history. It's sort of surprising to me that that would need to be sort of restated, that protecting crab habitat should be part of this rebuilding of crab, or actually essential to rebuilding crab. I would certainly recommend that this be broadened to include your purpose and need be broadened to include protection for crab habitat, and then you consider alternatives, options that get you to that place. I see a good reason to keep section 4 in this, to really struggle through a good definition that's meaningful for pelagic trawls and for a performance standard that really defines what allowable bottom contact might be for a pelagic trawl. As others have said, if it's not part of this action, you still have to think about what those impacts of bottom contact from a pelagic trawl will have on crab. So to my mind, keeping it in here is positive to meeting a purpose and need, and for rebuilding crab. If you choose not to do that, would certainly recommend you take that up and you retain in this work consideration of those impacts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Any questions?
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a question about, and notwithstanding or disagreeing about intent to keep nets off the bottom, but then the other question is, like, is this the right area to prioritize for protection? And so I guess there's been some testimony, and I think this is related enough to yours, about using new information, the new winter survey information, if we can keep that going, which showed crab in different areas than that whole crab savings area, using that to have more dynamic closures that we could look year to year and move different fleets off of more precise areas of crab distribution. So what is your thought about that? I mean, most of your testimony was on keeping gear off the bottom. I get that part, but keeping the gear off the bottom in the most important areas. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm certainly not an expert on crab. I guess, my response to you would be that crab stocks are in crisis. There's a long history of this being a really important area for red king crab. There's really nothing to show it's not important anymore, that the burden of proof right now should be on protecting the crab and protecting the crab habitat in this area. Not to say you don't also look at dynamic closures and whether there are other areas that are becoming more important to crab or also becoming important to crab as you see these changes. And, it certainly seems to me that if you shifted how you looked at this and said, we know crab are in trouble, we know habitat's important, we know benthic contact from trawl gear is a negative impact on a stressed population right now in their habitat, and that we will allow pelagic trawling provided the industry can show that they can stay off the bottom more than 10% of the time, wherever you end up setting that there would be quite a leap in technology pretty quickly to be able to show that that's in fact being achieved. And that you could look at that in relationship to other areas that you might want to add to this, to a protected area to allow the recovery of the crab stocks. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Megan. The one question I have for you is, is the regarding the definition of pelagic trawl. It seems like there's two separate issues here. One of them is the broader issue of the king crab savings area. The other one is defining pelagic trawl. Clearly, we've heard from some testifiers that we want to make sure we get that right. What's the difference if we were to break that off as a separate action, or we kept it as part of this one? It seems like keeping it part of this one might slow down the objectives of this one, where if we broke it off as a separate action, got a working group of people that understood pelagic trawl to get together and help redefine it. Is there any reason we have to keep it in here, or you just want to keep both of the ideas going forward?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think I've, struggled with that a bit listening to other testimony today and trying to, my sense is the council's probably looking to bifurcate this and take up this issue of the definition separately. I just want to make sure that you don't lose track in this action of the importance of protecting the habitat and making sure that if you are allowing a pelagic trawl in areas where you want to protect that crab habitat, that you in fact have a way to make sure that those nets are pelagic and not on bottom.
Further questions? Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Megan Williams. Dr. Williams, we can see that you're online, but we are not hearing you.
Hi, good evening. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good evening.
Okay. I did all the normal things and it didn't work, but I'm here. Hi, so this is Megan Williams. I'm a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. I appreciate it's late in the day, so I promise I will be brief. I do really appreciate your attention to this important issue. I support previous testifiers urging the council to revise the purpose and need statement and alternatives to focus more directly on precautionary and ecosystem-based fishery management approaches, specifically habitat protections for vulnerable life stages of crab. Highly variable environmental conditions associated with climate change and concerns that we all share regarding overall benthic productivity in the Bering Sea really suggest that additional habitat protections may serve to buffer more benthic species than just crab from some of the negative climate change impacts and just environmental and variability that we are experiencing. In alignment with what I'm hearing in the conversations and the testimony, I think habitat protections are really the key to this issue and to enhancing climate resilience for communities and vulnerable species like crab. And the importance of habitat in this action leads me very firmly to the conclusion that the next iteration of this document should continue to include a section 4 or that deep dive and review of the performance standard. And that really ties in with some of the conversations you were just having with Ms. Benkin about this topic. But the initial analysis suggests that the performance standard is not effectively achieving its goal to determine adherence to the definition of the gear type or pelagic trawl. And I think we desperately need an effective performance standard as it really directly affects king crab stocks and managers' abilities to understand the fishing impacts of pelagic trawl gear on crab and their habitat. So to close, I fully appreciate that, again, this is a tough situation where there are real and critical data limitations, but I would advise the council to err on the side of the caution as we move forward in order to provide king crab stocks the greatest probabilities of recovering to support sustainable fisheries and fishing communities. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Last up is Hannah Heimbach. Says she's going to be testifying in person, but not online. Online, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and council members. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbuck, testifying tonight on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. And as you know, while our group is focused on cod fisheries, I'll note that most of the vessel owners and crews that we represent have participated or currently do participate in North Pacific crab fisheries as well. So we support timely efforts to protect red king crab recovery specifically, and then efforts to understand and mitigate fishing impacts to crab species generally. And while the under 60 fleet has historically operated within the savings area and 512 at times, our effort hasn't ever really been concentrated in those areas. But regardless, pot cod sectors, including the under 60s, have voluntarily shifted away from the savings area. And for further savings in the pot sectors, we're supportive of dynamic management measures over static closures, noting that dynamic management can be voluntary and regulatory and can respond to timely information. On this item specifically, we support moving ahead with alternative 2, with all options and sub-options included. We do not support alternative 3 as it doesn't include the pelagic trawl sector. The council has heard substantial analysis around this, around the likelihood of pelagic trawl being a significant contributor to unobserved crab mortality, to habitat damage, and that it has a performance standard around bottom contact that's not effective to demonstration of contact and is unenforceable. In regards to POTS, we continue to support approaches that use dynamic management tools or framework approaches described in Appendix 1. This includes those finer scale, time, and area closures, gear modifications, observer prioritization, response to hotspots, just a few that have been explored so far. We've talked before about voluntary efforts to fund and test a more formalized system for hotspot reporting and crab avoidance. And while we haven't yet gotten to fully carry that out, we are still pursuing it. And the effort to date has led to really important conversations with the fleet around strategies for active avoidance, which they are practicing now. And beyond that, I'm also just interested in any analysis of options for in-season management responses that can respond to hotspots in critical areas using those finer scale closures. That being said, I think any closure to pot fishing only is unlikely to result in the crab conservation that we really need, not only because pelagic gear is likely a significant source of mortality, but also, as I testified before, we believe the total mortality of crab species in pot cod fisheries is overestimated. This is due in large part to, or in part to extrapolation of lightning strikes, but maybe more significantly by an inaccurate discard mortality rate, which is currently set at 50%. And while we hope to see an update to this rate, it does remain important for everyone to do their part in stock conservation here. So we do remain supportive of efforts to mitigate impacts by all gear types. So we recommend that the next review continue to incorporate those qualitative factors that contribute to mortality estimates. That includes discard mortality as well as unobserved mortality. And there was quite a bit of discussion about where to place this review of the pelagic trawl gear definition and the performance standards. And I agree this is a significant discussion beyond crab or the Bering Sea, and it really deserves the immediate focus of NMFS and the council as a separate item. I also believe it's critical to keep it actively highlighted as part of this agenda item, kind of a yes and, not an either or situation. And regarding monitoring technology to support that, there was also some discussion about whether it was possible to immediately implement appropriate tech. So I just want to reaffirm what others have said, that this technology does absolutely exist. It may not have been meaningfully adapted to and implemented in commercial trawl fisheries yet as an available tomorrow, but we aren't making new regulations for tomorrow either. So I believe there is ample time and critical need to test and for NMFS to implement appropriate monitoring technology to ensure pelagic gear is operating as intended and able to support their request to continue harvesting in these areas, which I know is important to them. And finally, we support the request to expand the purpose and need to include habitat protection as it's an integral partner to stock protection. And finally, on a more personal note, I just want to thank the council members for your leadership and the staff for their diligent work in making virtual participation possible. I think what started as a strategy to continue work through COVID has become just a real important improvement in access. And thanks to that and Starlink, I'm talking to you from my fish camp in Alitech Bay at the south end of Kodiak Island, which seems just nothing short of miraculous to me. So I appreciate that ability. And finally, Chairman Canine, thank you for your years of service and your measured leadership as a council member and chair. It's not a small undertaking, we all know, and I appreciate your contribution greatly. Thank you, and I wish you all a good evening.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Heimbach, for sticking with us through the evening here, and appreciate your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Okay, no questions. Thanks again. Enjoy
Thank
camp.
you. Thanks. Goodbye.
Okay, that concludes public comment. So let's go ahead and break for the day, and we'll come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow and see what action the council wants to take. Thanks much. Just getting warmed up. Thanks to the council and staff, and especially the public for sticking with us as we're working to stay within our schedule here. Appreciate it.